cosmonauts. I hope you had a stellar morning. My name is Elżbieta, and I will be your host for next 3 days. I must confess, I'm more from a gaming world, so I'm out of my water here, absolutely. But I'm not here to give you talks. There are other people for that. I'm here to guide you through the day. So let's get into it. First, let's start with the big thanks to our Diamond partners. First up is the organizers of this event. Without them, there wouldn't be any Gateway to Cosmos. Please give a round of applause to Rockaway. You can find their lounge here, so you can visit them. Also, another Diamond partner is Agoric. Their lounge you can find by big plushy bear that they have in front of their room, so you can take a selfie. Please give them also big applause. Another partner is Celestia. You can find their lounge next to Agoric, so please visit them too. And also, we have our security partner, Halborn, and they have a big booth in our expo area. And also, we have a Hackers Lounge sponsored by Neutron. And of course, please, big thanks to our gold and silver partners. So, please, let's have a look on all our partners right now. All right, so those were our partners. Please, another applause to them. And now, very quickly, if you were last year, then you might know that this space got doubled. So this time we have developer area. There are 2 workshop rooms that you can visit. There is also Hackers Lounge that I already talked. And also, very important information for all of you, there will be a party tonight at Shalanda. It's the place right next door, so you can visit it. I'll try to be quick, so please, let's start already with the talks. First up is Samantha Bobert, who is Chief Growth Officer at Rockaway X. She's co-organizer of this event, and she will tell you well more about this whole thing. So please, let's give her applause.
Hi.
All right, welcome.
Hi, guys. So yeah, I'm Samantha. Hi, Peter. I'm with Rockaway X. We're so excited that we're all finally here. So I guess stepping back, I joined this company as Chief Growth Officer about 12 weeks ago. And the focus was pretty clear. So it was the commercial, it was connecting us with the big bags, like what are the projects with the cash, where's the money, where are the institutions? So I'm stoked that we decided to go all in, go even bigger on our annual Cosmos Developer Conference. Bit of a joke. I have been warned never kick off a conference with a joke, but I feel like Cosmos is a contrarian crew. So I'll tell you more about where we play into this later, why Rockaway is organizing this event for the 2nd year. But for now, I'll say we're not in the event business, so throwing this really is a labor of love. I know many of you are joining us. I see that it's OK. I see many of you are joining us for the 2nd time this year. I'm actually a first-timer, but I know I see many familiar faces. That's because so many of you have been instrumental, both in helping me get my bearings in this ecosystem and helping us put this program together. When I asked many of you why you're making the trip, what makes a program great, what makes a conference memorable. The thing I keep hearing is it's just always about the people. It's about seeing old friends, making new ones. So with that, I have no doubt that there will be many friendships forged this weekend, but I also see other sparks flying. I believe that at least 2 people will find a co-founder in this room. I think at least 10, 15 projects are going to ink new partnerships. And I believe that an idea sparked here will lead to the next Cosmos unicorn. So instead of you having to hear me speak anymore, I'd rather us start making those connections. So we're going to do a little exercise. I'm going to ask all of you to turn to your right. Or if you don't have a right, just find someone or a group of people, okay? And we're going to jump into conversation for a few minutes. You're going to ask, okay, let's hold it for 1 sec. Wow, I was going to actually apologize and say, I think this might be an introverted group, so you might hate me, but you guys are like off to the races. You're going to ask each other 2 questions. You'll have 5 minutes. Here they are. What do you hope to gain from this community and experience, and what do you hope to contribute? Let's fire away. Our Rockaway crew. I'm tuning in. I'm listening into yours. I'm listening in. Okay. All right, guys. Quick, time's up. If you can turn the other way, that was kind of half the 5 minutes, and find a new partner, and we're going to do it one more time. All right? You, Peter, turning back. What? You guys are already, you're coding away.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
Positioned ourselves to
Yes, that's good. I hope you're applying to our demo day.
Huh?
I hope you're applying to our demo day. Okay. Okay. Everyone, that's a wrap. Let's come back. I have to say, I'm pretty surprised at how chatty. Sometimes people are a little clammy after that, and they're like looking around, like, oh, when is this over? I feel like I could have left and never returned, and we would have been off to the races. Okay, so what about Rockaway? Why are we here, and what do we think we're contributing? Simply put, we're a crypto company that both invests in projects and builds stuff in this space. So on the one side of the house, we have an investment arm. We've been backing early stage Web3 crypto digital asset projects since 2018. We also run a crypto DeFi yield fund. So this strategy does a bunch of things like loans to market makers, stablecoin arb, but perhaps the most relevant to this group is that it deploys liquidity directly into DeFi protocols. On the other side of the house, we have the stuff we build. First, we've got a big team working on this, so over 30 engineers across them, scientists, we have researchers, some infrastructure specialists, and that's across both labs and infrastructure. From my perspective, being an investor and operator is a kind of cool dynamic because it means that when we get into something, we go really deep, right? We're thinking about what can we contribute across both these areas? What unique perspective can we bring? And that's really what happened with Cosmos. So really quickly, what did get us excited here? I think it's pretty simple. The tech, governance, the people. By people, I mean, I think that this community has always attracted developers, but that it has an edge in doing so because it's uniquely accessible. And finally, the vibes, the community. I've had the firsthand experience that while you're a really decentralized crew, truly all over the world, truly known for being somewhat, I think, shadowy or hard to reach or hard to get in one place, I keep hearing, really warm, really inviting, and really excited when you do congregate. So with these strengths, we saw huge potential as both investors and operators. I'm going to drill through this really quick, kind of the presentation equivalent of eating your vegetables. What have we done? Invest. Okay, this is a big fan. I'll give you an autograph later. We were early backers of a couple projects here that are in this room, and we continue to look daily for investment opportunities, both venture and liquidity. On the build side, so this team for us, because sometimes I think the word labs is used everywhere a lot. To us, this is really a venture studio that aims to fill key kind of infrastructure, commercial ecosystem, product gaps across the space. A couple of the projects they've already worked on, which are listed here, already intersect this ecosystem. And I know many of you in this room have been involved with them in different ways, either appearing on our podcast, some foundations in this room are using smart delegation. Maya, no one in this room is working with because this is our latest, like out of stealth about a week ago, but hopefully you will. And finally, our infrastructure arm runs validators on leading networks, and including most Cosmos chains that we support. Okay, so what else might you want to know about us? Before you kind of get into the weeds of what someone does, you usually want to know what they think. We have a lot of views. We have a lot of hot takes. We're also kind of Eastern, not me, but everyone else at this company is an Eastern European, Central European, strong-minded person. We have a lot of views, but a few are most strongly held, and those are the ones that dictate how we spend our time, where we focus resource, and really what we want to contribute to this community, right? So we're always anchoring behind these. Really quickly, can my colleagues here raise their hands? Okay, good. I'm glad they're here up and early. So if you see these people, first of all, ask them for directions because they've been whipped into shape to know their way around. But second, they will talk to you all day and into the night about what we think about these three things, because this is where we are viewing ourselves as taking a stand. So decentralization, security, and privacy. For decentralization, this is probably our biggie. This is like, this would be on the wall if we had these at the office, it boils down to this. We believe that chains are not as decentralized as people think. We think that's a problem, not purely ideologically, but because it means they're not resilient. And if they're not resilient, then we don't see them intersecting or underpinning use cases that really intersect our lives. Our labs team is building products and tooling to shed light on this, so to help chains understand how decentralized they are, but ultimately to empower projects themselves, users, and investors to do something about it. That is Observatory. That was our first platform. It shows a chain's true level of decentralization and the performance of its infrastructure partners. Before my colleague Martin, who runs labs, got started, this was actually really hard for Cosmos. Because of the node architecture, it was tricky to identify where validators were located. We cracked this by building what I believe is a first-of-its-kind system. So we deployed sensors via a Tendermint node to more than 10 data centers globally. And now we are able, for every Cosmos chain, I believe, to identify where validators are, so ISPs, and ultimately drill into the performance, so the uptime, the governance participation of those validators. On top of that, we built a product called Smart Delegation Program that helps foundations to really automate their rewards. So take kind of those like clunky Excel sheets that might have existed at one moment in time around launch and make them real time so that they're adjusting to validators' performance as they go, and ultimately to promote decentralization. What this all boils down to is our big belief here. We believe that in the months and years ahead, better visibility, data, and tooling is going to really mean that there's no excuse for low decentralization, which is a fancy way of saying we're all going to become more decentralized. Then security. Sometimes we feel, my colleagues who have educated me on this, believe that people can forget that blockchains really do come down to real-world things, right? There is a presence, and that the infrastructure isn't as professional as it can be. We're trying to practice what we preach, so our operations use bare metal, no cloud services, so we use our own servers. Like we don't say the word Hetzner. Our facilities are independently located. Access is only granted to like the most trusted team members. I'm not one of them, so don't ask me where they are. But yeah, and finally, privacy. I'll keep this one pretty quick. We believe that privacy-preserving technology is fast upon us, and that it's going to intersect not just other technology areas, but every ecosystem in this space, including Cosmos. I'll call out Maya. As I said, this is a project that is seeing the light of day for the first time for us. It's developing FPGAs for ZKs. That's a lot of letters. What it boils down to is helping to make these proofs a lot faster, which is really the key thing to then turn ZK into stuff that we actually experience, right? So real-world use. So why are we here? Like you, we are believers in this space, but we approach it, we have a lot of questions, right? There's things we ask. We're pretty sure about the potential, but we have questions, we have uncertainties. Sometimes we wonder what's next in a different area. And that was our motivation in hosting this event. It really came down to, what if we could curate the sort of program that we would want to attend, that would get our kind of questions answered, where we could talk into the day and night about those uncertainties and the big questions. So what are they? Simple tech liquidity users. I'll try to drill through this. For the tech, it really comes down to us for this. What is the most important unlock? Kind of what are those enablers for the next use cases for adoption? Are we working on the right things? What's been exciting, okay, that unless I'm losing my eyesight, that's a lot of blur. It's showing developer activity by chain. The main thing is that's Cosmos, and there's green. So we've done well in the last 30 days, green Cosmos, but that it's held strong. So not only is that encouraging for us as investors, builders, but actually in throwing this conference that we thought developers are going to show up, they're excited here. So then the question becomes, what are we all working on? Are we building the right things? What parts of the stack can we focus our energy on, need to be improved? So bringing this back to the agenda, where do we think these answers are going to come? We have a great lineup digging into this. It's tech developments. It's also on the website, the agenda, but if just orienting us in a different way. We have a lot on the roadmap ahead and on what's been built in the last 12 months. Right after I get off this stage, Yaz from Celestia is going to be talking about Rollups developers. We have Peter and Bo from Polymer about IBC, and it goes on. Then the liquidity. I guess to put this most simply, we're pretty cognizant. Good tech is one thing, even good DeFi apps is one thing, but you need the liquidity to power it all. Where is this system going to be able to best others in attracting? We know it's been pretty tough for protocols everywhere, right? Every ecosystem is in this kind of fight to attract liquidity providers and kind of that oil. So we know it's a challenge for this one. You can join us at these talks over today and tomorrow, where we are going to go into all aspects of attracting liquidity and DeFi right now and what's ahead. And finally, the why we're here. I think this is probably the biggest, right? Those others are kind of the building blocks, but it really comes down to where is the usage? Where are the real life projects, the users? Where are the new experiences that we're enabling? Where are people doing things that they weren't able to do before because of the power of this stack? Where are the users that are excited, that are paying, dare I say? Again, another table that's impossible to read unless you, have GPTI. But I'll put it simply, I think this is daily active addresses, and we think these Cosmos apps can be a lot higher by this time next year. So where are we going to drill into users, user experience, apps that have real-world usage? Again, I think we've got a pretty great lineup across talks, panels, workshops. Okay, I have the stage now, so of course I'm going to highlight my colleagues. If you want to show your host some love, you can do that by turning out to our talks. It's probably our #1 ask for you. I talked a little about Observatory and SDP because that's kind of our biggest contribution so far on the build side to this space. But Martin, my colleague who runs labs, is going to do both a talk about it. He's going to talk about the roadmap, and he's going to be hosting demos if you'd like to play around and see if you're questioning, has this really worked? Has toggling those rewards to promote decentralization actually done it? I'll give you a clue. I think it has, but he'll go into that in these demos. And finally, on the last day, our fabulous founder and CEO is going to do a pretty creative session, really pushing us to the boundaries of so what? We've talked about things for days. Where are the use cases? He's got hot takes on this, but he wants you all to come thinking about what you've talked about, I guess. Finally, workshops. We wanted a workshop lineup that leaves us all pretty damn eager to build a decentralized, user-enticing, engaging application. We think we have a solid part of the stack covered with these workshops. They're a mix of hands-on training, product demos, and AMAs. I guess for most of them, it's bring 2 things: computers, tough questions, ready to get involved. We have a steak bar outside. I'd say extra strong drinks to people who attend at least 2 or 3 of these. In terms of how you can register, because some of them are capped, I think when you leave here around the walls, there's a QR code. It says sign up for workshops. It's really easy. Save your space. I think you already got the map covered. I guess my plug would just be try to hit the lounges. Also, I know everyone, if you need to post up with your computer, you need to take a call, you should be able to go to one of these lounges and do that. Finally, our demo day. We've actually decided in the lead up to this to keep 3 spots open that we'll allocate at the end of this day because we thought you might be fired up sitting here and seeing about other people doing demos and think, I should show mine. So you have until 7 p.m. to apply to show off your work. It's really easy. Again, really easy by phone application. I'll leave this here for a sec. But if you don't want it on your phone right now, you can also go to our website, and it's pretty clear where you can apply. We've got our judges ready. They'd love more applications. And finally, a little shout out here. Every conference kind of has its sprints. One part of our agenda that needed some love and attention was the demo day to get it into ultra good shape. And we're really fortunate that Jennifer joined us. This woman has organized about 100 hacker houses and demo days, and so she's created a really innovative way, I guess, of engaging people who are there. So even if you're not going to demo, show up, and you'll be kind of prompted to react, a sort of reality cool experience. Okay, this last one's a biggie for me. I want to thank my amazing colleague. He is the driving force of this conference for a 2nd year running, Tomasz. He's amazing. He's our director of events. Oh, wait. I think I missed that. I forgot. He's actually our chief infrastructure officer and does this totally on the side of his day job, which is being one of the best blockchain engineers in the world. But this man has architected everything here. So if you see him, please give him a hug, because he's also a good guy for a hug. Give him something. Finally, yeah, I think we already thanked our sponsors, but maybe we'll all add something here is, they're not kind of just sponsors of this event or folks that have contributed financially. They're all doing really interesting things in this space. So, take advantage of their presence. They have booths, they have lounges, they have a lot of people here. Ask them what they're working on and see how they can be supportive of you. Okay, well, thank you. And with that, I'll get off and let us get started.
Thank you, Samantha. Thank you so much. Next up, it's going to be Jaskori, Head of Developer Relations at Celestia. And he will talk about roll-up developers and if they are the future. So please give him a warm welcome. Hello. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Hey everyone, how's everybody doing this morning? Yeah? Alrighty. We're going to talk about Celestia. My talk today is going to be roll-up developers are the future. A little bit about me. I'm Yaz. I'm the head of DevRel at Celestia. I'm not going to bore you with my background and stuff, but I've been doing this for a while, for the past 6 years at Celo, Ethereum Classic, with Flashbots. So I've seen a lot of stuff, right? So yeah, let's get started. So roll-up developers are the future. What does that mean? So what does a roll-up developer even mean? It's a word that we see a lot right now, roll-ups. Are roll-ups even real? So we're going to talk about that even more. And let's get started. So a roll-up dev is the OP character in your favorite video game, whether it's Ciri from The Witcher or Kratos from God of War. For disclaimer, I've never played God of War, but Kratos pretty much looks like an OP character here. Wouldn't you agree? A roll-up dev is the hero class in your favorite fantasy genre, whether it's Gandalf with all the magic power, walking among men, fighting wars, or it's Dany who's riding dragons. Now, I know Dany shouldn't be classified as a hero because she burnt King's Landing, but I mean, she's riding dragons, right? I mean, you got to give her credit. A roll-up dev is the ship commander in your favorite sci-fi genre. Whether it's Han Solo or Bo-Katan, they have a lot of different unique skills, whether they're leading a ship or they're like helping their crew, they're fixing things, or going into war. It's a mix of two different worlds, two different kind of qualities. That's what a roll-up dev is. A roll-up dev is a hybrid. Now, if you see the different analogy that we talked about before, a roll-up dev combines different qualities between two different classes that don't normally intersect. So let's define a roll-up dev. A roll-up dev is a hybrid of an application developer and a core developer. They are able to deploy a roll-up as easy as deploying a smart contract. Now, let's take a step back. We're diving really deep into the topic, but let's talk about the history, how do we even get here, right? So in this talk, we're going to cover how roll-ups came to be historically and where roll-up and roll-up developers are going for the future, what the future holds for roll-up development. Historically, this is how things were. So we have a concept called monolithic blockchain. So monolithic blockchains have been what we've been used to all along. A monolithic blockchain combines consensus and execution layers into one. So my experience mostly has been with monolithic blockchains, whether it's Celo, Ethereum Classic, working on Ethereum, and a bunch of random other projects that were all monolithic. So in a monolithic design, validators are verifying every transaction, and because the execution layer and the consensus layer are one layer. So that actually is highly expensive for validator to validate all kind of transactions. And then turns out in monolithic architecture, there's a separation between the core and the application developers. So if you see at the top, application devs, they're focused on the application layer. Like if you're an application dev, you're writing smart contracts, you're building things in front end and stuff, but you're not really touching anything on the consensus and execution layer. You're actually just focused on your application. While core devs, they're focused on consensus, DA, and execution. So there's a clear separation between two classes of developers here. Now, let's talk about the historic evolution of monolithic architecture. It all started out, of course, with Bitcoin. Satoshi published the white paper about Bitcoin. That's what kicked off the app chain era. In the app chain era, you got things like Bitcoin, like Monero, and then Vitalik came along later, and he published the Ethereum white paper, which kickstarted what we call the monolithic era. So what Vitalik added to the whole picture is now that you have an execution environment in your blockchain. So application developers can build apps on top of that blockchain, which never really existed before. Then Cosmos, with Ethan and Jay publishing the Cosmos white paper, introduced what we call the monolithic app chain era, where every app chain has an execution environment, and they're all connected together with IBC. So that's the history of monolithic architecture. Now, naturally, this has led to a gap, and let's discover what the gap is. So monolithic scalability is linear. It's not scalable. If you want to increase your throughput, if you want to increase your block space, then linearly you have to increase the requirements of your node. So nodes get more expensive as you increase the block space to allow for more transactions. And so it's a linear relationship. It makes it more expensive to run a node, and it centralizes the entire network around a few nodes, which is not ideal. Then there's a disconnect between application and core devs. So we covered before that they're on two separate layers, but there exists a disconnect. So application developers can benefit from improvements to their execution environment. Let's talk about a little example. Hayden, CEO of Uniswap, would say that I wish that we had parallel execution in the EVM so that whenever there's an NFT mint, it doesn't impact users or Uniswap. Now, Hayden is an application developer. He never touched the execution environment that's covered by the core devs because he has no ownership of it. So even though he wants improvement to the EVM because it impacts his application, there's no intersect with the core devs. Core developers on the other hand, even though they own the execution environment because it's on the bottom layer, they don't prioritize it. They prioritize the network. They prioritize consensus. For good reason. I mean, obviously, you want the blockchain in the end to produce blocks, whether the execution environment is like up to standard or not, you know? So there's a good reason for that. But because you're prioritizing the network and consensus over your execution environment, you're impacting the application developer. So there is a disconnect that we see in between application and core devs. Now, I think we all agree that's a terrible reality, right? And rollups were meant to fix this in a monolithic architecture. So let's define rollups, right? A rollup is a blockchain that posts their blocks to another blockchain and inherit the consensus and data availability of that blockchain. So that's the definition in one of the Celestia blog posts, and I'm going to use that definition because I'm pretty biased here, but it's a great definition, no? So let's talk about what rollups look like in a monolithic era. So we have a thing called a smart contract rollup. This is what exists, like if you see Arbitrum, Optimism, all the different layer 2s on top of Ethereum, they're what we call a smart contract rollup. So what is a smart contract rollup? A smart contract rollup relies on the settlement layer to settle transaction, and in this case, that's Ethereum. It does that by having a smart contract on Ethereum that it bridges to, right? So in this kind of, if you want to use an analogy for smart contract rollup, a smart contract rollup is a state within a country. That was a tweet by Nick White. It's a great analogy. It's a state within a country because it relies on the layer 1 for settlement. Now, there's a lot of disadvantages of smart contract rollups in a monolithic architecture. A, they don't fix scalability. What does that mean? When people tell you that, you know, smart contract rollups are great for scalability, it's not. Because in the end, let's say a smart contract rollup becomes really successful, has a big ecosystem, it doesn't fix scalability because all the users will go to that rollup, it increases transaction costs on that rollup, and you're back where you started. There's no scalability there. They are not sovereign. They're beholden to the settlement layer because if, let's say in this example, we're using Ethereum, any changes on Ethereum mainnet will impact those rollup, and they would have to like adjust to the changes on Ethereum. So they're beholden to Ethereum or to the settlement layer in that case, and they're notoriously very difficult to deploy. So it turns out modular blockchain closed that gap. And let's talk about modular blockchains now. So we talked about the evolution from Bitcoin to Ethereum to Cosmos. Now, Celestia comes into the picture, where Mustafa published the Lazy Ledger white paper, and that's what introduced Celestia. Lazy Ledger is what is now Celestia. So let's talk about what's the difference between a modular blockchain and a monolithic. So in a modular blockchain, it's pretty simple. We decided to separate execution from consensus. Before they're on the same layer, and now we're like, no, let's make them on a different layer. So in this model, validators, all they care about is ordering transaction. They don't verify or the transaction. So who verifies the transaction? It's the execution layer. And the execution layers in this case are rollups. So rollups actually verify the transaction while the consensus layer only orders transaction. And then you have a thing called data availability sampling. In this model, you can run a Celestia Light node. I'm pretty sure you guys seen a lot about the Celestia Light node on Twitter, people running it all over the world. So what are they doing? With a Celestia Light node, you're doing what we call data availability sampling. You're sampling the block. You're not downloading the whole block. In other words, I'm downloading less than 1% of the block to get up to 99.99% accuracy what is included in that block. Compare it to monolithic. In monolithic, I have to download the entire block just to be able to see what's in that block, which is not scalable. So with data availability sampling, we can get scale because you just have to sample less than 1% of the block to get 99.99% accuracy what's included in that block. So there are different modular blockchains. So Ethereum, starting with EIP 4844, is going in that direction toward a modular architecture, which is really good to see. Then you have Celestia, with the OGs. We started the modular trend. We're providing the first modular blockchain with a DA layer. Polygon Avail has a DA layer for Polygon, and then you got EigenLayer with the EigenDA project. So this creates a new and better reality. Now, why would it? Modular scalability is actually insane because as the number of transactions increase, because we said data availability sampling allows you to only touch less than 1% of the block to know what's inside the block, it's actually insanely more scalable, and fees kind of stabilize over time and they don't get more expensive. There's not a linear relationship anymore. We also have customizability in modularity. You can pick in a rollup your favorite execution environment, whether it's Cosmos SDK or CosmWasm. I know a lot of y'all here love CosmWasm, and it's actually supported on Celestia. And you also have EVM for Ethereum. If you want a sequencer, you can decide what kind of sequencer you want. You want to centralize, I don't know why you'd want to centralize, but it's the most common one right now. But you can get a decentralized sequencers. For proofs, you can have no proofs, what we call a pessimistic rollup. There's fraud proofs or ZK proofs. And the rollup types. You can have a sovereign rollup. You can have a settlement rollup. And we're going to talk about base rollup and what we call celestiums in a bit. Other benefits are what we call shared security. Now, in this model, compared to Cosmos and Celestia, so Cosmos as a monolithic ecosystem, you have what we call zones. You know, every Cosmos application is its own zone. So each one has its own consensus and DA layer inside Cosmos. That actually makes IBC kind of less secure because if I am bridging between two different Cosmos zones, I'm relying on two different validator sets. The validators on zone 1 and the validators on zone 2. Now, naturally, maybe there's an overlap between validators between two of those zones, but they might have a different validator sets between each other. They might have different staking, like, distribution of stake. And they might have, like some might be more than others and stuff. So you're trusting two different validator sets when you're bridging between two different zones in Cosmos. In Celestia, because of modularity, we're getting rid of all these consensus and DA layers, and we have one consensus and DA layer. So the zone becomes just an execution layer with or a rollup. And when you bridge between two different rollups or zones here, you're relying on one validator set. So that's what the concept of shared security. Other benefits, so if you want to compare it between Cosmos and Ethereum, Celestia is a marriage between the rollup-centric view of Ethereum and the sovereignty benefits of Cosmos. So in Ethereum, they do have shared security. Everyone relies on Ethereum for the shared security benefits if you're layer 2, and they're easier to deploy because you just have to deploy your smart contract. Cosmos has sovereignty and scalability, but it doesn't have shared security, as we already showed, and ease of deployment. Celestia actually has all these benefits from both. Shared security is easy to deploy it, sovereignty, and scalability. So modular blockchains mark a new beginning and close the gap between application and core devs. So in modularity, if we talked about the example before for parallel execution, app developers can decide, hey, I'm just going to deploy my own rollup. And let's say if we use the parallel execution environment, me as an app dev, I can pick an EVM version or a CosmWasm version with a specific feature that I'm looking for that might not be available on Ethereum mainnet. So I can pick a feature like, hey, I want the EVM with parallel execution, and I want to deploy that as a rollup for my application with ease, with a few lines of code. From the core dev side, a lot of core devs do want to work on execution layers, but they never see it necessarily live on mainnet. So a core dev here can build an EVM version that has parallel execution and allow the application developer to use that and deploy it. So application and core dev become friends again, and that's how you create that hybrid that we're talking about, which is the roll-up dev. So it turns out Cosmos came very close to that vision. With Cosmos developers in the whole Web3 ecosystem, Cosmos developers have the unique strength of having the qualities of an app developer and core dev. You see that in different zones where the developers are both core devs when it comes to their Cosmos SDK application, and they're building the applications on top of it. However, because Cosmos developers have to worry about validators, validators and consensus, it's a huge operational cost. If I want to deploy a Cosmos application, I don't care about validator set. I don't want to worry about validator set. I don't want to have to manage their complaints. I mean, I love validators, but you know what I mean. And worry about block rewards for them and it makes sense and stuff. I want to abstract that all away. So validators are a huge operational cost if you just want to deploy your own application in Cosmos. So the future of Cosmos is rollups. That's a fact. Cosmos is going towards a roll-up-centric future where people can deploy using the Cosmos SDK. Developers can deploy roll-ups using the Cosmos SDK and Celestia. That's the future. This is where we're all heading. It's actually very easy today for you to deploy your favorite Cosmos SDK application as a roll-up on Celestia using what we call Rollkit. Rollkit is one of the different kind of roll-up SDKs that allow you to experiment with Cosmos SDK and Celestia. So for the remainder, we're going to do a little hitchhiker's guide to the future of different roll-up architectures, whether it's Sovereign or Celestium, and we're also going to cover sequencer designs. So Sovereign rollups, what are they? In a Sovereign rollup, all you got to do is you're posting transaction to your consensus and DA layer, and then you verify transaction. There are no smart contracts on the consensus and DA layer because all that execution happened on the Sovereign rollup. So remember what we talked about smart contract rollups in the past, where they have a smart contract on a settlement layer that they rely on? Here you don't have that. It's all on the Sovereign rollup. So in the analogy given before about a smart contract rollup is a state within a country, a Sovereign rollup is its own country. It's sovereign. So different sequencer selections you can do for a Sovereign rollup. I'm going to talk about a bit of them. So the most common one is a centralized sequencer right now, because decentralized sequencer is kind of hard. It's still a thing that we're all trying to solve. In a centralized sequencer, you have one entity that does the ordering. We have one block producer. In a decentralized sequencer, you have multiple entities that do the ordering, so multiple people are block producers. Then we have a thing called a shared sequencer, which is even a separate blockchain that rollup can post transaction to, and it does all the sequencing and it posts that block to the DA layer. Now, if that shared sequencer is decentralized, we also have that model of multiple block producers, multiple people are block producers. Finally, we have base rollups. So base rollups are actually very exciting. A new concept, expect to see a lot more from Celestia on base rollup. In a base rollup, we don't even care about a sequencer. We just post it directly to Celestia. Celestia does the sequencing for us. So you don't even have a sequencer anymore. With that, we see there's a lot of possibilities and expect to see a lot more about base rollup and a lot more content and different tutorials and demos about base rollup. So keep an eye out for that. Finally, we have Celestium. What we call a Celestium is it's like a smart contract rollup, except this design is different. Let's say you're Optimism or Arbitrum. Instead of just relying completely on Ethereum for settlement, you can do a different model where you post your transaction for Celestia, so you're using Celestia for data availability, but you settle on Ethereum. And on the Celestia side, validators actually do a DA attestation that gets submitted to that smart contract on Ethereum. So here you have the benefit with a Celestium of actually scaling your rollup if you're a smart contract rollup. So that's likely another design with the quantum gravity bridge. We had an incentivized testnet called the block space race, and we made it we tested it out on the block space race and actually went live. It actually works really well. So we're very excited about this for mainnet. So tooling and text that you can use if you want to become a rollup dev, right? Rollkit is the main one right now. It's the rollup SDK that allows you to deploy Cosmos SDK applications as rollups on top of Celestia. We have Eclipse, which allows you for like Solana-based rollups on top of Celestia. OPStack, I don't know if you guys seen it this week, but we released an integration with OPStack. So the integration allows you to specify what DA layer you want for your Optimism OPStack rollup. And we do have an integration with Celestia as a DA layer. In fact, on Monday morning, I think, I'm going to do a workshop on how to integrate OPStack with Celestia. So if you guys are interested in that topic, be sure to check it out. We'll deploy an OPStack on top of Celestia on Monday. You also have different developer toolings your favorite developer toolings that you can use. If you're coming from the Cosmos world, like, hey, can I use any of the Cosmos developer tooling like Cosmology? You totally can, because it's your favorite execution environment, so all the developer toolings are supported. Or if you're coming from the EVM world and you're wondering, hey, for my rollup, can I use Foundry? Absolutely. You can use Foundry, MetaMask, Hardhat, all your favorite developer toolings. So the future of Cosmos is one of abundance, thanks to the speed of deploying a rollup as easily as deploying a smart contract. That's the future that we hold. And we covered Celestia Light nodes. So Celestia Light nodes help make rollup scalable because of data availability sampling. So it allows you to sample less than 1% of the block to get 99.99% accuracy about what is included in that block. Examples of people running light nodes. If you guys haven't run a light node, it's really easy. If you guys want questions about it, like, I'm happy to help you get started. But we had a whole, like, for fun, deploying it on Nintendo DS, like on a Nintendo Switch. So I'm not a Nintendo person, I'm more like a Sony person, but yeah. One of our community members deployed a light node on a Kindle, and we thought that was impossible, but he got it working. There's a Kindle that is running a light node. One of her, Natalie actually had it running at a beach party on a phone. So the third photo is actually on a phone. One of our core devs actually started running it on a Tesla. We have it running in Greece on a Raspberry Pi. On the last photo, I was running it from a Riyadh in Morocco because I felt kind of fancy, right? So here's the reality. With Celestia, Cosmos developers can build whatever. When you can build whatever, what does that even mean? People come up to me and ask me all the time, what can you build with Celestia? And I always tell them, you can build whatever you want. It's like infinite kind of landscape. Modularity allows you to mix and match and play around with different kind of tools for your favorite kind of application. Build whatever. Remember that. That's what you can do with Celestia. And with that, thank you so much. If you guys want to check out Rollkit, you can scan the QR code. If you want to hit me up on Telegram and Twitter, that's my information. On email, although I might not check my email often, so forgive me. So probably Telegram or Twitter is better. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, yes. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask them during the coffee breaks or lunch. Next up, we have Sunny Agarwal, the co-founder of Osmosis, and he will take a look at 1-year retrospective of the Terra supernova. Please welcome Sunny. Hello, stage is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you guys for coming. Today, I'm going to be giving a talk on a 1-year Terra retrospective. For anyone who doesn't know, my name is Sunny. I work on a project called Osmosis. It's a DEX on Cosmos. If you don't know what it is, I don't know what you're doing here. But last year at Gateway, I actually failed to give a talk because it was like literally I was dealing in the hacker room just dealing with the Terra crash, and we had to go fork the Terra chain twice to prevent a staking attack and fix Osmosis and stuff. So just did a live AMA, and got a chance to talk a little bit then about it had just happened that week, and okay, how is Cosmos going to develop post Terra. And now I think it's like, now that we're like almost exactly 1 year later, I think it's a good time to like kind of look back and see like, okay, how has Terra impacted both the Cosmos ecosystem, but also like crypto as a whole? So I actually originally wrote this as a blog post 6 months ago and it was called the 6-month retrospective. And I was like all ready to go to post it and like was, ready to go, and I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those darn kids. And so, I don't think my blog post would have gotten too many eyeballs that week, so I just ended up just like pocketing it and never publishing it. But, the thing with FTX is like, we are building DeFi. If you've been in the space long enough, you are used to this. Like this happens every couple of years. You have Mt. Gox, you had Quadriga. Obviously, FTX is of like a massively different scale, but like, we know the solutions here. This is literally what we're trying to fix, is move away from these like centralized entities. I think the analysis of what happened to Terra is a lot more interesting, right? Like Terra was not this like centralized exchange. It wasn't this like CeFi thing. It was actually a DeFi protocol, and something that I'm sure a lot of us in this room like probably like heavily bought into, like not just like financially, but like truly believed in it, right, for a while. And so that's why I want to like go and let's retrospect on this. So we're going to start with like what was Terra, how did Terra relationship with Cosmos both before and after the crash, right? So Terra always had this like sort of weird, tenuous relationship with Cosmos. Sometimes they like to pretend, sometimes they would like be like, oh, we're not a Cosmos chain, we're like doing our own thing off on the side. But then sometimes you had this guy like screaming Cosmos at this event. I don't know can anyone find the video of this? I swear there's a video of him doing it, but I searched YouTube for like an hour and I couldn't find it. So if anyone still has that video, let me know. But we had this, we predicted that like, hey, UST was going to come into Cosmos and like bring this like sudden rush of liquidity, and we were right about that. It did, and like on osmosis, UST like peaked at like over $250 million of liquidity. Luna as well, almost $175 million of liquidity. It brought in this like massive flood of liquidity, which like led to this huge boom in Cosmos TVL, Cosmos asset prices. But then we kind of forgot what happens when a wave actually does hit. It kind of actually destroys everything in the process. And so one thing I want to talk about is like there was this narrative that was happening, I think, especially within a lot of the Ethereum community, that like, oh, these Cosmos people were like dummies for letting this happen, right? Like, how did you let this thing happen? And I think part of the story here is that like UST was the only stablecoin that was available in Cosmos, right? There was no other IBC like enabled stablecoin at the time. There was no in production bridges at the time, and so obviously, being the thing that was available, that's what got the traction. But it's also worth noting that, like, we weren't the only ones that fell for this, right? Like, so not to excuse us, but like, UST was being exported everywhere throughout crypto. It was about to enter Solana in a very big way. It was like becoming the primary stablecoin in the Avalanche ecosystem. AVAX itself was going to be like built like collateral in the Terra protocol. And, as I like to remind people, the Ethereans, like, UST was about to become the main stablecoin in the Curve pools as well. It was literally like weeks away from happening before the DPEG happened. So like part of this whole narrative of like, okay, how did UST become so big in Cosmos? It just happened to be that it got big in Cosmos first because we were the closest to UST. IBC made it the easiest for UST to come in and dominate in Cosmos, but it was very close to like taking on a very similar role throughout the crypto ecosystem. But unfortunately, that hurt us pretty bad. All that liquidity went crashing away. All that sort of value and capital that like $60 billion poofed in thin air. But one thing I also like to point out is like, yes, the capital and liquidity, this like paper money liquidity disappeared, but the users stayed, right? Like if you look at, this is for Osmosis specifically, but obviously we had a fall off after the USD crash, but like it's actually stayed relatively stable. This is like our weekly active users, and it's actually stayed relatively stable. And a lot of the users that came in initially from the Terra ecosystem ended up staying in the Cosmos. Like, it's honestly thanks to a lot of the work from people like Danku and Cephii and all these like people within the Terra ecosystem who were really trying to like expose the lunatics to the wider Cosmos ecosystem. And today you see that where it's like, even today, you see on Twitter, people still have the moon emojis and stuff in their Twitter bios. And so this is like why I like to call. So that's why my original post was titled the Terra Supernova, where Terra likes to it uses this analogy of the planet and the moon and blah blah blah. But I think like a better astronomical analogy is a supernova, right? Terra was this, star, became so big, attracted all the mass, and at some point it just explodes and sends the stardust throughout the cosmos, including the users, but also all the developers and projects, right? So, this was thanks to a lot of the work from like, our team helped like with like the Osmosis Grants program helped. A lot of these teams had lost all of their funding. It was all in UST. The Osmosis Grants program came in, stepped in, and helped provide funding to a lot of these teams. The Juno Grants program helped provide funding to a lot of these teams. Like, I think part of what happened was like a lot of the rest of, I think Cosmos got wrecked just as hard as a lot of the Terra projects as well. And there was this like shared suffering that we had together. And it's not the best way to build community, but it is a way to build community. And it really did work. And so, I just want to like, I think maybe people don't realize how many of the projects that you just like accept as Cosmos projects today actually came from Terra. Like I just want to like go through some of them, right? Like obviously you have Mars, one of the biggest lending protocols on Terra. Skip started off as building MEV solutions for Terra. Kato was a fiat on-ramp originally for UST. IBCX was built by the original Anchor team. They left, created a new company called AlphaWorks, built the IBC index. Levana is a perps protocol launching on Osmosis pretty soon, so similar to GMX style. Astroport is building liquidity vaults on Osmosis, Injective, Neutron, a bunch of other Cosmos chains. Margin, another perps protocol. CDT is this stablecoin that we'll talk about in a little bit. The Apollo DAO, they've built the multi-sig tooling that is lifesaver, because otherwise it's really annoying to use the Cosmos SDK multi-sigs. TFM, they have some really cool, you should check it out. It's actually probably one of like the best trading interfaces for Osmosis. Like you actually have charts and everything there. Very nice to use. You have a nice NFT aggregator. CoinHall, also really great. You have projects like Prism. They're launching a Cosmos SDK chain pretty soon. Zodiac is launching on Osmosis pretty soon. Leap Wallet, if any of you have used it, it's like an amazing wallet. Check it out. They, originally started on Terra, now are one of the biggest Cosmos multi-chain wallets. You have Loop, White Whale, Eclipse, which Yaz just mentioned in his previous talk. They're building, a framework to build rollups on top of Cosmos. You have Obi, which is building Osmosis smart accounts and generalized account abstraction-based wallets. You have even like some of the most popular NFT projects from, I'm sure everyone's seen the hero NFTs that were, all throughout Terra. They're launching on, they're on Stargaze. You also have developer tools like Beaker. Beaker was, if anyone was familiar with Terraform, it was like the developer toolkit that people used to use in Terra. Well, Beaker was like, the developer who built that came over to the Osmosis team, and we've built Beaker, which is a framework. It's like the hard hat or foundry for CosmWasm, and it's a way for anyone to like easily build CosmWasm apps. You have Abstract, which is also built by some ex-White Whale people, but you can basically easily build. It's almost like an open Zeppelin for CosmWasm. You have Celatone, built by the ex-Prism team. It's sort of the best block explorer and remix style application for actually interacting with CosmWasm applications. Just this week, Terrascope, which is one of the most popular explorers that everyone loved, rebranded to ChainScope, and now they support Osmosis, and I'm sure they'll start supporting more Cosmos chains pretty soon. And then you even have like Terraform Labs also contributing tooling as well. Like, they've made their popular TerraStation wallet be a multi-chain Cosmos wallet. They're building this Alliance thing, which is a interesting security model. I think it has some issues. I think they should come work with us on mesh security, but it's still, it's nice to see that they're actually contributing to security models throughout Cosmos. And I will, before I get raged at in the comments, yes, of course, Kujira. I don't know why people think I have some issue with Kujira. Anyone who one thing I've learned from Jay is anytime this unnecessary drama happening, like there's probably like something like someone's trying to seed it for no reason, right? Like, I really love what the Kujira team has been building. They've built one of like the best order book interfaces, one of the best staking API interfaces. One of the really good UI around the USK stablecoin, and I'm just I think they've done a really good job at bringing the Terra community back, like vibes into Cosmos, which is cool. So yeah, Cosmos. We have this Stardust throughout Cosmos. Obviously, we do have this challenge in front of us, which is, how do we start? Eventually, the Stardust has to start to build new stars again, right? And so we'll talk about that a little bit later. And we also have a panel later this in the Neutron Hacker Lounge about like where is Cosmos going to be looking a year from now. So come check that out to like figure out, okay, now with all this Stardust, where does Cosmos go from here for the next 1 year? Now, I want to step back and focus away from Cosmos for a second and talk about what impact did Terra have on crypto as a whole. So, as many of you, I'm sure, I got into crypto because of Bitcoin. I wanted to build the digital money, right? Turns out Bitcoin, it doesn't actually serve that great of a function as digital money. It's really more of like digital gold, and there's a reason the gold standard fell apart. I always show this class, but I really highly recommend it. It's called The Economics of Money and Banking. It's on Coursera for free. I took it originally because I was like, oh, you gotta understand the banks, know your enemy to take them down. And I took it and I came out with like, damn, fiat currency is actually really brilliant. But it has a very like interesting property, which is like, in any monetary system, you're balancing these two things, discipline and elasticity. Discipline is, how rigid the monetary supply is, which, you don't want, and you need discipline in a system. You don't want to enter hyperinflationary systems, but you also need elasticity, right? You need, what elasticity basically means is, money is a market, or it's an asset, it has a price, and what happens is, as the demand for money changes, you want the price to remain relatively stable. So elasticity is basically how you build it into a market that the supply can be reactive to changes in demand. As the demand for money increases, you want the supply of money to increase, right? And this is like the fundamental problem with why Bitcoin and ETH and all of these things will never be a true medium of exchange, unit of account. You're never going to denominate long-term debts in this because it's not stable, right? And we really do need to build actual stable digital fiat, algorithmic fiat currencies, current digital currencies who have these feedback cycles. And Terra was one of the first that actually tried to build such a mechanism. Was it the best design for a mechanism? In retrospect, obviously no. But like it was one of the few that was actually innovating and like experimenting with this idea of, hey, algorithmic supply that reacts to changes in demand. And I remember when the Terra team originally came to our office, like the Tendermint office back in like 2019 or something, like I was skeptical of the stablecoin design. It was like, where's the collateral? But Joe had like an interesting point. His point was, doesn't matter as much. Fiat currencies also don't have collateral. Fiat currencies remain stable because they have real economies behind them that are driving real demand, right? Fiat, holds its value because there's a set of real users that have this constant demand pressure on it. And this is actually a really good post from back in 2018 where he talked about this, like how do you build economies that bootstrap demand? How is that build seigniorage systems, tax systems within the Terra system that is going to keep the thing stable? And the thing is, they actually started to build this, right? They had this whole chai thing going on. Now, obviously, in retrospect, it's unclear how real any of that was, but it was at least it felt real that the thesis at least seemed to make sense of hey, let's build real payment systems. Let's have companies actually using this in their cash flows. And then they also started building these an entire DeFi economy around this, right? You have Mirror, which was driving a lot of demand for UST being used. You had this ecosystem of DeFi applications being built on top of Terra. And you had UST starting to be used throughout the entire crypto ecosystem, exported out of Terra and Cosmos. And things seemed to be working, right? It was, there was growth. And then came the scam, the Anchor money machine, the magic money machine, right? And anytime there's a magic money machine, you should be skeptical. And the problem was you had these insane 20% APYs, which are obviously unsustainable, right? There was no actual way for these 20% APYs to be coming from anywhere. Where they were coming from was, inflation of Luna and of the Anchor token and basically being used to subsidize the project. But what this did was it changed it from organic demand to majority of UST was there for inorganic reasons, right? They weren't actually being used in payments or in actual DeFi protocols. So it was all just sitting there for this yield farming purpose, which is the exact thing that Terra set out to not do. They wanted to build a real economy, not yield farming Ponzi schemes, right? And and you had this it just exacerbated from there, right? You had Abracadabra with their degen box levering up. You had Y Combinator companies telling consumers to put their money into UST and get this safe 20% yield. A lot of the DeFi applications on top of Terra shifted from building real products to just basically building Anchor vaults. And you also had this nefarious situation almost where you had something like Mars, which was a real lending product on top of Terra, but it couldn't compete with the 20% yield that was being issued by Anchor, right? And this is not only now do you have a lot of inorganic demand coming for Anchor, but you've also started vampiring all the organic demand for your stablecoin that was actually being built by these real products. And this is where everything went wrong, right? Because as soon as things got a little bit shaky, right? This is from the jumps analysis of the DPEG, everyone went running for the door, right? And so this obviously, right? What are the lessons we learned here? People want to be oh, we shouldn't be building algo stables. Algo stables are fundamentally broken. No, what we really learned was algo stables propped up by Ponzi's don't work. But it's no shit. Of course not. And that's what's to me so upsetting about the whole thing is that they set out with a hypothesis about an economic experiment they wanted to run, and then they got greedy and blew up their own experiment. And we didn't learn anything out of it, right? The whole beauty of crypto is we get to run these crypto economic experiments and see how things work. But I don't know what were the lessons learned here other than this, right? And it's sad because now everyone's too scared to keep innovating on algo stables. But my take is the show must go on, right? If we don't keep innovating on decentralized money, what is the entire point of this industry? Bitcoin, it was meant to be the peer-to-peer electronic cash system. This whole DeFi thing is kind of dumb if we're all just like using centralized stablecoins and like might as well be using like centralized like CBDCs on like bank ledgers, right? Like we shouldn't let the UST collapse, let us lose sight of the goal, right? And obviously yes, centralized stablecoins, great. We're going to bring them into Cosmos. USDC is coming to Cosmos. Tether is coming to Cosmos. But like, we need to figure out how do we build like stablecoins that aren't reliant on these centralized systems, right? And there are some experiments that are running right now throughout crypto that I am excited about, I'm interested in. There is a secret underground group of people out there who are still experimenting with algo stables. They don't like to be known as much because you get laughed out of the room when you tell people you're doing that. But like you have things like Spot and Beanstalk. I think they have some interesting ideas around debt. I am not advocating for them. I'm just saying I think the experimentation and the research is important. You have projects like doing stuff with partial collateralization. I like what Frax has done. In a way, you could think about it, Terra was also moving towards a partial collateralization system. They were trying to build up these LFG reserves, but it kind of too little, too late. You have projects working with floating rate exchange currencies, right? I really like the stuff that the Rye team has done, and like long term, even in the traditional world, we know pegged currencies don't work, right? Like you had the infamous Bank of England peg break, right? Like it's very hard to hard peg currencies, which is why today we've moved towards a world of like free floating currencies. And if we want to build a digital native fiat currency, we can't expect to be pegged to the dollar, but what we want to do is be stable relative to some notion of value, right? And the Rye team has, even Terra knew this, right? Their goal, people might not remember, they didn't start with a USD stablecoin, right? They started with SDR, and then, to bootstrap the demand, they ended up having to shift towards a US dollar stablecoin. But the point was always to shift towards away from the US dollar peg towards a more free-floating exchange rate. And I think that what's happening with Rye is really interesting, that you can actually see that despite being a floating rate currency, it's actually more closely followed the US dollar than most other, on average, most other like major world currencies, which is a very, heartening outcome from what's happening with Rye. I also like the stuff that Liquidity is doing with like direct redemptions as a way of like avoiding the need for the PSM and avoiding the PSM style systems that you need in Maker and whatnot. So within Cosmos, it's nice that we are actually running a number of stablecoin experiments. We have IST from the Agoric team. They're launching the vaults pretty soon. You have the Comdex, you have USK from the Kujira team, you have Silk. We have all of these stablecoin experiments running right now, which I'm excited for. One that I want to highlight, which is called Membrane. Membrane is a project building on top of Osmosis right now. And they have, they take a lot of these ideas from these experiments being done and are building them into one product, right? So they are using a floating peg similar to Rye. They take this liquidation queue system similar to USK, along with a stability pool similar to Liquidity. So you have this multiple tiered system of how liquidations work. By the way, anyone doesn't follow Trix on Twitter, definitely follow him. Every year I do this analysis of whose tweets did I like the most that year, and I think in 2022 Trix was my number 1 or number 2. So massively underrated account. Follow him. But then, direct collateral redemptions, it'll be pluggable into Mars credit accounts. One key that they're really focused on is no centralized stablecoin collateral, right? We want this thing to be a fully decentralized thing, no PSM. And then one of the cool things they've been working on is this idea of asset bundles, where it's a truly multi-collateral CDP. So, even in things like Maker multi-collateral DAI, you have multiple CDP vaults, but they're all isolated, right? With the way that Membrane is working, you can have multiple collateral types in a single vault. So even if, as long as they're uncorrelated assets, they don't have separate liquidation points. You get one liquidation point for all your collateral in a single vault, which is really cool. I'm going to shift gears really quick to talk about Bitcoin for a second. This will feel a little bit off, but it'll come back together, I promise. Bitcoin-centric Cosmos, right? I've talked about this for a long time, and you might have seen this tweet before. It's like, Cosmos will save Bitcoin. But I think this is still true, but I think there's also an extent to which, right now, if we want to save, Bitcoin will also help save Cosmos. Today, I think one of the biggest issues within the entire Cosmos ecosystem is a massive, and just throughout crypto, other than Ethereum, is a massive lack of capital and liquidity, right? A large reason for this is that ETH is this asset, this moneyness asset that has this giant market cap, and through that it's been able to fund this huge DeFi ecosystem, $27 billion of TVL in the DeFi ecosystem, Ethereum DeFi ecosystem. That doesn't even include the L2s. Meanwhile, but in Cosmos we don't have any asset like ETH that has this level of moneyness and high store value. But there is an asset out there, Bitcoin, that has a higher market cap and more value than ETH, and a fledgling DeFi ecosystem, because you can't build anything on top of it right now, right? And I think this is Ethereum has the money and the ecosystem. I think that, my call to action for Cosmos is we need to really lean into Bitcoin. Bitcoin has the money, no ecosystem. Cosmos has an amazing ecosystem, but no strong base money. And this is where these things can mix. Bitcoin will be Bitcoin, the blockchain, will just be the asset issuance chain. It is an app chain. And then the Bitcoin, the asset, should flow throughout Cosmos and be the base store value asset for the rest of the ecosystem. And, there's been this resurgence in excitement around Bitcoin, obviously driven partially through ordinals. Now you have all these things like BRC20 tokens, and I think UD is doing a great job at saving Bitcoin culture right now and making Bitcoin be this fun, exciting thing. And I think there's really an opportunity right now for to really push changes in the Bitcoin protocol. But now you have all these ordinals and stuff happening and whatnot. And this is how they're being traded, literally via spreadsheet. It's absurd, because Bitcoin still doesn't have the programmability right now. And so this is why I call on the Cosmos community. I'm working with the Axelar team, the Babylon team, to build all these decentralized bridges to Bitcoin, so we can bring Bitcoin into the Cosmos and do more things with it. And so we're working on all these decentralized bridges right now. But in the meanwhile, to kickstart this process, we've been working very closely with BitGo to bring native WBTC to Cosmos. And so we'll be able to, it'll be their third deployment of WBTC after Ethereum and Tron. But basically, WBTC, one of the most trusted assets in the DeFi ecosystem. It's used as collateral in Maker, Compound, Aave, everywhere, right? And by bringing this WBTC, it'll be this initial asset that we can start to use while we wait for the truly decentralized Bitcoin bridges to come live. And as part of this, we're working with the Membrane team to build BitDollar, which is going to be a purely Bitcoin-backed stablecoin. So, Terra had the right idea, right? They were building up collateral for UST with Bitcoin. And I think that was truly the right idea. And what we're going to do is, using the Membrane multi-vault system, we'll be able to support, starting with WBTC as the first collateral type, but start to include the many different Bitcoin varieties throughout Cosmos as collateral types, such as, Axelar's Bridge, Nomics, Wormhole is working with TBTC, so that will come over soon. And eventually, we want the end goal of Bitcoin bridges is drive chains. And, that's probably a while away, but we'll be able to build this, I think it's the first experiment, let's start this experiment of bringing Bitcoin in and issuing a stable coin using it. I am way over time, so thank you guys. So let's see what we can do with this, make the best out of this supernova. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny. Thank you very much. Again, if you have any questions, preferably about the talk, ask Sunny during the coffee breaks or lunch. Next up is the co-founder of Evmos, Federico Kunz-Kilmer, and he will talk about lessons learned from Evmos token model. Please give him a warm welcome, please. All right, stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. Initially, I was going to be talking today about tech, IVC, how Evmos enables seamless interoperability between smart contracts and the rest of the Cosmos ecosystem. But based on community feedback, the main sentiment is Evmos has great tech and is enabling all these amazing functionalities for smart contracts and Cosmos app chains. But there's little talk about the tokenomics. So this is our first attempt after numerous conversations over the past weeks of how we can improve the current problems that we're seeing on the initial token model that was designed in the bull market, but then afterwards, as Sunny was mentioning, there was a Terra collapse, Nomad hack, and series of events in the macroeconomic environment that made the initial token design unsustainable in the long term. So this is our first attempt to identify those problems and also talk about how we're moving forward. So the Evmos token model V1, at a high level, it had a 4-year target emission schedule with an emission function that defined a half-life where it had a decay factor where every year the token will be half, the token emissions will be half for that period. Then there's that distribution of emissions. Once those tokens get minted, how are they distributed towards the different pools, a staking, community pool, usage incentives, etc. And then we have the usage incentives, which was our initial attempt to create a better distribution of these tokens that were newly minted. So first of all, the main problem that we identified was the emission schedule. So initially, as I was mentioning before, we had a 4-year target, but the main problem with the emission schedule was that these tokens were defined for the entire period and then minted until the end of the epoch, that is yearly in this case. But this yearly epoch is very problematic because it doesn't react well to the macroeconomic changes or any changes in the ecosystem and the crypto ecosystem. So how about changing into daily so that it provides a better and smoother transition into the next epoch so that it's not such a big of a crash as we had 2 days ago, I believe, when we had the first half-life period. So that decreased the staking emissions significantly. The next issue that we were able to identify was, okay, the token economic function that, again, was designed during the bull market was meant to, according to this emission schedule, onboard as many users as possible, have as many early adopters, and this together with the rec drop, the airdrop that we designed to align and incentivize Cosmos ecosystem contributors, liquidity providers, stakers, and also users of main Gas Gosler contracts in the Ethereum ecosystem. So the main problem with this, and we don't need to go into the function, but basically what this was defining is like a function based on an initial supply, and with this decay function based on a time period. It also had a variable that said how much influence would the staking bonding ratio have into these newly emitted tokens. But again, as Sunny was mentioning right before me, there needs to be elasticity to adapt to these macroeconomic environments, and this was not reflecting this. So our attempt to fix it is designing the next version of these emissions function. The next main issue that we were able to identify within our team was how is the distribution of tokens? So for the ones that are familiar with the internals of the token distribution of the Cosmos ecosystem, this distribution follows what is called the F1 fee distribution. I think it's after Formula One from Dave Oja was one of the main, and Chris Ghost were one of the main ones that worked on this in early 2019, which provides an efficient allocations of staking rewards via passive accounting. So this allows the protocol to keep track of how much it owes to certain validators and delegators without having to occur into expensive computation. So in this sense, it was very effective in that purpose. And so reward, you would submit a transaction at demand, and you will withdraw those to your wallets. But there are also certain limitations with it because it doesn't allow auto-compounding because, again, computationally expensive. And then there's like the tax efficiency issue that I'm going to be talking now that creates even more share pressure into all of the Cosmos ecosystem tokens whenever there's tax reports in each jurisdictions. So now that we talk about how the tokens are minted, distributed, so how about how those tokens are held across the different network actors, the token holders in this case? So we said before that the token economics in Cosmos ecosystem, especially when the allocation of staking rewards is according to this F1 distribution. But the main problem of this implementation is that it's not modular. So the main problem that it has is that there's a pro rata allocation of the staking rewards according to the voting power of each actor, validator, or delegator. This creates an incentive for, or this creates the problem of the richer get richer problem. So if you have more tokens, you receive more rewards. And that accentuates the problem, especially when you have restaking through authorizations or other mechanisms that now exist in the Cosmos ecosystem. So how do we fix this in the long term? Here it's, for example, the Gini coefficient of the wallets in the Cosmos Hub. I'm going to show Evmos later, but it's around 0.56, which is not great. The lower the Gini coefficient, the better. And the distribution of the wallets needs to improve over time. So how do we create a uniform distribution so that promotes network decentralization and prevents bad behavior from different actors or whales? So now the incentive model that was part of the Evmos ecosystem is that, okay, we wanted to create this flywheel of incentives through the usage incentives, a revenue share between through transaction fees for developers. And so we wanted to create this incentivized model to design a healthy ecosystem of decentralized applications. But we had different mechanisms that I'm going to talk about it, particularly, okay, it's not very clear, but the first one is developers propose using incentives to bring more growth to their decentralized applications. Unfortunately, we identified that how developers work in the Ethereum ecosystem, they were not familiar how Cosmos governance worked. There were still some limitations in terms of, okay, how do I create a proposal? There's education, there's guides. There was no UI for creating proposals in the first place. And initially, Kepler or MetaMask Kepler in particular didn't also support Ledger. So that was also that main limitation factor. So if they are not able to propose these new incentives, basically the entire flywheel is broken right now. And then when these incentives are driving users and rewarding with more Evmos tokens, this is not happening anymore. Then there's like users that spend Evmos to use dApp services. Without incentives, without a liquidity mining program, there's not much utility also because the high staking emissions that I was explaining before made that the Evmos protocol was cannibalizing also numerous applications. So it was competing against each other for yield opportunities. So in fact, that one of the early problems in the ecosystem was that the lack of deep liquidity was affecting indexes, was affecting the lack of lending market. And so these user adoption that we wanted initially through this flywheel of incentives didn't happen. And then developers earn Evmos fee from the usage of the smart contracts to earn more TVL. We had this model of like how transaction fees get split. Traditionally in the Cosmos ecosystem, all of them goes to the validator set and to their corresponding delegators. Now in Evmos, we've introduced a way for that to be shared across developers, smart contract deployers, and also stakers, according to EIP 1559, which is the token model from Ethereum ecosystem. But given that the transaction fees were really low, there wasn't enough revenue to pay for operational expenses, which is the main pain point, especially for new teams that are jumping into crypto and deploying their smart contracts to Evmos. So, okay, this is our issues that we identified. These are the issues that we identified. So how do we move forward from now on? And this is our first attempt, as I was mentioning, is the Evmos token model v2. This is not anything that is set in stone. It might change over time as we gather more community feedback and also from the network stakers and all the relevant stakeholders. So at a high level, the goals that we want to set for the new token model v2 is that for developers, enable new use cases, enable as much usability as possible. As Yas was mentioning from Celestia, build whatever on Evmos. So enabling this functionality to access deep liquidity in the Cosmos ecosystem, enable new use cases through interchain composability is very important for these developers, and we'll be enabling those new use cases with our upcoming EVM extensions. Then for users, provide a smooth onboarding experience so that abstracting transaction fees, having smooth onboarding from the rest of the Cosmos and Ethereum ecosystems, etc. And for the rest of the ecosystem, provide incentives to develop a healthy DApp ecosystem. Today, we still lack many of the categories on the DeFi Llama top protocols board. And so our next attempt is to solve that through our token model v2. And adaptability, what Sunny was explaining before, there needs to be some structure, but also some flexibility to adapt to new changes in the environment, to basically account for also the macroeconomic situation that is going on today in the world. So now the emissions function that I was explaining before, that was good for early adopters, and today one of the good things that we learned from our previous design is that now Evmos is amongst the top protocols in the Cosmos ecosystem according to monthly active users. So there's a huge usage of Evmos users. So now how do we drive that usage into the different decentralized applications more than just staking or IVC? So the emissions function needs to take into consideration, and I didn't put the draft function that we have because again it might change. I don't want it to be circling around. But it needs to take into account the network demand, as Sunny was saying. Like, ideally, in a healthy ecosystem, you want lower emissions, less inflation, but higher demand from transaction fees that is directly funding the cost of operating expenses from developer teams, from validators that are running the network. It also needs to take into account the Evmos liquidity in the network, so like how much liquidity which is necessary for the trifecta of decentralized applications that need to exist for a healthy ecosystem to develop, which are DEXs, lending protocols, and I missed the third one. Anyways, but yeah, there needs to be deep liquidity in the network, and this emissions function needs to take that into account. And then, of course, the bonding ratio, which is important for the Cosmos ecosystem to provide as much security as possible. And there needs to be a parameterization of these different variables through weights, in the same way that deep learning works for the ones that are familiar how AI works, that we can optimize for based on the different conditions at a given time in the network. So you can see here like how Ethereum changes its emissions daily based on the of the base fee, which is a direct function. So their emission schedule is direct function, or the burning in this case, is direct function of the network utilization. So now now that we are working on the distribution on the emission function, how those tokens get minted in the first place, how do we allocate them into, in particularly the liquid pools, in this case staking, because the remaining one goes to the community pool, which is useful for incentives. But what matters here is like how these affect end users, which is part of the staking pool at this point in time. So the first step is providing a flexible distribution of rewards that can be modified so that we can, in the long term, have a more uniform distribution of these tokens, again, affecting the Gini distribution. It needs to be capital efficient. For the ones that are familiar with distribution, how it works is you have a global pool of staking rewards that then, when you submit this on the at-demand transaction, goes to your wallet. But what happens when you need to restake or when you don't want to claim all these rewards? The current distribution design enforces you to withdraw all the rewards and resets the counter for the validator that you're delegating to, so that it can take into account a new period of distribution. So that forces a taxable event, which is not capital efficient. So how do we redesign this staking and distribution architecture to take into account a more healthy, capital efficient design that can be streamlining all these rewards directly to liquidity, to more security through staking, without having to force a taxable event, and that also limits and reduces the sell pressure according to the different calendars in the different jurisdictions. This will enable auto-compounding, so more security provided to the network, and we're going to be making this available to the rest of the ecosystem, because I think this is a very important improvement for the current design of the Cosmos SDK, and in general in the Cosmos ecosystem, that initially was architected so that you can have the default configuration, which is staking and distribution, but other modules could design its new distribution, incentives, etc. So it's about time that we can provide this ground level work, that all the applications can change its distribution logic, its emission logic, and the staking behaviors as well. So now the network distribution. What happens with the Gini coefficient? So we, on Evmos, will be designing a new staking incentives program to also incentivize the bottom of the delegation of the validators in the ecosystem, also through foundation delegation, but the staking incentives will be on-chain to provide more incentives instead of minting more tokens that are, again, going directly to pro rata with the voting power, as I was mentioning before. We can create incentives to delegate to the bottom layer of the validator set. And then there's like numerous UX improvements. The one that we've been exploring with is that how you can change the visualization of the validator set so that it disincentivizes more accumulation of voting power on the top validators. And if we display them with a gallery view, for example, this will create better description, better engagement with the different validators. So that's how we want to affect the distribution of the network in the long term. And then for incentives, leveraging governance, which is very important. The current balance of the community pool in Evmos is 121 million Evmos, but it hasn't been used because of, again, UI issues. There needs to be like lobbying with the validator set. And so how can we leverage the huge amount of tokens that we have at the moment to provide incentives to bring more applications, provide incubation, and develop a healthy ecosystem. So a better and a more effective use of governance is required to provide incentives to the different layers and the different categories that we want to do. The first of them is expedited proposals and custom quorums. Osmosis already developed some of these improvements that are already live on chain, but it's really important for having a better UX when it comes to governance. The governance EVM extensions, which is more on the tech side, but this is going to enable a new generation of DAOs that are going to be building using the base layer infrastructure of the governance on Evmos, and then sub-DAOs that are going to be part of the community, but streamlining all those initiatives into specific areas of focus, like, for example, business development, marketing, community support, etc. So that's how we want to provide different incentives, work together with our community, which is very active at the moment. And then, what about liquidity? We talk about liquidity and how the lack of liquidity affected the different applications in the Cosmos ecosystem, in the Evmos ecosystem. The liquidity accessibility is extremely important because most of the liquidity at the moment is concentrated on Osmosis. But unfortunately, until now, this is not available to decentralized applications, which were constrained in the EVM environment without having access to this deep liquidity that was available on Osmosis. So TVL, in the stricter sense of word, needs to be redefined for the interchain ecosystem if we're enabling interchain composability. So how can we enable these decentralized applications on Evmos to access liquidity that is directly on Osmosis, Injective, Kujira, and other main dexes in the Cosmos ecosystem, and use that to build the money Legos that they need for their DeFi ecosystem? So we are going to be introducing the Osmosis Outpost on Evmos that is going to be allowing these decentralized applications, DeFi applications more specifically, to build using liquidity that is available on Osmosis, provide incentives, provide liquidity, and using that as yield farming opportunities on the Evmos EVM. So how it will work is basically a transaction will be made from the decentralized application that would tap into the IBC outpost for Osmosis, send a transaction over to Osmosis with a set of instructions, either swapping or providing liquidity, and then getting the acknowledgement back on the Evmos chain, specifically that will be read by the decentralized application, which will provide some conditional logic based on a success or result, or error result from the acknowledgement. So this is how we want to enable like cross-chain interoperability between decentralized applications and app chains on Cosmos to leverage liquidity that is not accessible right now on the Evmos chain. And then finally, interfluid staking, which is Osmosis' attempt to provide a superfluid staking as a service for the rest of the interchain ecosystem. Osmosis has been working on this implementation that is going to be providing and allowing security to be provided directly from Osmosis, so you can LP tokens on Osmosis, and also provide that will secure the network itself on Evmos. Not only Osmosis as it currently works, but also through IVC and through composability, enable more security to be provided. So this will work not only with Evmos, but with the rest of the Cosmos ecosystem. But what we want to do is enable superfluid staking natively on Evmos so that we can leverage all the decentralized finance applications to also provide security to the network. And as I was mentioning before, that the emission function now needs to take into account liquidity. This will also work as a proof of liquidity mechanism that will help the emissions of the chain. So summarizing, the Evmos token model had a lot of flaws initially, was not elastic to the changes in the network, in the ecosystem. But now we're redesigning it based on the community feedback, our initial insights from the problems that we were identifying, so that we can create a better interchain ecosystem of decentralized applications, tapping into interoperability, composability, etc., providing incentive alignment between developers, validators, and also users. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So before we move on, just a quick info for you. There will be a workshop in a tower room in developer area. Just follow the signs. It's going to start at 11:30. So you still have 30 minutes. And the topic is a liquid staking module. So just put it into your calendar if you want to. But right now, we're slowly going to get ready for a fireside chat that we're going to have here. Hopefully we will get the chairs for our speakers. But before that happens, I just want to remind you, just a quick info, like what is going to happen. The lunch should start at 12:30. We are right now a little bit 10 minutes over, so probably 12:40. It should be around 1 hour. There's going to be also a coffee break at 2:30. So again, if you have any questions about the talks that you've seen here, you can do it during that time. And yeah, just a reminder, we have a developers area, we have the workshop rooms, and I think I will, sorry, let me just quickly, I don't know if I should invite our speakers since we still don't have the chairs. Can anyone provide them? Oh, perfect. Big applause for the chairs. Thank you. Okay, great. So next up, I would like to invite Frank Chaparro, who will moderate the talk with Jelena Juric, the CEO of Noble. And the topic will be, of course, Cosmos. Please give them warm welcome.
Oh no, this is tall.
Don't fall.
This is too tall for me. All right.
Well, thanks everyone for taking the time. We're going to talk about why this whole thing matters. And I'm very excited to have the conversation with you. You've been in the Cosmos ecosystem since 2020. I'm kind of jealous of you because I've had the same job for the past 5 years, which is relatively boring, but you've been at Dfinity. You obviously are now running Noble, which we can talk a little bit about. You spent some time also at Celo. So how did you get here? Walk us through your journey.
Yeah, so, I mean, how far back do we go? I always like to go back kind of BC.
The embryonic stage.
The embryonic stage. So, you know, it was a warm summer night in Toronto, Ontario. No.
Yeah.
My parents, no. So, yeah, so I've been in the crypto ecosystem for the past 6 years. Dfinity was my first project that I got involved with. Dfinity was one of the original sort of kind of quote-unquote Ethereum killers that a lot of people kind of were excited about. They raised a lot of money. There's a lot of kind of enthusiasm. They also, from a technical perspective, definitely innovated a lot around, you know, just their kind of smart contracting environment and things like this. But I always found Dfinity and kind of the vision to be very insular. And I think we can talk a little bit about what that means for Cosmos and how Cosmos is this, you know, permissionless sort of open source environment that really prioritizes sovereignty and permissionless interoperability, you know, versus things like kind of like other ecosystems. So anyways, I was at Dfinity for a few years, was part of the early team that led a lot of the kind of adoption around the Dfinity kind of virtual machine, what became the Internet Computer. And then eventually I went to Celo, which is another really interesting project. I was there for a few months, got to meet the early validator community. We, you know, did a lot of really interesting things there, and then eventually went to Cosmos. And I was always a very big fan of the vision. I remember at Dfinity in our offices in Palo Alto, we were watching like when the Cosmos had launched in 2019. We were all sort of like watching it from our computers. So yeah, it feels like this is a natural place to be.
So walk us through what Noble is building out.
Yeah, so Noble actually started about a year ago. So there were a lot of problems that we've been facing, I mean, generally in the crypto ecosystem, but specifically in Cosmos. So we had Terra, which collapsed, went to zero, and Noble was really a response to sort of that event. And in the sense that we very quickly saw that we didn't have a lot of institutional adoption or kind of partners in the Cosmos ecosystem, right? We didn't have native stablecoins other than UST, which went to zero. And so a lot of these things, I think, became kind of like a tipping point for us. And we realized if we're going to be, kind of world class and have a lot of adoption, we need to have these sort of partners, in the ecosystem that can kind of like be reliable and
Not blow up.
not blow up. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like Terra was this incredible experiment. I think
You mentioned at breakfast that the Wall Street Journal reached out to you about it once they figured out that it was tied to Cosmos.
well, you mentioned even for yourself, like you didn't necessarily realize that Terra was a Cosmos project.
I blocked it out from the trauma.
Yeah, and I mean, it's probably for the best, right? Because it was a very negative association. And it's funny, when the Wall Street Journal reached out, and there's been other sort of media interest recently with obviously Do Kwon, being in jail or under house arrest. They didn't realize. They're like, wait, so what is Cosmos? How did Do Kwon sort of start Terra? What is, what is this thing that you're talking about? Because a lot of people don't understand that, what Cosmos actually is.
So how do you explain it to them? How do you push the narrative forward past a Terra?
It's a good question. I think that, okay. I think a lot of people understand Ethereum, right? They understand that there is this monolithic base layer. There is one kind of execution environment. There's a token. It's called Ether. It's very valuable. Literally 5 years ago, it was $100 or something like this, right? Cosmos, it's not as recognizable. There is no one sort of monolithic base layer. There's no one necessarily execution environment. Every blockchain is sovereign. You have this app chain thesis. There is no one asset you can necessarily invest in and get exposure to the rest of the Cosmos ecosystem. We tried to kind of fix that a little bit with this Atom 2.0 vision, but at the end of the day, it didn't really pan out. And I think that's entirely purposeful in the sense that Cosmos is essentially this idea of the Internet of Blockchains. It's this idea of sovereignty. It's this idea that any application should run on its own dedicated blockchain. It should have, this kind of independence from the rest of the ecosystem. And so even when things like Terra blew up, it didn't necessarily, halt anything, right? Terra obviously blew up and everything halted from that perspective. But, the Cosmos Hub was still running. Osmosis was still running, even though they were severely impacted. So it's this idea that every kind of, it's this idea of sovereign interoperability at the end of the day.
But there's a challenge in as much as the value accrual doesn't necessarily go to one token. So it might be difficult or complicated from an investment perspective to sort of find the value in the ecosystem as an institution.
Yeah, and so this, going back to sort of the origin story of Noble. So when we obviously had this incredibly disastrous event, and I can't emphasize enough how much that kind of changed the landscape. We also at the same time had DYDX that decided, okay, we're going to sort of, we're going to build a Cosmos chain. It's going to be DYDX v4. We're going to migrate from Starkware to Cosmos. And we sort of realized, you had on the one hand this incredibly, negative event, which was Terra, but then you also had this very positive event, which was this DYDX announcement. And so we decided at that moment we have to be a lot more thoughtful and considerate about how we engage institutions, like Circle and others. Yeah.
So what does that engagement look like?
Yeah, so we're very excited that we're bringing native USDC to Cosmos. So we have a partnership where they will be deploying the asset on Noble, and in the future we are looking forward to also engaging with other asset issuers. So for Circle, it was this very complicated situation where they didn't necessarily know where to kind of issue their asset. There were kind of different options. There were existing kind of DEXs, DeFi protocols where they could issue, but they always wanted somewhere that was a neutral sort of landing spot, also somewhere where they wouldn't necessarily be competing necessarily, with other assets. So at the end of the day, yeah, they chose Noble.
So where do you go from here? What are sort of the vision, the long-term vision of the company?
Yeah, so we're looking towards supporting other assets as well. So we're hoping to issue, I can't necessarily say right now, but other stablecoins, other crypto assets, and we're also just really looking to be that stable, kind of reliable partner to institutions. Yeah.
what type of use cases are these institutions interested in?
So really, they are just looking for a way to kind of reliably, securely, also in a compliant manner, issue their asset, right? So they need to do things like blacklisting. They need to do things like, kind of maintaining some canonical state for the asset. So we're not necessarily looking to kind of create any marketplace or any sort of application for things like USDC. We're looking to kind of, have that be available on other kind of app chains in the ecosystem, whether that's a DEX or a DeFi protocol. So it's really, these institutions are just looking like where is a neutral sort of secure landing spot that is like central enough that we can issue something like a USDC that is easily interoperable and transferable throughout the rest of the ecosystem.
Got it. Let's take it back to the ecosystem. How do you view Cosmos? I mean, is it a blockchain? Is it a stack? Is it a philosophy?
Yeah.
What's your view?
It's a really good question. I'm almost like interested in like what the audience has to say about this. Like, okay, quick.
What do you think?
Show of hands. What do you? What is Cosmos?
Is it a stack? Is it a philosophy? Is it a blockchain? So he agrees, or he thinks philosophy. What do you take?
So I definitely agree with Jahad, and it's definitely something that's a little bit more esoteric than like something again like Ethereum or Polkadot or even Bitcoin. I would argue in the sense that it's not any one thing. So it is more of like a framework for social coordination. It's a framework for, of course, deploying applications, for building blockchains. But it's also a way to establish these sort of trading relationships and social relationships as well. So in that sense, it's a reflection of the values of a community, whatever values they might hold. So obviously the values of Noble are different than, let's say, the values of Osmosis, although there's obviously overlapping sort of like kind of synergies there. But at the end of the day, it's this idea that any kind of community, any entity has the ability to be sovereign, right? It has the ability to build their community in a way that makes sense for them, to build products, obviously to build businesses that are sustainable. And if you choose to interoperate, if you choose to build what is like a trading relationship with another blockchain, another Cosmos chain, another entity, you can do that, but you're not forced to, right? And so there's this idea, like, there's this sort of like meme. It's like the Cosmos urge to be sovereign. Like there's like this like almost like kind of like necessity and like urge to want to have sort of complete sovereignty and control. Control is the wrong word, but sort of ownership and oversight over like the thing that you're building, the thing that you're trying to create, which again is very different than Ethereum, right? When you build a decentralized application, you deploy a smart contract in Ethereum, you're still reliant on the Ethereum network. Like from a consumer perspective, these things, how that kind of plays out is things like rising gas costs and like fees, and like you don't really have like the ability to sort of change that necessarily. As a consumer, you're just kind of reliant on like, on the base layer and how congested it might be and how expensive it might be, or even, even insecure potentially. Whereas in Cosmos, every blockchain is sovereign. You have this idea of application-specific blockchains. So it's this idea that at the end of the day, you are kind of in control. And I think there's actually a political economic analogy. It's this idea of like countries, right? And like.
Well, what do they say? Blockchains are cities, or countries, right?
Yeah, and I think Cosmos is the perfect iteration of that in the sense that you have, very distinct entities that are again sovereign and that can create these sort of trading relationships, but if they don't want to, they don't have to. So even with Terra, for example, kind of going back to the original sort of talking point, when that kind of collapsed, yes, it was very disastrous for a while, but we actually are now seeing a lot of the projects that we're building on Terra, like Astroport and Mars and others, they're actually now redeploying elsewhere. So it's this idea that things can sort of break down, they can fall apart, but they can easily be rebuilt because you have these sort of like landing spots and you have these, these places to sort of have safety, have some sense of like security and things like this.
How do we get to the point at which the apps sort of transcend the technology upon which they're built?
Yeah, we were talking about this at breakfast, but obviously there is, kind of a contentious kind of debate happening right now, where is it strategically beneficial to associate yourself with the Cosmos brand, the Cosmos narrative, or is it better just to build something useful and disassociate from Cosmos and not even really necessarily have to advertise that, right? So we love to say for like a lot of the core contributors, technically Binance Smart Chain, they are leveraging like a fork of Tendermint, technically Crypto.com, same thing. They are actually leveraging the Cosmos stack. I'm not sure if you're
That one I knew.
familiar. Good. And obviously that's like a good example of like a highly scalable, like high throughput sort of, kind of application business built on the Cosmos stack. So we like to, say that a lot of these centralized exchanges actually leverage, the Cosmos stack, which is definitely a good proof point. But I think at the end of the day, they don't necessarily need association with the Cosmos brand because they have a great audience, and sometimes that actually takes away from your own narrative, right? To kind of associate yourself with something as esoteric and ambiguous as Cosmos. And so there's like a funny thing, I think when you get big enough, it is more strategically beneficial to sort of probably disassociate yourself and say, we're just building something useful that people care about, that people use every day, that that is profitable or whatever it might be. So DYDX, I think, is an interesting example of this, where they've obviously found an incredible product market fit, with their previous iterations of DYDX, and they have a lot of activity and volume, et cetera. So I think they're kind of like in this interesting spot where they've like bet their sort of business on Cosmos, but at the same time they have this like incentive to not necessarily be super kind of associated from a branding perspective. So
What is the incentive? Why do you think there's an incentive there?
to not, well, I think because it takes away from the story. And even like people, I think, such as yourself, or people just generally kind of in the mainstream awareness, they have a hard time, I think, reconciling with, like Cosmos with the thing that they're kind of using on a day-to-day basis, right? Like, how does Cosmos fit into this? At the end of the day, it's not something you should even think about. It's just something that should be a delightful experience. Doesn't matter where it's running. It's just a useful thing.
What do you think takes us more to that mainstream level?
Well, I mean, from whose perspective are we talking?
From the perspective of this ecosystem.
Well, we're definitely very confident that Noble will actually bridge this divide right now. In Cosmos, we still don't have very basic things. MetaMask, for example, doesn't support Cosmos app chains. There's actually a really great effort underway that's led by the Skip team to do that, to have MetaMask support a lot of these amazing kind of projects that are building. We don't have institutional grade custody support, things like Fireblocks. We don't have native USDC. We don't have other native assets in the Cosmos ecosystem, things like wrapped Bitcoin, other stable coins. And so really, I think we're at this kind of interesting inflection point in Cosmos where we're very close to actually having this institutional adoption because of these like missing like building blocks that we still don't have.
How do you accelerate that?
How do you accelerate that? Out of necessity and brute force? I mean, I think like at the end of the day, when there is so much demand for things like, like MetaMask or things like, like stable coins and things like a lot of liquidity kind of coming in, I think it just sort of inevitably happens. However, I would say like more concretely, it's very interesting. There's been like kind of trading blocks that have kind of established that sort of band together to like negotiate for things like MetaMask support and things like Fireblocks support. So for example, you have various projects kind of coming together in these like big Telegram chats that, again, are all independent. They're, whether they're a DEX or a DeFi protocol or even like an asset issuance chain, like a Noble, coming together and like negotiating with like Fireblocks and with MetaMask and other institutions to say, hey, we really want you to support all of us, not just one project, but all 55, Cosmos chains or whatever the number might be today. And, it's very powerful. It's kind of like a free trade agreement or some sort of like political kind of negotiation where we all want this like one same thing, right? We might be competing with each other, might not be competing with each other, but regardless, we all need MetaMask, we all need native USDC, we all need these sort of like building blocks. And so they come together and, accelerate that adoption or those kinds of partnerships, to your point, to your question. So You know, it's very complicated again. There's no one entity you can go to. There's no one central foundation. There's no one project that is like representative of the entire ecosystem. You know, I always like to think of the Ethereum early days. You know, you had Consensus, you had the Ethereum Foundation, you still have the Ethereum Foundation, and kind of people knew where people sat, right? Like Vitalik was at the foundation, you had other co-founders that were Consensus, and you knew where to go to sort of develop a business relationship or have some sort of partnership. But obviously that you know, is not the case in Cosmos. So even for you, I think, like we were kind of talking about this today, you know, what is Cosmos? Like who runs Cosmos? It just like doesn't exist. And there isn't one central kind of point of influence. There isn't one central kind of locus of power. It very much is this genuinely decentralized, genuinely kind of permissionless kind of community of sovereign entities.
So what advice would you give to founders building in this ecosystem who want to engage with a counterparty like a Circle? How do those conversations unravel in their earliest stages?
It's a really good question. You know, it's funny, this wasn't even like a one-time thing, right? Like, it's very iterative, which like I'm sure you can relate to with any kind of large kind of commercial arrangement. You know, it actually started back in 2021. So after IBC shipped, I used to work at a company called Informal Systems. We were so excited. Like, IBC is here. Everyone's going to be using IBC. There's going to be a lot of, like, you know, kind of interchain like liquidity and token transfers. And we realized that actually having native USDC being interoperable with IBC, things like this, made a lot of sense. So we actually engaged Circle around that time. Circle, at that time, really didn't have like a mandate to be multi-chain, actually. So that was like one kind of hindrance to sort of that progress being made there. But also, they didn't really know where to deploy, right? Like, we can't do it on the Cosmos Hub itself. There is no, you know, smart contracting environment. There is no way to like technically deploy a native USDC. And again, on a DEX or a DeFi protocol, it's relatively, doesn't really make sense for an issuer like a Circle. It might make sense for other types of issuers. And so they just kind of like stalled. And then fast forward a year later, and out of necessity and just like sheer power of will, to be honest, we kind of got their attention again and kind of came up with the idea of Noble, which was very much custom built with the intention of serving the needs of Circle. And we realized, well, if Circle is agreeing to this, then there must be others. And
What got them to buy into the idea?
There were a few things. Kind of going back to like neutrality and this idea that it's really important to have like this neutral landing spot in Cosmos. That again, we don't have a token. We're not looking to compete with like from a DeFi perspective. We're also going to be leveraging the security of the Cosmos Hub, which is the Atom token, which is a relatively high market cap asset. And then also from like a regulatory perspective, right? Like they don't necessarily want to issue on like a DEX or again something like this, and so. There were multiple reasons, but I would say like from a regulatory perspective and security, and also just genuinely building something that is like custom built and purpose built with like their needs in mind. And we've also like leveraged other open source kind of software, like Osmosis, for example, built the Token Factory, which is the way that you mint, burn, blacklist, et cetera, assets. So we've also greatly benefited from the work of other projects.
And other partners with whom you're speaking, what do those conversations look like? Do they have similar concerns? Or do they see the benefits in a similar way to Circle?
Yeah, it's definitely been an interesting exercise to kind of like reiterate that narrative with other issuers. I think we're still like in the early days of kind of confirming, well, we're both like early and also late in the sense that we haven't confirmed other issuers yet, but we're late in the sense that we're about to prove the model with native USDC. So yeah, I think like a lot of these arguments resonate, and I think the more and more we see projects like either like relaunching in Cosmos or like net new projects with like a lot of volume, a lot of demand, I think issuers will naturally just want to come to Cosmos, and Noble is just a natural spot to land.
What sort of KPIs or metrics would define success in this relationship?
I think that is actually very dependent on just success of the entire Cosmos ecosystem in general. Like the way that we talk about Noble is Noble does not succeed if the rest of the ecosystem doesn't succeed. So having, again, like these very like kind of blue chip projects like DYDX coming in, having a lot of this interchain activity, being able to easily go from one DEX to another DEX, to one DeFi protocol to an NFT platform, having that kind of experience, that interchain kind of user experience being solid, is a huge success. And at that point, Noble also succeeds from the perspective of kind of overall kind of increase in interchain activity. So this is something that we're looking forward to. I think like going back to the topic of like our chat, like why this matters. I do think we're at an inflection point, kind of going back to kind of earlier like discussion in the sense that very much kind of reorganizing, creating these like partnerships, creating these like quote unquote trading blocks to get the MetaMasks of the world, to get the institutions of the world to kind of recognize Cosmos and recognize like what's been built to date and how far I think we can go when it comes to like genuine adoption. You know, I think we sometimes have a chip on our shoulder, like especially a lot of the early contributors, in the sense that so much of like what we're seeing in other ecosystems around like app chains and like, you know, kind of interoperability, Cosmos pioneered. And so we've always been in this interesting position where we have like contrarian takes to general kind of like the way things are developing, but then like 3 years later, it's no longer contrarian, it's actually just like the de facto standard. So yeah, I mean, what are the metrics? Overall, you know, transaction volume within the larger interchain, overall kind of net new kind of institutions kind of coming in, whether those are asset issuers, whether those are custody providers, et cetera. These are all kind of, you know, metrics that will just, you know, rising tide lifts all boats, kind of benefit everybody. So yeah, that's what I would say.
So how do you juxtapose sort of what Cosmos is doing with some contenders in the app chain space?
That's a really good question because obviously we had, you know, Base, for example, kind of launch as like quasi app chain, which, you know, you guys have done fantastic reporting on. You know, I think that as long as you have sort of connectivity between like these different ecosystems, whether that's, you know, kind of like the Optimism ecosystem and like maybe like Polkadot and Cosmos, we do believe IBC will extend far beyond just Cosmos, kind of Cosmos chains. I think that at the end of the day, that will greatly benefit, you know, our ecosystem as well. So seeing more and more app chains come to light, whether they are built on a layer 2 or even on Cosmos, is actually, I would say, beneficial for all of us. But it's interesting, again, this is like a contrarian thesis where a lot of people, I think, doubted the app chain thesis, you know, in like other, like the Ethereum ecosystem and the layer 2 ecosystem, but now you see like a Coinbase taking this like crazy leap of faith, so.
Do you think it'll work?
I'm not gonna go on the record on that.
Is this being recorded?
What do you think? You shouldn't have an opinion.
I don't have any opinions. So what are you most excited for in the next 6 months?
Well, native USDC going live. I mean, this has been like over a year in progress. Obviously, that, you know, there's a meme at this point, like when USDC, and I'm, you know, mainly the one having to kind of answer that. So we're hoping, I mean, with the next 6 months, that it should happen. Definitely excited for the DYDX v4 migration. We're also very excited to actually support you know, actually the cross-chain transfer protocol that Circle is building as well on Cosmos, so hopefully within the next 6 months that should happen. A huge, huge thing I'm really looking forward to is also Noble migrating to interchain security, so leveraging the security of the Cosmos Hub, which we didn't talk too much about, but really aligning ourselves with that ecosystem is very important for us. So again, this is more from the Noble perspective, but that's what I'm looking forward to, yeah.
Well, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you, everyone, for listening in. Really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you. It's still on.
Oh, jeez.
Are you feeling okay?
No, my
Right.
foot fell asleep.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Yelena. Thank you, Frank. All right. So next up, from beautiful Malta, came Matthew Felice Pace, CEO of Simply Staking, and he will be talking about passive diversification in the token economy. Please give him the warm welcome.
Hi. First of all, welcome and thank you all for being here. My name is Matthew. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Simply Staking. And today I'd like to talk to you about a project that we've been incubating over the last year and a half that we believe will make crypto investment truly accessible for everyone, and as well as showcase the Cosmos technology that we've been building over the last years. So, since the start of the crypto revolution over a decade ago, we've been thinking and striving to build a better financial system. A system that is transparent, decentralized, has tokens at its foundation, and is accessible to everyone. But unfortunately, it's not really accessible to everyone today. And there are multiple reasons for this. So first of all, blockchain and crypto, well, as a technology, it's super hard to understand, especially for new users, sometimes even for ourselves. Making it easy for people to launch tokens has led to excessive amount of assets out there that cause new users to come in and feel paralyzed. They don't know what to invest in. It's extremely hard to figure out what is quality and what is not quality. And on top of this, we keep building more and more complex products. So we keep evolving the technology, expecting people to understand what we're building, and then to get them to use our systems, we give them 10, 20, 30, 50% APYs. We promise them crazy yields. And then we're surprised when something like Luna collapses, right? And as if we've learned nothing from this, we keep building new sophisticated products and telling users, come, we have strategies that can help you squeeze out an extra 1%, 2% on your yield. And it's no surprise that in this environment, bad actors come in, right? And when bad actors come in, this leads to cataclysmic events like the FTX collapse. So when a new user comes in today and they go probably through Binance, they're faced with this. So they go on the app and they see Bitcoin, they see Ethereum, and along with it, they see other tokens that they know nothing about. They're not quality projects, right? And I mean, it's extremely confusing and it's really poor that we're here today. If they go on Google, it's not different. And if we go where we all get our news, it's even worse, right? This is what we do. We promise get rich quick schemes and pumps and dumps. So, I mean, if I have to dumb it down a little bit, I feel that this is what we all dreamt to be building, but this is what we actually delivered in the end. And it's no wonder that this is how our users feel. And I mean, this is not something that is limited to crypto. It's not a problem that is endemic to crypto. We've been trying to replicate a financial system, a very tricky and complex financial system. And we all know that when you build systems designed around money, well, bad actors come along for the ride. But within traditional finance, there's also good solutions out there that unfortunately we haven't been trying to replicate. And these solutions are called index funds. You don't need to believe me, like this is Warren Buffett, one of the most important investors in the world. And index funds are the tools for users, for unsophisticated users to get access to the financial system, right? They're simple, they're focused on achieving long-term rewards in a passive and diversified manner, so that a user knows that they can deposit funds today and they have them around this investment is still around 20, 30 years from now when they get to retire. This is what we should be striving to build in our ecosystem. So, and the user experience there is extremely simple. A user just logs on a website, deposits funds from their bank, selects, invests in a simple strategy like the S&P 500 index fund, receives a certificate, and they can go on with their day. They don't need to spend endless time on whatever crypto Twitter is in the traditional finance. And this simplicity and the power of passive diversification has meant that over the last 10 years, the amount of money flowing into passive funds far outweighs the money that flows into active fund management. And we should learn from this, right? So at entry point, this is the user experience that we believe we should be bringing to our end users. Because if we ever believe that we can get new users into the token economy that we're building, we have to, at the very least, provide them with the same user experience. And after that, they can understand the importance and power of DeFi. So this is what we've built. A user can come in on the entry point blockchain website, deposit tokens through their wallet, buys into an index vault, receives a fully collateralized token, and that's it. They can go on with the day. And knowing that 10, 20, 30 years from now, that investment made today is still around. It's still, hopefully, numbers go up. Now, I mean, it should be obvious, right? If we keep making things hard for people, if the user experience is hard, we're never going to get there. We just need easy user experience. So, how do we build index funds? Let's start by looking at what happens behind the scenes, under the hood, in traditional finance. And what we find is that there are two processes to developing and designing index funds. The first is defining and curating indices, and the second is delivering the opportunity to investors to invest in index funds. Let's start with the first one, which is curating benchmark indices. What does this mean? What does a benchmark index mean? A benchmark index is something like the S&P 500. For those of you who don't know, the S&P 500 started out as an index in 1923, 100 years ago, right? And it's still around today, and it's not just still around, it is the benchmark index that the traditional finance industry measures itself against. This is what we should be replicating. And how is it done? How are these indices created? There's no fancy AI. There's no fancy sophisticated models. It's just clear, simple strategies. Clear selection criteria of what goes into an index. Because you don't want an index defined by some person who wakes up in the morning and says, I like that project. I think it should be on this index. That's not how we build trusted financial instruments. Once you understand what goes into an index, then you just need very clear composition methodologies. And most importantly, you need long-term focused management to make sure that these strategies are adhered to and are around year after year after year. So, blockchain and the Cosmos technology that has been built over the years allows us to replicate these management structures from traditional finance, to make these indices available to everyone. And the beauty of this technology is that not only can we replicate these management structures, But when we bring them on-chain, we provide the transparency and allow for collaborative community oversight that is just unheard of, and it's impossible to achieve in traditional finance. And so this is how we get users to understand. First of all, we give them the benefits of what they are used to, and then they understand, oh, this is the beauty of DeFi. This is what we can achieve. This is what those crazy guys have been barking along for the last 10 years. And so at Entry Point, we've designed such governance structures. We have a number of working groups, some of which are responsible for managing the blockchain and the project as it evolves over the years, and some working groups that are specifically responsible for designing the indices that are going to define the space for the next 10, 20, 30 years. But these working groups don't just work by themselves. You don't just leave working groups unsupervised and expect them to come up with good things. You need to have a level of supervision that ensures that these working groups are kept in check. And again, in layman terms, what this means is that we really believe that if you get people together to work as a team, they can achieve great things. But we all know that if they're left unsupervised, this is what happens. And at the same time, we also really believe that when supervised, we can build the foundation that will last generations. So once we understand how to define indices that will last decades, we can start to understand how do we deliver these to users? How do we provide the same user experience that people are accustomed to? And let's look under the hood of how this is done in traditional finance. So a user doesn't need to worry about the complex mechanics of the financial market. They log on to a website, talk to their broker, and in the background, there's a series of intermediaries that come together to provision these index funds to the users. And today, with the Cosmos technology that we have, we can make this user experience possible seamlessly. So this is what we've built at Entry Point, where you have the user who logs into the website, can deposit 100 Atom, and says, I would like to invest this 100 Atom into, let's say, the CryptoTem vault, a vault that was defined by governance, and it has within it the underlying assets of the top 10 cryptocurrencies by market cap. And so the Entry Point blockchain understands how to trade these 100 Atom into the right proportion of the underlying assets in the vault. Through IBC, sends these 100 Atom to a third-party DEX, along with instructions of how to trade them. An interchain account on a third-party DEX performs these trades, gets the traded tokens, puts them back on the Entry Point blockchain. The Entry Point blockchain puts these in a vault and issues the user with a simple, fully collateralized index token. So again, this user knows that his investment today, 20, 30 years from now, as long as governance has been curating these indices, his index token is still fully collateralized by the underlying assets that would be the top 10 assets of the crypto assets by market cap at the time in 20, 30 years, which I'm sure will not be the ones that are there today. And so, again, what this means is that we have abstracted away all the complex mechanisms that happen in the background so that the end user only cares about holding a simple index token and going about their day. So, having explained how the system works, let's go to some common questions that we get asked. What indices can be developed? So there are a number of indexes that can be developed, starting from something like the Crypto 10, broad market cap indexes. We can have indexes that are ecosystem specific. You can have Ethereum ecosystem vault, Cosmos ecosystem vault, Polkadot. You can also have thematic vaults, for example, DeFi focused or metaverse focused or regenerative finance focused. And once you have these indices, the next question would be, what are some use cases of index tokens? So if we create high quality indices that stand the test of time, these, we believe, can be the base financial primitive to be used in the rest of the DeFi ecosystem. So if you have high quality, fully collateralized index tokens, these can then be used as collateral in the lending protocols of our ecosystem. They could be used in something like the IST vaults that Dean will be talking about in the next talk. Once we have these base index tokens, high quality index tokens, we can use them. Like an interesting use case for this would be as base pairs in AMMs. We understand today the risk of having base pairs in AMMs be the native token of the blockchain providing these AMMs. It doesn't lead to very good financial liquidity provision. The risk is very, very large. One final use case would be to start really easily diversifying the blockchain treasuries. We have the situation today in which blockchain treasuries are denominated in the native tokens of the blockchain. This is poor financial fiscal policy. We need to start diversifying them. How do you diversify them? By allowing them to start purchasing high quality, fully collateralized indices. And finally, we have how does the system generate revenue? When we started out building Entry Point, we immediately understood that we cannot rely on transaction fees, and we didn't certainly want to rely on some crazy tokenomics to make things work. So what we did is, again, looked back at traditional finance to understand how do they do it. And the answer is simple. Index vaults will have a streaming fee, an entry fee, possibly, and an exit fee. And all of these fees, because these indices are curated, designed, and managed by the blockchain itself, these fees accrue to the blockchain treasury. We believe that this will be the foundation for providing sustainable, self-sufficient, publicly managed infrastructure. Now, we understand that we cannot do this by ourselves. We believe that Entry Point can be an important partner within the Ethereum economic zone. So over the next months, we will be collaborating with the community, posting on the Cosmos Hub forum, and we'd really like to work with you as we get the Entry Point blockchain to be a consumer chain of the Cosmos Hub. But what we really want is not just to be secured by the Cosmos Hub. We don't believe that that's the only reason to be in the atom economic zone. What we really want is, we believe that the Cosmos community can come around and help bootstrap the financial primitives that are going to help new users invest in the token economy in the next 10, 20, 30 years. Together, we can define benchmark crypto indexes. And again, what this means is that we need to move from today's situation of infighting and bickering, and we believe that this is possible, and we can get to this. So perhaps now it's time to get your phone and scan this image. We'll get you to our website. Please follow us on social media, on Twitter. We have a booth around the corner. If you have any questions and comments, please come and visit. Thank you all for being here. That's it.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, as always, if you have any questions, you can ask them during the lunch break. It's going to be very soon, 12:30. We seem to be like pretty much on time. Or a coffee break that starts at 2:30 p.m. Also, don't forget there's going to be party tonight at 5 p.m. DeFi happy hour at Shalanda Restaurant. So check out the website. You have to register there. So next up is going to be the last talk of our morning block, obviously last but not least, and it's going to be done by no other than Dean Tribble, CEO of our diamond partner, Agoric. The talk is IST Activation Vaults. Please give him warm welcome. The stage is yours.
Actually, we renamed the talk, so it's Agoric, IST, and what's next. But I'm going to start by waking everyone up with a question. You've got to have your arms to get a little bit of exercise here. So what's the hardest thing to scale in blockchain? So the first question, what's the hardest thing to scale? Is it transaction rate? Everyone who thinks that's one of the really hard things to scale, raise your hand. No one? No one? Transaction rate? Number of transactions per block. Anyone? Okay, how about number of programmers? Number of apps, maybe. Number of end users. Okay. Now, ironically, the biggest footprint here was actually number of programmers, and indeed, that's one of the main places that Agoric started, but as Victor will talk about on Monday, there's a lot of ideas of how one should also scale the users, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But blockchain in general has only 18,000 some odd developers according to the Electric Capital study. And here I have Polkadot, Solana, Near, and you can see sort of relative to the big dog, which is Ethereum. I tried to get the Cosmos number in there, and it's about the same size of Polkadot, except it's growing really fast. And with hundreds of actual chain projects, it's actually kind of hard to tell what are all the things you should look at. And so the Cosmos number is really interesting. But an important thing about this is we're still very early in the development of and the deployment of blockchain across the world. And so to scale, the number of developers in the ecosystem, and this is to scale, compared to just the number of JavaScript programmers, is a very, very, there's a lot of fish in a very small pond, and where we all want to get to is the world where we have lots more developers working on this stuff, right? And, CosmWasm is also important here. Rust has 2 million developers. That would be a bigger bubble here, but even if they were outrageously successful, there's still 10 plus million developers with 10 plus million problems to solve that they need to be bringing to those problems the high integrity of replicated execution that blockchain has at its core, and the ability to orchestrate safe cooperation among strangers and orchestrate the business relationships in a safe and trustworthy fashion that you get from smart contracts. And if we don't enable those millions of developers to do it, we're still going to remain with crypto being a sideshow to the rest of the economy. So let's talk about that rest of the economy, right? So 25 years ago, I and various other punks of one form or another, some of us cypherpunks, some of us, just punks, we're talking to the larger banks, Bank of America, Bank Boston, Nations Bank, of which, only one of those remains, but, talking to a lot of these larger banks, about how this newfangled internet thing was not in fact full of scams. It was not in fact a flash in the pan that was going to go away, and it actually might matter to your business in the future. 10 years ago, and not quite such young punks, we're talking to Chemical Bank, Chase Bank, about how cloud computing was not in fact a rehash of time sharing, was not in fact a flash in the pan, was not in fact full of scammers, and would matter to the future of your financial activities at this bank. So now last question, how many people here use online banking and online bill pay, right? So it seems to have worked out okay, but the rhetoric, the language, the status at the time, 25 years ago, 10 years ago, for each of these technology waves was very much the kind of thing we're seeing now, right? And so again, we're just at the beginning, right? We're just at the beginning. Osmosis is just killing it, knocking it out of the park with 146 million in total value locked. That's really awesome, at least for the Cosmos ecosystem. There are, of course, bigger ecosystems if you put together all of the top 5 projects on Ethereum. That's a lot more money. And yeah, whatever, right? Still a bunch of fish in a very important, very valuable, small pond, right? And this is just fintech, right? This is just that thing that 10 years ago we were saying, this could happen in the cloud. No, really, it's going to happen, right? But if you add the 1.5 trillion-dollar freight industry, the $300 billion, no, $200 billion, Victor will talk about these numbers on Monday, of the gaming industry, $10 billion industry for comics. I mean, there's just all these retail industries that just, any one of which can swamp all of the crypto engagement so far, and that's where the future market is. That's where Agoric is excited about building for. That's where all of us will come together, and the connectivity that we get out of Cosmos will help us start to go out to those kinds of markets. But that's where we all need to be focusing, and so that's what we're excited about. But why are we, Agoric, qualified to pursue that market, right? So there's some quotes from people that you might know. Zuko, we've known for years from, coming out of the cypherpunks community, where a lot of Agoric folk have worked on early large-scale distributed systems technology, starting from even back in the 80s through the 90s and on up to the systems we have today. Our chief scientist, Mark Miller, is responsible for much of the security elements in JavaScript, which realize, sort of has this historical, oh my God, it's this crazy language in a browser, but it literally controls trillions of dollars every day in everything from AppExchange on Salesforce to Bloomberg terminals to banking software backends. JavaScript is a critical part of the financial infrastructure of the entire world, and the creator of JavaScript, the creator of the Brave browser, attributes much of the security to the work that Mark Miller and others at Agoric have been doing, driving security elements into the JavaScript standard to be enjoyed across all these different platforms, from browsers to light bulbs on into the blockchain that Agoric is building. And then Zaki, who is probably floating around here somewhere, you just have to say blockchain 3 times, as I understand it. He was the one that found some of the earlier distributed work and brought it to the table when the brilliant people designing Cosmos SDK were trying to solve some of these problems. And it aligned with the values of sovereign chains connecting in a large-scale distributed fashion with secure messaging, and was part of the inspiration that led to the current architecture of IBC. And I really appreciate the credit Suzuki gives to that earlier work, they're certainly, they certainly brought a lot to the table, and the synergy has just been a wonderful thing that has led to, the success of IBC so far. And so these are things that are in our DNA, in the Agoric DNA, and these are why we, really want to build and are really focused on going out as to build the general purpose smart contracting platform for all the many use cases that we need to roll out into that, $85 trillion world economy, right? And until we get there, just like cloud computing has got there, just like, that newfangled internet thing has gotten there, blockchain will get there, but that is the target. That's the ball to keep your eye on. Right, so what are we building, right? Obviously, it's Cosmos SDK-based, IBC-based, Tendermint or Comet BFT, take your pick based. But it is for building smart contracts for those 14 million developers out there, for all the developers in the world. So being able to build smart contracts in the #1 programming language on the planet, using the #1 development environments on the planet, and the development techniques that that the vast majority of programmers in the world use to build large-scale applications, with an integrated economy, right? All of us here, we're if you look at Ethereum, if you look at Cosmos, if you look at Tezos, any of these things, they're paying gas fees in a speculative token. I think Sunny touched on this earlier, right? You're paying in something that, well, it's a valuable asset, but it can't be stable. It goes up and down. This is a lot like paying your rent or your postage using gold or Apple shares. You can do it, but a few thousand years ago, we all discovered that having a stable token, a stable currency, a stable unit of account and medium of exchange makes for a better economy. It greases the gears of commerce, right? And one of the things that we noticed that was a big gap in the kinds of economies that were developing on these blockchains is you didn't see much in the way of long-term contracts. You didn't see mortgages. You didn't see subscription agreements. And that's partly because, the engine couldn't handle timers and couldn't do async activity. But it's also because everything was priced in a volatile commodity such that you could not, how much ETH would you commit to paying for rent or paying for your mortgage 30 years from now? The answer is, I have no idea. Is it going to be 100 times or 1,000 times as valuable or half as valuable? I don't know, and you don't know either. Right? So economies need intrinsically economic services to make them flourish, to help them flourish, to enable people that just want to get a job done, they just want to get a business out there, to be able to connect and partner with lots of other, and economically work with their users, and have agreements that last over time, and all those kinds of things. Okay. So we have an integrated economy, which has taken quite a bit to build, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. And then a component model. And JavaScript is not just the #1 programming language because it's easy to learn or because it was in browsers first, because in fact, it was not in browsers first. It's partly the #1 programming language because it supports great frameworks, right? It has support for frameworks that you can't get in Solidity, you can't get in Rust, you can't get in all these other languages. It's these OO frameworks where a third party, someone that doesn't work for you, that you don't know, that's a total stranger, can build a component that you can safely incorporate into your application in order to build a richer and richer application. That kind of component model, React.js, right, is the kind of thing that ramps exponentially, literally, because builders can build using the tools that the previous builder last month created. They can incorporate a component that someone else of possibly higher skill or different skill built and incorporate it into their application that solves their specific problem in the domain that they're expert in. That is the magic that creates exponential growth for a developer environment, and that's one of the primary reasons why JavaScript remains the #1 programming language on the planet. Okay, so that's the general purpose platform, and Agoric has always been about that vision. How do we make a platform that the world's developers can solve the world's problems individually without orchestration in a permissionless fashion and collaborate into a much, much larger, much, much safer economy and get the advantages of high integrity execution from blockchain and the cooperation coordination that smart contracts bring you. Okay, and so those components, we've talked previously, and you'll see other talks by me and possibly others at Agoric, about the components that we were seeding our environment with, right? But we've crossed an important threshold where there's a lot of components that we didn't build, right? And so, like we talk about NFT Legos, we talk about DeFi Legos, we talk about governance Legos and other things like that. There's the Crya team sneaking around here. I'm pointing at you right there, right? Who, they're picking up the NFT Legos, and they've got a lot of ideas of what they're doing. So they'll be talking about that later this summer. But if you corner them, you might get some alpha from them. We'll see. We've got DeFi Legos, which are the underpinning, these components that are the underpinning of the Interprotocol and the stable token that is the backbone of the economy. But some of those pieces are built not by Agoric. Some of those pieces are built by, you heard Matthew here of Simply Staking. They run the Oracle network. They built the Oracle network. They built the components to be part of the ecosystem to enable an economy that launches with price information available to any contract that gets deployed. And then there's a lot of ecosystem things. You'll hear more about that later this summer. Okay, so we've always had a roadmap. A very high-level roadmap, but that roadmap was lay down the structure of components of digital assets where it's not, here's a big, long, random number, I hope you know what that means, or send money to a random number and hope something good happens. It's, I've got a JavaScript object that represents a ticket, and it's got an operation on it to say, what's the map to the venue? And oh, by the way, it's a digital asset that I can trade to you, or I can incorporate into a covered call and give you the option to buy this ticket for a certain price until Friday, right? And so this composable network of digital assets that can build on each other, we needed the groundwork for that in the initial components before we then got other applications to leverage that architecture, to leverage that framework so that developers could build components to be used by other developers. And that included the economic institutions. So that's mainnet 1, and we had to get there first before we could open the doors for third-party applications because they needed to deploy in an economy with an architecture that allowed component marketplace to flourish. And so, that's where we're at. So yesterday, a release candidate went to the validators for our final release for mainnet 1, which is this first phase of laying the groundwork with of the core contracts and the core architecture and the core framework for the Agoric general purpose smart contracting platform. And I'm going to talk a little bit about specifics for that release, and then I'll go into what's next, which is where's the platform going, what's mainnet 2 and 3. Okay, so this release to complete the mainnet 1 value prop and launch us into mainnet 2, here's some key things that it has, right? It's got a bunch of Agoric VM enhancements. Specific ones are like priority queues, right? We have these Oracle networks in order to provide information into the infrastructure that will inform the economy of when it should do liquidations or when it should do, how it should do pricing or trading. Those are critical elements to keep the overall system running. Those want to be prioritized over, even important NFT releases, right? So there's prioritization mechanisms, performance enhancements, scaling enhancements, all the kinds of things that you want in an infrastructure. We've got both those happening and also programs to enhance the Agoric VM over time. We have for the validators, because many of you in the room are validators, and this was one of the biggest asks, was integration with Cosmos SDK's awesome StateSync. StateSync allows multiple validators at a particular block to go, okay, here's a snapshot that we all agree cryptographically hashes up to the current state of the chain, which means a new validator can come in, download it, get live in seconds rather than hours or days or what have you. And so we have StateSync. The interesting innovation and challenge, and one of the key things about the Agoric stack is, and we'll be talking about this over the next several months, is there's a lot of awesome technology that comes from literally decades of building up towards this framework and platform. But the StateSync incorporates not just the normal, what's the Merkle tree at this particular block height, but what's the in-flight running state of live JavaScript processes that run for months with your smart contract state. So a smart contract, instead of, it can do I want to record my structured state in the Merkle tree in a way that blah, 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 or it can just say, here's a variable, keep running. When someone comes in, pay them out. It's just a live process. It'll run forever until it shuts down on chain, and it fits into the state sync model, right? It's this live, continuously persistent process that's part of the running blockchain. That validators can still launch in seconds. So that's some really cool technology if you're into that layer of architecture of the system. I mentioned the Oracle network, support for the Oracle, integration for the Oracle, and production of the Oracle by Simply Staking, P2P, and several other Chainlink node operators that are producing a new Oracle network specifically for the Agoric blockchain that will both drive the interprotocol but also provide JavaScript components. So, a JavaScript contract really just runs in and lives in and launches in an information-rich environment. And then finally, as I mentioned the interprotocol, I'm going to go into that a little bit more specifically, right? What is the interprotocol? What is IST? We first introduced it last year just after UST collapsed to be clear, how it was a robust, I won't say successor because it was always a thing. It was always part of the planned overall economy. But the opportunity the value of being able to have a stable token that starts out over-collateralized, but can evolve as we learn more, as we come up with more robust mechanisms, more organic demand built into an economy that will keep a blockchain running and going, or keep a stable token running and going and stable in spite of not being fully backed or what have you. But it starts out over-collateralized, native to IBC, and so it will launch, and this was, the Agoric build stakers voted on this, that it will launch with Atom as its initial backing, so that unlocks liquidity in Atom where you can bring it over, lock it up in a vault, a MakerDAO style vault, if you will, and mint IST against it. And that's just sort of the current release, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. So, if you all saw Sunny's talk and he mentioned, we don't need a PSM. To us, PSM is actually an important element, right? One of the things you want is lots and lots of ways to collateralize or to enable or to mint your IST. And as the market and the technology and the economics of the economy evolve, the IST needs to evolve with it. It needs to evolve to new sources of value and new sources of demand so that it can flex with the demand on a currency as it goes up and down depending on macroeconomic forces. And so we started IST last year. It launched with the PSM where it could take the 4, 5, 6, 8, whatever the heck it is, different variants of stable tokens that existed, roll them up and consolidate them so from any of them you could mint IST. From the point of view of a backbone of an economy, having lots of sources of asset is great. From the point of view of an end user, yeah, not so good, right? Which of these 20 stable dollar-ish things should I use? The answer is there needs to be one, right? That you need, systems to consolidate that, and IST consolidates all of that. And from our perspective, dollars in a USD bank account is one of the many collaterals that you would like to underpin a stable token for the ecosystem, right? There's trillions of dollars in USD in bank accounts across the world. You'd like to be able to collateralize that. So we outsource that problem to Circle for now. But of course, what you want is something that is much more decentralized, much less under control of one regime. So you want to be able to underpin that, but that can't be your only thing. And you've got to, as with any system that's responsibly managed financially, you've got to have minting limits. You've got to have oversight by people that are expert in this area. You've got to have multiple mechanisms so you're not vulnerable to one collapse of one bank in Silicon Valley, right? And so with this release, with this mainnet 1B release, we add to that PSM, which is, again, valuable to get USD collateral, and it helps to make the token have parity with the dollar, which is convenient from a accounting point of view to a lot of businesses. It's not critical, but it's really convenient. And then we added to that vaults, right? Over-collateralized vaults where you can bring a volatile asset or a relatively volatile asset, one whose value goes up and down over time, and lock it up in a vault and mint IST against that, right? That was always a core part of the proposition. Now, we had talked in detail last Cosmoverse about some of the mechanisms. They have changed since then. Originally, we were going to do liquidations where if the value of the collateral falls below a threshold, then the system can sell it in order to cover the debt and everything remains solvent. Originally, that was designed to sell against an AMM, right? And there was going to be a native AMM on the Agoric platform. But, you know, Osmosis, Crescent, Shadeswap, all of these guys rolled out awesome AMMs that really knocked it out of the park in various dimensions. And so it wasn't critical to get an AMM out in order to underpin the liquidation. And so instead it's launching, the vaults mechanism is launching with a reserve to cover shortfalls in case liquidation is slow, but with a Dutch auction that will run on a nice orchestrated regular basis, controlled by the community to determine, and by the economic committee to determine what's a sound rhythm of liquidation to ensure that the system stays solvent and robust over time. And so those are some of the key elements of IST. We'll be around to talk about it a lot more, but that's a big part of this release. And again, that was all about Mainnet 1 was to bring all this stuff and lay the groundwork for general purpose applications and third parties to be able to deploy on the system. And so IST is out there. It's already available on several different exchanges, and the bridges of tokens across Axelar and Gravity, all of those are supported and managed and have been for months. Now with vaults coming on board, it'll start with Atom, and then there is a contest where you can suggest and vote on what should be the next collateral. That's not a binding vote. That's just interest and excitement and advice to the econ committee and education to the rest of the IST ecosystem. But it's valuable input, so please participate. Okay, so the problem, the nice thing about dollars in a US bank account is it has a usability advantage that it's easy to put dollars in a bank account if you already have some. But if you spend a lot of time building up an asset, like Atom or Juno or Evmos or, Osmosis or what have you, you might or might not have a bunch of dollars in a bank account. You would like to be able to collateralize for that. That's what vaults are for. But from a usability point of view, man, you're bringing in, new people to be end users in a retail space. They probably just want to swipe a credit card in order to buy that cool NFT or buy a ticket from Omniflix or what have you. And so, so we're working with Cado to get that integration to make the usability curve very, very smooth, as you would expect from a payment instrument, right? And then there are chains that, not only is it on exchanges, but there are now chains that will be providing organic demand. So we're working with Akash to get it to be something that you can use to pay for execution time and cloud service time in the awesome Akash network. We're working with Omniflix so you can pay for NFTs, tickets, what have you, the things that man. Organic use case, ticketing is a $60 billion industry. That's one of the ones that we really all want to get into. Omniflix is getting there, and they'll be able to buy tickets with IST, which is really awesome. So that's Mainnet 1B release. So what's next, right? That wraps up that phase, and now we're into the Mainnet 2, which is general purpose use cases, third parties being able to build on this stuff. And for starters, it'll be permissioned, right? Where permissioned is not by Agoric, permissioned is by the build stakers on the chain. So what's an example, right? Calypso is one of the projects building on here, which this started with a bounty for a component to do remote control over interchain accounts of, I think, Akash network services, which will be used for more interesting advanced services going forward. But this is to use ICA, like Entry Point was talking about, to control positions and trading on other chains, right? To have smart contracts in JavaScript extensible with the model of that the Agoric platform provides for extensibility for doing interesting integration of financial services across all the many awesome chains that are accessible across IBC. Crabble is a joint project where the core contracts are to do NFT lending. And this is not where I lock up an NFT and mint IST against it. No. This is where I have an NFT that will get me a discount at tickets at the next ball game, and I can't go. So I will lend it to you, and now you can use my NFT in the way that I would be able to use that NFT. So it's literally being able to lend you the NFT. That's kind of a cool concept. It fits well with a bunch of the kinds of Legos that I mentioned earlier, and they're moving forward. And then finally, the last slide I'll talk about is someone mentioned it earlier, the MetaMask wallet. Again, Agoric is about, we integrate technology, we interoperate with a lot of Cosmos chains, we participate, and we're very excited about all of the growth of IBC and interchain accounts and so forth. But our eye is really on the much, much larger markets. So we've been working with MetaMask for years on secure JavaScript, the hardened JavaScript as the framework in which they could extend their wallet with third-party contracts, or third-party components, third-party extensions that they are safe from, that the hardened JavaScript protects them from, so it makes it safe for them to open the doors up so that you can have plugins for Cosmos, for Agoric, for other chains out there that are not Tendermint-based, right? And so this was actually at one of the very first Hackatoms. We took the very first baby version of Snaps and got MetaMask to sign transactions, the fancy offer-style transactions in Agoric, to sign them as part of an overall application. So now it's gone from that idea with that proof of concept in like 2019 or very, very early 2020 to it's going to production later this year. We're happy to support that, and we're really happy that several others have jumped on board to really fund and help drive the development of the Cosmos Snaps plugin so that we can bridge Cosmos out via MetaMask to their 2.5 million users a day, 30 million a month community of users, because again, we all really need to be keeping our eye on the ball, collaborating to get out to the much larger world of developers and the much larger use cases. So very excited. Thank you for Mystic Labs, who's doing the implementation work, the Atom Accelerator that voted to fund it, the Osmosis grants program, DCF grants program. We're supporting them. And wait, and what? Oh, and Skip Protocol, yes, who is driving the effort. Thank you, Sam, who's floating around here somewhere. So yeah, and I apologize for it not being front and center here, guys. But we all need this. We all love it. And that doesn't mean we don't love Kepler and Leap Wallet. But this is one of those things where we all need to start trying out all these things in order to grow out there. So thank you very much. I will leave you with, we do have a workshop. There's the QR code for getting signed up for workshops. They do get filled up. So, stick up your camera, take a picture of me. No, take a picture of that. Please join the program. Check out all the things that are happening on the Agoric platform. Heading out now into that general purpose platform world. And in your swag bag, I think they mentioned it earlier today, is a golden ticket to go and vote on what should be the next collateral. Vaults are all about unlocking the asset value that you guys created. So, come help make that happen by participating in that. So, thank you all very much. Oh, we have 3 minutes for questions. It's not 12:30 yet.
Well, I might fill them up just with a little bit. But, I mean, if anyone wants to have a question, they can get you on a lunch break. That's going to start in 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Dean. Thank you. Thank you. Of course, thank you all that you've been here with us. As I said, we will have a 1 hour break. We will be back at 1:30. After that, we will start with 2 panels. After the 2 panels, we will have a coffee break at 2:30. And then we will have 4 speeches. And at 5, as I said, there will be some happy hour mingling party sponsored by our one of the diamond sponsors, Halborn. All right, that's it from me, so see you in an hour. Dobrou chuť. I hope you had a nice lunch. I also hope you're not too sleepy, because we are going to have 2 panels right away, and then we will have coffee break, so keep up with us. I'm going to have a little question for you. I know you're like nicely spread around. Can you go a little bit closer, sit a little bit closer to the podium so it looks lovely for the crane? Ideally, closer there, that would be the best. You would be amazing. Can I move you? Like, you know, we're streaming it. You can see yourself on YouTube afterwards. But it would be awesome. I know you just made yourself comfortable, but you're doing it for the stream. You're amazing. I know I love to sit in the back too, but you know, the camera doesn't love it that much. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for making the move. That's amazing. Okay, we can start. So please, welcome again on stage, Chief Growth Officer from Rockaway, Samantha Bow-Bott.
I'll go over here. I hope you all enjoyed lunch, a taste of Czech cuisine. Yeah, I guess I got my introduction. I'm with Rockaway. We're an investor and builder in this area, if you missed my welcome. I'm very excited to be joined today by David Graff from White Whale, Ruben Bronze from Flow Traders, and my fabulous teammate and the manager of our DeFi yield investment strategy, Adam Bilko. Would all of you I'd like to take a few minutes so that I don't mince words for you to introduce yourselves and your companies, and if you could let us know like the types of projects or counterparties that you interface with. Said differently, why are you here? David, can we kick off with you?
Sure. Nice to meet you, everybody. I'm David, CTO of White Whale. So White Whale is a Cosmos native team. We've been working there for many years, a long history there. We run validators, secure, I think, 8 figures in assets. We have our own layer 1 blockchain called Migaloo, and we also have our own cross-chain application. So with that, we have a lot of different interactions with different people from the ecosystem, from validators, relayers, other layer 1s, market makers, of course, because it's about liquidity. Yeah.
Great, I'll take it. Yeah, pleasure to be here today. So I'm Ruben, I sit on the market making desk at Flow Traders. Flow Traders is a multi-asset liquidity provider. We have 3 key areas of interest, equities, fixed income, and CCC pillar. That really entails currencies, cryptos, and commodities. Why we're here today is we really want to discuss and explore the ways we can navigate liquidity as a market maker and how we can work with projects within the space.
Yeah. So my name is Adam. I'm part of the Rockaway team. I'm leading our liquidity division. We provide liquidity to decentralized protocols, DEXs, lending protocols. We also helping founders actually to shape their products so it would be more suitable for institutional investors, because this is usually not the case in DeFi. So yeah, looking forward for discussion.
Okay, I know we want to turn to the more exciting developments and opportunities when it comes to improving liquidity, but first I'd like us to set the stage. So maybe Ruben, you can take this one. Can you tell us sort of what do we mean by DeFi liquidity, and why is it so critical to how decentralized protocols function?
I think liquidity is very important because it kind of comes down to the stage that what the market maker does. The market maker is there to facilitate trading and reduce slippage. It kind of comes down to the concept of liquidity creates liquidity. So a market maker comes into a market, a stagnant market, and really drives liquidity in the market, which then attracts institutional liquidity as well as additional retail liquidity.
David, is there anything you'd add there?
Yeah, I mean, DeFi liquidity, it's really about accessibility and availability of tokens that you can trade. And it's the heart of any economy. Nothing interest happens without liquidity, so you need deep liquidity for adoption.
Okay, Adam, maybe you can flesh out for us, what is the difference between liquidity and TradFi versus DeFi?
Yeah, I think actually when you're talking about liquidity in, I would say, traditional finance, you usually think about like how quickly I can liquidate my position, without big impact, or how quickly I can buy or sell something without big price impact. But when you are talking about liquidity in DeFi, usually you're talking also about like providing liquidity to basically smart contracts where the liquidity is locked. And without that, the DeFi wouldn't work, because if you think about it, like a lot of the platforms in DeFi are basically just the intermediaries between the liquidity providers and the users. So they cannot live one without the other. And of course, the more liquidity providers you have, the less slippage you have. And of course, there are other tools how you can improve slippage, but I think this is the difference in general in the perception of liquidity in DeFi and traditional markets.
So I guess before we get into how DeFi has innovated here around bootstrapping liquidity, and I guess that's some of what you do every day, evaluating these opportunities. Ruben, maybe you can speak about it from the market maker perspective. What's the role when it comes to supporting liquidity? What might make it challenging in DeFi?
So there's really two ways on the DeFi side. There's the central limit order books and the AMMs. So on the central limit order books, when the market maker comes in is that we provide bid orders and offers. So the role there is really to provide a deep book. So there's really three key metrics we look at. It's a volume, order book depth, and BO. And that's really how traders can come in, so retail as well as institutionals, and execute their order. So that's on the central limit order book side. On the AMM side, there's really two aspects to it. One is just providing still liquidity, coming in and providing a certain amount of TVO. And then you can also run strategies on the taking as well as the making side. And that's really where we come in as a market maker within DeFi.
David, you guys have a kind of new approach to market making and to bringing liquidity to protocols, and certainly I've been accustomed to, I guess, supporting some projects. Can you talk a little about it, and how do you think of the role of the market maker?
Sure. So we see a couple of different challenges in the way you can make markets in a decentralized finance. And one of the issues that we see is that market making with automated market makers is not really profitable. And you also have the problem of liquidity fragmentation across different chains. So we're trying to solve this by creating some kind of liquidity movement network where you can efficiently market make different networks. And when it comes to the metrics, I think as more value comes into crypto in general, there's more interest for risk management, and you need a lot of data for this. So what I've been witnessing over the last year is more and more sophisticated data points coming up from on-chain oracles or off-chain, for example, market coverage on different chains and so on.
So when I work with, often I've been asked, like, what are the things you get asked from crypto companies that you might not get from normal startups, in terms of what do they ask their VCs? And one is always, a lot of our DeFi projects, they'll say, I need liquidity providers. And they'll say, do you know the funds that can kind of bootstrap, that can participate in some of these provisioning offers? And I've done this has been about 2 years in the making. And I'll say, who are these funds? And I've looked, and one, there's very few, because they're kind of these market neutral, elusive. They have more in common with fixed income. And I'd love to hear your take on that, Adam. But it's that it's very different from the VC mindset, the kind of funds that participate in these. It's much more of a fixed return, the risk assessment, the kind of systems that you need to build on your own, like these proprietary dashboards, are much more in the fixed income markets mold. So maybe you can speak a little about, like, what are the criteria when you evaluate these opportunities? Do you need the return to be much higher than traditional lending?
Yeah, I think, like, the thing is that, VC funds in general, they have like different mandate. So they cannot just, their investors usually expect, like, okay, you will do 10 times money, 100 times money. It's risky capital, right? So you just put money into some protocol, you invest for the operation, for the growth, but you then don't have the working capital. So usually what we have seen historically, it happened a couple of times that you actually raised money, but then you didn't have the working capital to run the DeFi, to run the DEX or lending protocol, and then you're just running around the market and looking for liquidity providers. And historically, there were definitely more of us. I think after last year, there are really not that many of us who are doing this. But yeah, like when we are actually looking at the protocol, I think it's a bit different to the VC side, because we are looking definitely more at the security, because we are in the still kind of fixed income business. So if you think about it, you have a couple positions, and if you lose one, you basically lose the whole return of the fund, for example, for a year. So actually, my job usually is in the risk management business. So we are looking definitely at security audits. We have a team who is looking at the quality of the code. We are looking definitely at the team. Sometimes this is a bit problematic because when you have unknown team, you really don't know who is behind. On the other hand, I understand the incentive why you have an unknown team because sometimes you're operating on the edge of regulation, I would say. So you need that, but I think this is another topic. So I think there are like many criteria we are looking at. We are also looking at like what is the sustainability of the return we are receiving, because we don't want to be there for a week or two. Like I think the days when people were jumping from protocol to protocol just do the yield farming and further rewards and then move to other protocol, I think these days are gone. So I think it's much more better to work with the companies we're cooperating with for longer term, but then you need to know that there is real return and that the return is not only driven by token subsidies because this is simply unsustainable. So I think it takes time, but then the liquidity is for longer, and I think also the size of the liquidity you can get from one institutional investor is much bigger.
I spy a few anons here that have crawled out in the hopes of procuring some liquidity. I'd like to move towards the challenges. So maybe, Ruben, you can kick this one off. What are the main challenges when it comes to DeFi, so market making on a DEX versus on a centralized venue?
Yeah, so I think we already touched upon 2 points. One is fragmented liquidity. So across DeFi, we see liquidity fragmented across a lot of chains. Liquidity is low across the markets. So that's a problem we're facing as well. Compared to centralized, I think it's what you touched upon, Adam, is that there is no clear regulation in regards to that sometimes, as well as on-chain. There's a lot of things you have to consider. Consensus mechanisms, think about smart contract risks we have to take into account with market making. And then it's about the risk and rewards. And that's kind of the role of the market maker as well these days, is to work with DeFi protocols on the risk and rewards mechanisms and to see how we can optimize the risk to rewards ratio.
Yeah, I think Ruben mentioned a couple of very important points. The technology is still quite new, and the market is still quite, it's a little developed compared to the traditional markets. It's comparatively almost nothing. So it takes time to develop these risk metrics, to create a really good system to assess risk. How much liquidity do I put there, or do I ignore this protocol at all? There's so many different variables, like you said, from the consensus protocol to the execution layer, the smart contracts, the regulations, a very big point for institutions. Another thing, especially on crowded blockchains, is gas. So you have a lot of unpredictable, and do my trades get executed or not? How much do they cost me? So it's really a lot of work to do there.
Yeah, so maybe I forgot to answer the question, actually. I think what we all said is basically you required higher return that you would require in TradFi because the risks are obviously higher, right? Because it's new technology. What we do, it's some kind of VC debt, right? Because usually you get part of the protocol in terms of tokens or equity for providing the liquidity with the underlying yield, and this is something you don't really want to exit because it's not like healthy for anyone, dumping tokens on the market, like anybody can do it, but what's the point, right? So that's what I'm trying to say, work long term, but of course you need then higher return.
Yeah, which I guess adding on to that, it feels like the challenge has been a bit of asset class schizophrenia. And it's maybe the same thing as real world asset protocols and all of this, is you're approaching investors or whoever even is managing this, and you're saying, like, we're approaching this with normal fixed income models, but we have this other risk to them that's harder to quantify, which is it's just a new space. I have to understand the project and the DeFi elements in addition to the thing I get normally, which is just how are you running like a traditional fixed income product. I guess, can you, David, maybe go into, from the white whale perspective, something like Cosmos, right, where we've heard a lot of people say that the sovereignty and the fragmentation is actually its strength, I guess from a builder perspective. From a liquidity perspective, I'd imagine that's a challenge versus more monolithic chains like a Solana or Avalanche. How do you guys think about this?
You're totally right. I mean, Cosmos has a lot of strengths, and the sovereignty is one of them, but it brings limitations and issues. And fractured liquidity and fragmentation of applications are one of them. For example, if you want to market make on Ethereum and you find your Uniswap v3, so you can, just by LPing there, you capture the whole Ethereum market, which is huge. But on Cosmos, you can't do this. Sure, there's Osmosis, which got the biggest share right now, so you could pick that one. But if you want to capture different markets, you have to interface with new DEXs, do a risk assessment for any of those chains, and then move the liquidity around with bridges. So it's significantly more complex than one of the thick chains.
So let's go, I want us to pivot a bit to the state of liquidity today. Where do things stand? Ruben or Adam, do you guys want to kick off a bit on kind of the CeFi versus DeFi market health right now? Maybe we've heard a lot of rumblings that market makers have in droves left US exchanges. Maybe could you share a little about that?
If you look at CeFi in general, I mean, liquidity has been moving sideways, prices have been moving sideways. But that's all across the board, right? You can look at it from a macroeconomic perspective as well. Volatility is down across the board. So now I would say it's the time to build, it's time to work with protocols on finding ways to bootstrap liquidity internally and then really help it out from there on out into hopefully the next bull market.
Yeah, I think actually it's healthy. I think the volumes are lower across the board, but what we actually see is that people listen more. So like, you know, when you're in the bull market, like nobody cares, everybody, it's just like, yeah, let's do it. And then like, oh, let's just, you know, spin this to other chain and this to other chain, and then people stop thinking about like, why are we doing it? Like, okay, what's the point? And I think now, because there is definitely much less investors and more scarcity for capital, then people are definitely thinking more like, where do I allocate money? So I would say only the really good quality protocols get TVL these days. And if you just, you know, fork some protocol, like, you don't get it. So I think you really need to improve, and you really need to build something more useful with sustainable yield. And I think then you can win the market, but which wasn't the case like 2 years ago, right? Whatever you did, like any offered token subsidies, you had TVL 200 mil within like two months. Of course, this was just basically renting liquidity for like a couple weeks because crypto crowd, it's usually, you know, just chasing yield, and they don't really care that much about sustainability of the product. So I think this is maybe the difference between, you know, the institutional investors or the institutional liquidity providers, which want to stick for longer because it makes sense, right? I mean, when you're a liquidity provider, institutional one, you usually spend a lot of time on the due diligence and et cetera, and then you don't want to jump from one protocol to the other. You actually want to support the winners, and you do it because you think these guys are going to be the winners. So I think this has definitely changed, and I think this is much more healthier for the whole industry than it was like 1 or 2 years ago.
Yeah, I guess how does this environment change the calculus for both of you?
So I think from like a trading strategy perspective, you touched upon like the protocol risk, for instance. If you go into a pool beforehand, you need to do an audit, you need to do a smart contract assessment. There are so many elements to it that protocols sometimes seem to forget that liquidity providers need to go through, especially coming from one, as we're trading proprietary from our own books. It does adjust the strategies. At the same time, though, like you said as well, like protocols seem to realize the necessity for market makers and the role of market makers within the protocols and how we actually work with them to build out the protocol in essence.
I think we had a lot of big setbacks and crashes over the last 2 years, from FTX to regulations. And I think both the centralized markets and the decentralized markets are in a good direction. For example, lots of exchanges have opted for proof of reserves. The security of smart contract languages and their tools is getting better. So the technology is maturing, so that's very nice. But we're still tackling or still battling with the major problems such as fragmented liquidity or profitability of passive market making, so automated market makers. Which, by the way, is, I think there's an interesting trend. So we have the traditional market making, which is very active. You have very granular control about your orders, and which can be very profitable. And then you have the passive, the automated market makers, which were invented here in Web3. And they're very passive, but they're not really profitable. So now we're getting something in between, like concentrated liquidity, which is half active, half passive. And there's also interesting developments on the uniting the liquidity. That's something that we were working on. So there's a lot of exciting progress. So I'd say the markets, they are in a good direction.
Okay, well, I guess you've kind of beat me to my next question, which is going to be, like, we've done the kind of, like, take your vitamins, like, we talked about the challenges, we set the stage. I'd love to look ahead for the rest of our time. So what's your outlook on kind of market health, trading activity, and maybe what are the factors that you track? What would most affect it in the months ahead?
Mm-hmm. I think one of the most interesting things that I'm looking forward is access to asynchronous liquidity. So most of the time, you access liquidity on a single DEX or use a DEX aggregator on one chain. But the liquidity you access is mostly synchronous because it's just on one blockchain. What I'm looking for is, and that's some of the real strengths of crypto and the composability you get between the chains and on-chain, that you access liquidity from different chains all at once. So that's something. So at the end state, I believe none of us here will ever interact with a single DEX anymore, because you will most of the time get liquidity or better prices if you split the trades and re-aggregate it back. So that's something that I'm looking very much forward to. But also, making market making more, make it easier across different chains. So if you want to, for example, market make different Ethereum rollups.
Someone right here just was like, yeah, when you said that, I don't want to put you on the spot, but like, dude, you looked really excited when he just said that we're not going to interact with the DEX anymore.
No, like all of it's going to be aggregated.
Yeah, maybe if I can ask, what's the timeline for that? Like, when do you think this will happen? Because I think it's also important,
So at Whitewell, we work together with TFM, for those who know, and they're building the first interchain DEX aggregator. So it doesn't route just on one chain, but it routes through the interchain, but it still doesn't split the swaps, which is, in my opinion, the next logical step for a really broad access to asynchronous liquidity. So you can access it from maybe even centralized exchanges, Ethereum. We need an interoperability protocol that connects all crypto, because only then you can securely access that. And IBC is right now leading the race, and it's going to be interesting to see how that develops. Regarding timeline, I think it will take some time, a year maybe.
Like DYDX coming to Cosmos will actually maybe put more effort on that.
Potentially,
yeah. Increase the pressure of people actually building it faster.
Yeah, and also, the IBC connections with Polkadot and Avalanche are a step in the right direction. So I think, as when this gains traction, that a lot of more different ecosystems see the benefits of let's connect, our communities, our liquidity, our apps.
Yeah, and I think liquidity is a very important aspect to consider, and especially aggregation. I completely agree that it's a very interesting move ahead. What we shouldn't forget, though, is the regulation aspect as well. I think before, and it might be an unpopular opinion sometimes, but before real institutional liquidity is going to be brought on chain, we need clear regulations and clear guidelines in which these institutions can operate. So I think that's also, looking ahead, something very important to consider.
Yeah, I think maybe one soft plug I'll do there, because you mentioned IBC is a big catalyst, so the more cross-chain interaction, that liquidity can move easily. I know we have one shift to the workshop schedule, folks. So I think we're getting off at 2, and at 2:30 we have the Tower Room. Polymer is actually doing a live demo on where they're at with their IBC SDK. And I promised to mention it here, so that was the moment. I guess, Ruben, maybe for you, could you talk a little more about that cross-chain element as someone who's looking across different ecosystems and probably often frustrated, like, why am I at this Avalanche meetup and they're saying we got to bring the same liquidity providers in, what are you doing for us? And then you go here and it's like, we're competing too. And you're like, let's just look across all of this. Can you kind of speak to that?
Definitely, I think that's kind of what I said before, right? It's the concept of liquidity, generating liquidity. If you want to go to your point about the monolithic blockchains you were mentioning before, it's that liquidity is more prevalent there. So then, considerations such as impermanent losses are easier to calculate within your trading strategies. If you look at Cosmos in general, I mean, you guys do have a very conservative stance towards liquidity providers, which is something that we also take into account into our trading strategies as a market maker, because there are simply more elements we have to take into account especially considering like impermanent loss.
I feel like one enduring strength of this ecosystem is the belief that the tech has always been there, right? It's been ahead. It's always been built with an open source mindset. And maybe a bit of if you build it, they will come. Where do you guys fall on that from the liquidity side? Is the tech enough?
So I'm not going to make a lot of friends here, but I think the tech is not there yet. I think, but this is not a Cosmos-specific problem. I think right now, blockchain or crypto is missing some vital elements, and that is some real-world use cases. Because right now, it's all about shuffling tokens left and right, and that's not enough. So if we want to really attract the large chunks of liquidity, we need real-world assets. So if one would be able to trade stocks, bonds, commodities with the same efficiency as you can do in centralized or in traditional markets, we would see, I believe, a huge influx of liquidity that would shadow everything we've seen so far.
What about you guys? Is the tech enough? Is there another, besides real-world intersection, something else that can really lure, whether it's traders, providers?
Maybe I'll take the opposite view. I think real-world assets, if you think about it, like why they really, I think the TradFi markets and real-world assets, if you think about bonds and equity, I was doing that historically, so kind of know, it works pretty well. Like the market is pretty efficient, right? So when people are sometimes bringing real-world assets on chain, you are kind of thinking, okay, who is the LP? Who is going to finance that? And if I'm going to do it, what's the benefits actually? Because if the money are on chain and they leave chain, so you are basically just taking liquidity out of crypto and financing real-world asset stuff. But the guys who are in the real world, they're already there, right? So they don't need this. They don't need to go to crypto and then to real-world assets again. They just go directly, right? So basically when you have real-world assets on chain, and I think if you look at protocols which are doing there and their TVL, it actually never lift off significantly, right? Because I think it just adds layer which is not needed. So I think at the point when you will have, I would look at it from maybe other perspective, and maybe you meant it this way. I mean, then you need to have kind of everything on chain, and if you have it, then you kind of have the back office for real-world assets on chain, which I think it makes a lot of sense because it's much more efficient. You don't have the execution. It's really fast. You don't have to wait T+2, etc. So I think at that point it makes sense. But for that you need actually regulation. You need to know that basically if you buy something on chain and something goes wrong, you have somebody to go to. You can go to court. So you need to have actually the regulator to come and say, what you do, it's okay, and I take it into account, and it works in normal way, and we just look at blockchain as technology, which make it more efficient. Yeah. So I think...
And I think there have been interesting developments if you look at issuance of bonds on chain.
Yeah.
And I was looking forward, just to finish off on this note, is looking forward there are many developments in the institutional space as well as in the crypto space, which gets us very excited because there is real-world cases for it. But maybe not real-world assets in the short term, but there's definitely utilization of the blockchain.
Yeah.
Awesome. I think I'm going to have a lightning round to close it out because these are kind of fun. So all of you will have your response. Which one happens first? Cosmos TVL surpasses Solana. Spot volumes on CEXs, I don't know if that's centralized exchanges, rebound past 2021 levels, or a Bitcoin ETF is approved by the SEC. Which one do you think?
So unless it's a short ETF, I don't think the SEC will approve anything.
No, that one's dead in the dust. So we're back to the first two.
So obviously Cosmos. Cosmos surpasses Solana TVL, no question.
No, definitely. I mean, if you look at all the technical innovations happening here, I think Cosmos is the way to go, and I'm really looking forward to what this year has to offer.
I agree. I mean, with USDC, coming to Cosmos and DYDX launching, then I think that will be the case. It wasn't that difficult question, by the way.
I know. I think we all nailed that response. Okay. On that note, the uplifting. Thank you all for joining us, and we're going to head out.
Hello, hello. So thank you all for a great panel. Before we jump into another one, I want to give you like a brief recap of what you can do, what you can hear, and what is here. So first up, we have a developers area. You can find it if you just follow the signs. It's there. There are also 2 workshop rooms, which reminds me then that the next one starts at 2:30. So mark that down if you want to join workshop 2:30. We also have Hackers Lounge, which is sponsored by Neutron. And speaking of sponsors, you can find a lot of lounges sponsored by sponsors, our diamond sponsors, which are Rockaway, Agoric, Celestia, and our security partner, Halborn. But also, that's not that's not the only. Those are not the only partners we have. So let's have a look. Who are the others? So those were our sponsors. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Another thing that I would like to talk about is Slido. We are not going to use it now for the panel, but after the coffee break, it's good to know. It's a website that you can go to, and you will see, yes, this is the QR code. If you scan the QR code, it will take you to the website, and you can ask the questions for the speakers. And we will ask 1, 2, 3 questions, depends on the time, and we will see. But again, this is more information after the coffee break. It's not going to be the part of the panel. Well, so this is the information ahead of time. So now I would like to introduce here Martin Vejmelka, who will host another panel. All good?
Yes, all good.
Perfect.
We're on.
Good luck.
Okay. Hello, everyone. We're hosting a panel on MEV today, and with me I have Rafa Aviles from Numia. Rafa, it's in the front.
Is it last? Or?
Yeah, sit on. Sean Braithwaite from Mechatech. Sam Hart from Skip Protocol. And last but not least, Sonny Agarwal from Osmosis. So, hey guys, welcome. Excited to be here to talk about MEV. I have to admit, as a developer, when I heard about MEV the first time, I had this like sort of dark sci-fi ideas of like, you know, validators meeting code developers in a dark alley, and the code developer's like, hey man, I know you're running this official image for the chain, but I've got this like fork, and it's gonna make us bags of money if you deploy it. And I was like, how do these deals happen? Who knows? Like, who does MEV, who doesn't? Nobody knew at the beginning. But today we're in a much more sort of mature situation, and to boot, we've got representatives from 2 major MEV tech developers, which is Sean and Sam. And then we've got a representative of the chain, which generates most of the MEV, I think, today. And Rafa, the data man, who understands where MEV happens inside the Cosmos. So let's kick it off. MEV, for those who haven't heard of the term before, maximal extractable value. is the value the block producer who's building this particular block that's going on chain right now can extract from their ability to add or to insert, remove, or reorder transactions in the block on top of blockchain fees, right? So this power can be monetized, and that's what MEV is all about. So to kick things off, I'm very interested in what MEV looks like on Osmosis right now. Sunny, can you tell us, what MEV markets are in operations? Are there different qualities of MEV? What does it look like?
Yeah, Tony, I feel the first time I heard about MEV was like selfish mining, because technically that was like the original MEV, and I remember reading that paper and I was like, whoa, Bitcoin is, like proof of work gets complicated, like the basic incentive systems are not what it actually is. Right. But anyways, in Osmosis, today there's, I like to categorize MEV in two large categories. One is what I call the type that's based off of other people's transactions, and then the other is the type that's based on the state of the world or the state of the blockchain. And so the type that's based on other people's transactions, that will include all sorts of things like, front-running, sandwiching people, back-running Oracle updates, these kinds of things. These are, you're reading other people's transactions and acting upon them. The other is, a liquidation. That's not, you don't need to read anyone else's transaction to know, maybe Oracle updates, right? Okay, we can talk about that, but doing a liquidation or doing an arbitrage against some external place, arbing Atom on Osmosis with Atom prices on Binance and Coinbase and stuff, whoever gets to be the first, you don't need to read what other people's transactions are. You just need to be the first in the block to get to do that arbitrage. And so our take in Osmosis has always been, let the former type, the one that's based off of other people's transactions, that's fundamentally a privacy breach in our opinion. That is a bug in that the mempool is all public today and that you can read everyone's transactions. So our solution there is to work on private mempools. So we've designed and helped build this protocol called Fervio along with the Anoma team, and that basically will make it so we can encrypt the mempools themselves. So you can't read anyone else's transactions. Then on the other side, we have the other things that are not based off of reading other people's transactions, and that's we're working with Skip on a bunch of multiple different types of solutions to help solve those.
Yeah, thanks. Pretty interesting take. I haven't seen this division off into sort of user-facing or user-affecting MEV versus sort of whole blockchain MEV in some sense.
It's almost like user-created MEV versus world-created.
Global state-created MEV, right, I understand. So Rafa with us from Numia has done some work on analyzing MEV in the wider Cosmos, I believe. Can you tell us what MEV looks like right now and what you're expecting will happen in the near future?
Sure. So we're a data company in Cosmos, and we work with a bunch of customers here. And we've run some numbers to look at the landscape of MEV. And in the categories that Sunny just described, I think we looked at 4 things, 2 of them in each of the 2 categories. First, arbitraging, predominantly in Osmosis. Just to give you some ideas, Osmo was 90% of the arbitraging. In the last year, I think there were 2 million Osmo in profit for arbitragers. Very interesting. It's a lot of money, actually. And I think the top 7 arbitragers make something like 70% of the profit. It's highly concentrated, for example. So that's very interesting. That to me is what Sunny was mentioning is the state of the blockchain and arbitrage, just seeing an opportunity, taking it, not messing with anybody's transactions. And in that same area, together with Mekatech, we looked at cross-chain MEV, and everybody keeps buzzing that around, and we looked at prices differences and how fast they were being closed across chains in Cosmos as a proxy for market sizing the whole cross-chain MEV, and it turned out if we took for instance, we compared Canto, Chronos, Evmos to Osmosis and the price differences there. Canto and Chronos had more liquidity than Evmos, but the opportunity was only being taken between Evmos and Osmosis, interestingly enough. So the IBC volume ended up being much of a better predictor that there were going to be some cross-chain MEV than actually liquidity on the two ends of the chain, which is super interesting because to some degree, and I've heard the Skip team talking about this, like the IBC experience right now isn't great, and I don't think we're going to get anywhere with MEV cross-chain if that isn't the case. So that was kind of like refuted by those numbers. And then finally, we looked into sandwiching as well in Osmosis. That one was tricky, to be honest, because and maybe something, when you look at the numbers, you have to have a sort of a specific definition about what you're looking at. And sandwiching is to somehow specific, but what we found out in Osmosis was like some people were getting sandwiched unintentionally by like high frequency trading. But like you could go into some debate if that's actually trading or not. But to some degree, the slippage of the trader is getting affected. Maybe not to a maximum degree, but to some. So if you account for that too, there is some sandwiching, but it's very little. We weren't able to really go super deeply and identify where there was an intention, where there wasn't. But I think that raises a question in the numbers that it's not just about like how much somebody's extracting, but also how much a user might be losing unintentionally by some other activity. And finally, the last thing we looked at is if there's some sort of like just-in liquidity in Osmosis, like somebody getting into a pool and exiting after a high trade in the same block. We looked at, I think, 2 million LP transactions, and we saw nobody doing it so far. So that, even in Ethereum, we look at some numbers, and it seems to be very rare. So in that specific subset of MEV, we're not really seeing much activity right now.
Interesting, thanks. So like, given the state of this, I mean, I'm going to use the opportunity of having the two tech developers building new MEV products here. What are you guys focusing on most? Where do you think priorities lie for like your offering or your ideas? I'd like to start with Sean.
So I think it's like interesting that we have some concrete numbers. So we have like the theoretic arguments that like it's a privacy issue, it's leaked by users, they should earn that. And then we have the empirical amount, like it's about 3 million per year, let's say on Osmosis, which is most of Cosmos. Yeah. And I think that like both Skip and Osmosis and Mekatech have probably spent more than that on labor in the past year. So actually the most extracted value is sort of this like nerd snipe that is sort of like convincing people that this is the most important issue when every time that we measure it, every time we zoom in, it's not really an issue. But the philosophical issue still remains. So like for Mekatech, we've always looked sort of neutrally.
But if I can interrupt you, so that's true now, right? But what do you think in like 3 years, 4 years? Is that still going to be the case?
So we looked at it during the Terra collapse, actually. We didn't limit it to, so I guess there's like two phases of Cosmos that I think Sunny tried to touch upon in his talk about the supernova earlier today, which is what was Cosmos like when there was like billions of liquidity and what is it like now? And actually the analysis that we did with Numia sort of covered that period, right? Especially for front running. So we had this thesis that like, the reason why there's no front running happening now, or there's no sandwich happening now, is just because it doesn't matter. It's just not worth it, right? So like maybe when it was worth it, it would happen. But that proved to be not true.
Mm-hmm. So I was doing. Okay, so back to your sort of, what is Mekatech focusing on in terms of, building out their product, building their offering? Like,
so just in general, Mekatech has always focused on the supply chain. So like we have a different perspective than Osmosis, obviously, that is really focused on what happens when things enter the mempool. We look at what happens in wallets. We look at what happens in relayers. We look at all the intermediaries, right? And how do we move them around to provide a better user experience has always been Mekatech's focus. So we did something off-chain, right, similar to Skip. We did something on-chain, and now we're looking sort of like more like an aggregated market that will bring those together.
Can you sort of, explain your position, guys? What are you focusing on at Skip?
Yeah, we have come to a similar conclusion. The most important thing right now for MEV, but also for Cosmos as a whole, is creating an interchain economy that doesn't exist today. So in order for any MEV product business to make any sense, we need to grow the pie. So we are basically working on just some of the rough edges in the system itself. We're doing a lot of work on IBC, doing a lot of work on the transaction supply chain, but basically trying to make that more intelligible for application developers and users. Just as an example, you have to pay fees in the native token of every different chain means you need to have every different token. It just gets to be kind of a mess, and we can't really expect this.
It's good for Sunny
economy-
because that's what you can get the tokens, right?
Well, I mean, potentially with Sunny's new product, but like today, users just get stuck like all the time, and yeah, that has really been our focus the last couple months. Is just
So that's super interesting. So
just to show that new product, it's called fee abstraction. It is a module that, so today in Osmosis, you can already pay your transaction fees in like many different tokens because we basically use the Osmosis on-chain prices, and then we, at the end of the day, we swap all the fees to Osmo. We basically built a module called fee abstraction that you can insert into any Cosmos chain, and it'll do the same thing. It'll use Osmosis TWAPs via interchain queries. You can now allow users to pay fees on your chain with USDC or Atom or Osmo or BTC, whatever you want. And then it will still swap it all to your chain's native token. So all the accrued transaction fees still lead to buy pressure of your native token as well. So
that sounds really good. I like the Osmosis UI. It's great fun. But when I'm testing our products on chain number 4, I'm going to swap again. Yeah, I can see that. It's very super helpful. So, but back to what you were saying, Sam. Basically, if I understand this right, you're now focusing on improving the ecosystem to grow it, so then MEV makes sense, it makes business sense. So that's a super interesting sort of take on how to succeed in MEV. First, improve the entire sort of undercarriage, so you have that. So, you know, what exactly are you guys working on in this space?
A bunch of different things. So we are kind of working at several layers of the stack. We still offer MEV integrations into different chains. So if they want to run an auction either in protocol or out of protocol, we support that. But most recently, what we've been working on are basically just getting chains to add the packet forward middleware to their software. We are working on a service that basically does multi-chain routing. So it abstracts away a bunch of the complexity of IBC. Just as an example, so IBC paths are not fungible with each other. If you go from chain A to B to C, it is not the same as if you send a token from A to C directly. And users don't know about this. So it's applications need to kind of abstract away that functionality, and application developers don't really know about this. So we're doing a lot of education and creating some tooling that just makes this easier, so that you can get from A to B with the token that you need, you know, when you need it.
So another question that's in my mind is, what sort of chains are you guys focusing on now, and where are you testing? What are your targets? Start with you, Sam, maybe.
The chains that get the most usage, or that we anticipate getting the most usage, are where we're starting. So typically, where users want to go, kind of using a DEX, using a lending protocol. We think that liquid staking is going to be an important element in the ecosystem, and it's going to need to be a kind of intermediate route for a lot of tokens that are issued. So we're trying to just kind of tie those together and make sure that they have the basic building blocks that they need to make a kind of seamless cross-chain experience. It's going to take incremental steps to get there. We need to solve unwinding. We need to solve multi-chain fees. We need to create like abstraction libraries that make it so that you can do one-click signing to just send the token to where you want to go.
So Sean, what about you guys? Where are you sort of focusing your integration efforts?
We're looking outside of Cosmos. I think we're seeing a lot of growth in the L2 space and Arbitrum and Optimism. I think that what's super exciting to us, even like as I was talking with Mizaki about like sort of our bias towards IBC and this core tech stack that Cosmos has produced, and we're super passionate about it. In terms of users, we're just seeing growth elsewhere, so that's where we're focused. And I think that some of the growth trajectories that projects like Arbitrum and Optimism have gone through are going to be mirrored in some way, maybe improved upon in Cosmos later on. So we're trying to use those lessons to kind of like maybe bring that growth back to Cosmos.
As far as I know, if I'm a validator today, or even like if and we'll get to governance later if it's decided at protocol level. As far as I understand, like today I have to pick, I'm going to integrate a skip module, or I'm going to integrate like a Mekatech module in my validator. Do you guys foresee a future where I can sort of like run both solutions at the same time and just like auction off my block, like among, is it possible to aggregate this? Like,
I think it's
are you guys thinking this way?
I think the integration points need to be standardized, whether that's POB or the builder module. I think like for Mekatech, we've open sourced everything, like both Zenith and the builder module, right, for chains to use, because that's not really sort of our core value proposition. That's just a utility to prevent spam, is kind of what we had in mind. And so I think the bigger question is like, in this future where you're looking, whether you call them searchers, executors, solvers, builders, or whatever, these off-chain actors, right? What interfaces do they use? What utility do they provide to the ecosystem? And then how do we, like, insofar as we need that market? So say the user experience is actually contingent on someone doing that, either like as a market maker or as a solver or whatever. Like, what are the interfaces that these people need to do their job to deliver a better user experience?
Yeah, whenever we're talking users and interfaces, I've heard the word intent repeated quite a bit, sometimes in conjunction with MEV. Can you explain the connection there? What do you guys see?
So I don't want to like front run my talk, which I feel like Sunny already did, because it's like only in 2 hours.
MEV during the conference.
I think we can wait. But broadly, I think it's like a lot of the people who have been looking at these UX problems and looking at MEV as sort of like a misexpressed preference by a user. So like if you think about like slippage tolerance or whatever, like the user's actually like saying yes to that trade. They're accepting that, but do they know what they're doing? And is that what they need to do is a question, has raised all these questions about like whether transactions are the right primitive, right, for users interacting. Maybe it's the right primitive for executing on a blockchain, but not the right one for a user creating. And so this is bringing up this question of intention.
Would you agree with that, Sam? Sort of jibe with what your view is?
Yeah, we were chatting about this a little bit before. I mean, it's kind of a new name for an old topic to some extent. So there are intent systems that have been in production for many, many years. Chris Goes, who started Anoma, an intent project, and is the kind of author of most of the IBC spec, worked on a protocol called Wyvern that powered OpenSea for many years. And that used a system of off-chain partial transactions that could be filled by a third-party intent system. So if you've used OpenSea, you've used an intent system before. Intent systems are, allow for a certain degree of flexibility, which is why I think people are interested in them now. It basically says, because it's a partial transaction, you're saying that this could actually be completed in a number of different ways. That parameterization may allow for additional fill quality or for one or another DEX to be plugged in, something like that. But that also comes, as Sean was mentioning, like slippage in some ways and intent. So if you don't have the market structure kind of aligned with the intent, then you're going to get the worst fill possible. Right. So this is kind of the cutting edge of research right now, is how do you specify the correct intents and the correct market structure so that you can actually do, you don't get the worst possible fulfillment of that intent.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that I think is interesting about MarMF, like there's been a lot of tech development, a lot of sort of research, but a major question is of governance, right? So who decides what modules can exist on a chain? Like, is it the validators? Should this be decided at the blockchain level? Who are the stakeholders who should have some say? So I'm interested in like all of your views on this. So maybe start with Sunny.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day on Osmosis, it's mostly the Osmo stakers have a governance system that they use and have the final say. Obviously, like, the dev team has like some level of say, but at the end of the day, we are subject to whatever Osmosis governance chooses.
So you float a proposal. We're going to add this module to, and we're upgrading the chain. Like, do you guys agree? end of that. Okay. And what about in terms of sort of markets, right? We talked about MEV with different quality. Let's say these sandwiching, front running, or other types of transactions. Like, do you think governance should also discuss this, or is it free for all?
So what do you mean by that?
No, I mean, like, so the modules that you integrate, they could somehow limit certain types of transactions. Say, okay, those are not okay on this chain, right? So you could sort of avoid having them. Do you think stakeholders should also decide that, and you want to pass this through governance?
Yeah. I think that like it should be up to Osmo stakeholders to you can put in certain sorts of. One of the things that's going to happen with ABCI++ is the ability to reorder transactions in a block. So instead of just like executing things in the order that they're included in a block, the state machine itself can make more. One of the things that Skip is working on this is this idea of transaction lanes. And so you can have the state machine be more opinionated about like, oh, okay, we're going to execute all the liquidity adds at the beginning of the block, then do the swaps, and then do the liquidity removals, for example. And yeah, that would be something that's up to Osmosis governance to make its own decision of, in the long term, is this value additive to Osmosis? Like, is it going to bring in, is this user safety going to end up bringing in more volume and users to Osmosis or not?
So how do you guys think about your products in terms of configurability, right? If the stakeholders want to have this decision power, obviously the tech has to somehow support this. So what are you guys building features in this respect? Are you guys researching, partnering, when you're partnering with chains, like what conditions do you guys have to integrate us? Is that a conversation that's active?
No, that's what the builder module does. It allows you to specify what, at that. So I guess what Sunny was alluding to is like the way like most Cosmos chains work are in these stages, like proposal, pre-commit, and commit. And like the proposer has one idea for what the next block should be, and then the other validators have an opinion, right? And so the question is like, what should their opinion be? Like at what point should the validators be like, I don't like this order? Should they like be informed of MEV and who gets it? So I think like both of us have different, Skip and Mechatech have different both perspectives and solutions to this problem, right? One with POB and the other with the builder module. And for us, like, yeah, I think the chain is inevitably going to decide, which is kind of like, maybe that's an interesting conversation, but I think the more interesting conversation is like, what do you do with the proceeds and then how do you govern it? Like, one of the problems that we typically have with governance is people don't vote for new taxes, or like people don't vote to tax themselves, right? I think it's typically okay to tax other people, but it's really, really hard for people to like self-tax, to admit that they need to pay for this service or this infrastructure, even the society that supports them.
Absolutely. So Sean, Sarah, Sam, what's your take? So Sean already mentioned you guys are working on POB, protocol and builders. Can you explain what that is, how that contrasts to the builder module?
They're similar in a lot of ways. It's basically creates an interface for an off-chain interaction. So I guess it's just maybe important to back up. Like, why are we talking about governance? It's because we care about the protocol, and like actually the MEV supply chain, a lot of the off-chain actions are part of the protocol. They're just the kind of invisible parts of the protocol. So my kind of view on governance is very similar to protocol governance. There is a kind of equilibrium that's created by the stakers, or the delegators, the validators, the core team, the clients actually. So you could do a soft fork via a client. That equilibrium that is salient to the protocol is salient to the MEV supply chain as well. There are ways to kind of introduce or subtract certain actors using protocol interfaces like POB, but ultimately, like it's part of the node and is subject to the same protocol governance considerations.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys have an opinion about how to effectively use sort of MEV rewards or the proceeds? How should these be distributed? Obviously, yeah, there's one answer where governance should decide. Yeah, but how would you design this in your own mind if you had your favorite scenario? Like you've got this MEV that you can extract on chain, and what are you going to do with that?
I think the best thing would be public goods for like infrastructure to like grow the pie. That'd be the
so
ideal.
Put all of the MEV rewards
yeah,
to that.
I'd put all the whole thing.
Wow.
Like say there's a spectrum. Like one idea is like you burn it, They just burn it, which is like essentially a subsidy to all token holders,
right.
whether they are passive, whether they lost their account, whether they've ever contributed at all, right? Or like indiscriminately based on the person, you give them a subsidy.
Right.
And on the other extreme, right, is invest in the most productive labor, right, that grows the protocol. I think that's the ideal. That's like where we've always wanted to go, but it's actually super hard because of the supply chain.
Okay, that's a bold vision in my mind. Well, like how to use those member. Do you guys agree? Would you like that, or is that do you have a different scenario in mind?
I mean, I take kind of an agnostic view to it. Like protocols and those communities should figure out how they want to use those resources, and we build tools that allow for that. Kind of tangentially, I think a domain of super interesting research is like intentionally inducing MEV in order to execute a certain function. This is kind of related to the intent conversation, but not quite. So, if you put a penny on the ground as a user, like somebody's going to pick it up, and if you actually like want to, that third party to do something for you, you can actually you can be intentional about that. So there's ways to actually just improve the experience and get a kind of richer feature set out of an intentional fee payment or MEV cost that's borne by the user or the system.
So is that also like your position, or how would you do that on Osmosis?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll probably be a split between like revenues to stakers versus going into a community pool and for public good stuff. The Osmosis, Osmo 2.0 tokenomics are coming, which is like going to be cutting inflation by like 2/3, and basically, with contrary liquidity and order books, like the idea is that like the Osmo liquidity incentives should be able to go down significantly, and also staking reward should eventually be replaced by this like real yield coming from two main sources, right? Which is trading fees and the MEV revenue. And so, the point of holding of staking the Osmo is that like you'll get the return. At the end of the day, there needs to be some protocol revenue. So, I think there's a proposal up on Commonwealth today about like trading fees on Osmosis and like adding a protocol fee and how to what proportion to split that in with the community pool versus stakers.
All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. This was a super interesting conversation. Was excited to have you on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Just very quickly, right now we're going to have a Cosmonaut kind of coffee break. So you have, well, something like 25 minutes. See you here at 3 p.m. and we will continue with more talks. Hello, everybody. I hope you had a really nice break. I see there are people coming, so that's great. If you're coming, please, it would be brilliant if you sit like in this quadrant. That would be amazing. We need people here for the camera. It would be amazing if you do that. I hope you, oh, thank you, you're amazing. So next up, we will have a talk that is about the future of IBC. But before we start it, I just want to tell you about Slido. I talked about it a little bit before. You can scan the QR code here. You can ask questions. We're not going to ask them, all of them, but we will pick like one or two. And after the talk, I will ask the question for you. OK, so that's all from me. So now, please, let's give a round of applause to King of Plumbers from Polymer Labs, Bo Du.
Hey, everyone. It's a big stage. It's very wide. Hey, my name is Bo. I'm here to talk today about building the future of IBC. But first, I wanted to say a few words about Polymer Labs. We're an organization with a singular focus on bringing IBC to all chains and making IBC faster to integrate and accelerate IBC adoption. A little about myself. My background is in distributed systems and database systems. I previously worked at a number of startups. I worked on an open source time series database. I see blockchains as just another database. So to frame the conversation today, I want to talk about a few of the challenges that are limiting IBC adoption. There's the scalability of the IBC network topology, a slow pace of integrations, poor developer user experience, lack of framework integrations, and insufficient coordination. We're going to dive into how we're going to address each of these challenges, and I also have two major announcements incoming in this talk. To start, I would like to talk a little bit about how to scale IBC network topology with multi-hop IBC. Currently, in the IBC network, chains have to directly connect with one another or establish IBC connections directly for applications on those chains to communicate with one another. With this topology, we get O of n squared scaling with the number of connections. With multi-hop IBC, we can scale the network topology with O of n connections. Chains are no longer required to establish direct connections for applications on them to talk to each other. We can see in the diagram that with multi-hop IBC, applications can establish an IBC channel across a number of pre-existing connections. So the prior thinking around multi-hop was around how do we send packets over multiple channels and connections. As we can see in the top diagram, we have a packet that starts at one path end, and we write that packet to each and every intermediate hop before arriving at its final destination. This complicates a number of things, including application protocols like relay incentivization. With multi-hop IBC, we can the packet will start its journey on one path end and immediately arrive at the other path end, allowing for direct communication over a number of hops without requiring writes to these intermediate hops. This enables a multi-hub model and a multi-hub and spoke model that improves the efficiency of the network. It also allows for heterogeneous network topologies. Chain diversity means client diversity. As the IBC network expands, we're going to see a growing number of different consensus algorithms in the chains, different state commitment data structures. If every chain has to connect directly with every other chain, this means exposing these internal implementation details to the entire network. With the multi-hub model, any middle hop can be a hub for any subset of the network. Multi-hop IBC means that the spokes of each of these hubs can communicate with one another without being aware of all the implementation details of the rest of the network. One of the most limiting factors for IBC is that we are not able to integrate IBC fast enough into new chains, new frameworks, and so on. So I want to talk a little bit about how Polymer can enable fast IBC integrations. But first, I want to review the interoperability model. On the left-hand side, we have the OSI model, as many of you are familiar with. And on the right-hand side, we have the Web3 interoperability model. At the application layer, we have HTTP and gRPC, which is analogous to various IBC application standards like interchain accounts, token transfer, and so on. At the transport layer, we have TCP and UDP, which is analogous to IBC's channels. And at the state layer, we have physical network links, which is analogous to IBC connections and clients. So in the context of IBC for Cosmos chains, we have these same three layers. We have app, transport, and state. The application layer is in the form of various IBC application standards. The transport layer is in the form of an IBC Go implementation or the IBC core implementation. And the state layer is implemented as various light clients. IBC, as you know and love it, looks like this. We have app, transport, state. An application is able to establish a channel from one chain to the next over a connection established at the state layer. And it can send packets over this channel. But what if I want to enable IBC quickly on a new chain? We can see in this diagram here that on the non-IBC chain side, we have a number of missing boxes. Now, what are these boxes? We have a missing transport layer implementation. We don't have IBC natively implemented on this chain. We can't commit to the IBC data in a way that the rest of the network understands. At the state layer, we also have a client problem. We need to be able to verify the state that's being transmitted from the IBC chain. Normally, this is in the form of a light client. In the current IBC network, that would be a Tendermint light client. The challenge is with doing this natively. So if you want to integrate IBC natively into the chain, the IBC transport implementation natively into the chain, it's time and resource consuming. There's a number of teams that have tackled this. It's taken them a lot of time to introduce them to just singular networks. At the state layer, we have a problem with verifying the consensus of the IBC chain. Naive verification of Tendermint consensus on a chain like Ethereum is cost prohibitive. So how do we solve this problem? The first step is we can introduce Polymer as a middle hop. Generically speaking, when we introduce Polymer as a middle hop, we get this setup here. So we're able to establish a multi-hop channel over Polymer as a middle hop, and chains and applications on chain A can communicate with an application on chain B over two connections established between chain A and Polymer, and between Polymer and chain B. However, in the case that chain A is not a native IBC chain, we have missing boxes here. So IBC transport does not exist on chain A, and an efficient Polymer light client does not exist on chain A as well. So how do we solve this? The second step, we're going to outsource the transport layer to Polymer. Polymer's core idea is that we want to decouple the IBC application and transport layers. In doing so, we make the boundary between the application layer and the transport layer asynchronous. We call this protocol virtual IBC. This means that on chain A, we have a binding between the application layer, an asynchronous binding between the application layer and the transport layer on Polymer, which we call virtual IBC, and a connection between the two, which we call a virtual connection. And chain A now becomes a virtual chain. And in doing so, Polymer redefines IBC extensibility. We're able to establish a channel over Polymer efficiently to allow applications to communicate and add IBC transport to this new chain. We no longer have a native IBC transport implementation on chain A. Now we have a virtual transport implementation. This virtual transport implementation is bound to the IBC transport implementation on Polymer through virtual IBC. To solve the problem of the state layer, we built ZK Mint, which allows us to efficiently generate ZK consensus proofs for Tendermint consensus on the order of seconds. We're also able to verify these proofs efficiently on the virtual chain. A non-obvious design goal of ours was that we wanted to make a real drop-in replacement for native IBC. We wanted to make it so that a multi-hop channel can switch between virtual connections and native IBC connections transparently. In doing so, virtual IBC becomes interchangeable with native IBC. Another huge problem with IBC is the issue with developer user experience. The developer user experience of building app chains is already pretty good. We have Cosmos SDK. The framework and the tool chain around Cosmos SDK is already becoming quite mature. However, building a decentralized application across multiple chains in the IBC network is quite challenging and difficult. There are a number of competing protocols working and focusing on this developer user experience, building tooling for their protocols. So to compete with them and to make IBC stay competitive, we're introducing my first major announcement of this talk, which is IBC SDK. Now, what does IBC SDK do? We abstract away all of the complexity of IBC infrastructure away from the application developer. Everything beneath the application layer across the IBC network is now replaced with IBC SDK magic. Now, what is it actually doing? It simplifies developer user experience by bringing up chains and hubs, configuring paths on relayers, bringing up relayers, managing deployment of smart contracts, creating clients, connections, channels, orchestrating containers, and more. So a personal story of mine, I spent some time working on building cross-chain applications in early 2021. This is very, very early on the interop side. Applications were just starting to expand beyond Ethereum onto other chains. And the developer experience was quite poor. The framework that I was using and building upon meant that I had to wait a long cycle between each iteration of making a change and seeing the effects of those changes. This slowed down development and made development quite painful. In fact, I tried to convince one of my friends to work with me in Web3. He went through this process, he hated it, and he now has his own database company. So unfortunately, we couldn't keep him in the ecosystem. But with IBC SDK, we can take snapshots of chains, of production state of chains, spin up a network that mimics the real production state of all of these networks, and configure these chains to have very low block times, and enable developers to have a very fast iteration cycle over their build process, to enable a very nice developer user experience for developers. Another problem is the issue with the lack of framework integrations. And what I mean by this is, recently we've seen a lot of various frameworks come up to build rollups, roll apps, sovereign or otherwise. In the future, a lot of activity from various L1s will likely shift to the various L2s. For example, on Ethereum, a lot of Ethereum activity will likely shift to Ethereum L2 activity. Unfortunately, we missed the boat with a number of these L1s on getting native IBC integrations into them. So it's much more important that we get a native IBC integration into these various frameworks. A native IBC integration into these various rollup frameworks will mean that rollups on Ethereum will be interoperable with one another in a standard way that also makes them interoperable with app chains and app rollups and rollups on Celestia and other ecosystems. Standardizing around IBC transport is incredibly important. Other work that we have is work to make relayers dynamic and fee aware. So currently relayers are not aware of fees. Relayer incentivization and fee incentivization has yet to come live. But when it does, we want to allow infrastructure providers to be able to run these relayers at profit. And they can only do so if the relayers are fee aware and can dynamically adjust to market conditions. Another main issue is that we needed more SDK agnostic IBC implementations. For example, IBC Go has a lot of Cosmos SDK-isms in it. So when I chatted with multiple teams that are trying to integrate IBC into their chain, even if they're using Go, they're having to fork IBC Go. They're having to take code out of it. They're having to maintain their own fork, which is not great because with the pace of IBC development as it is, they're going to fall behind, and it's going to make integrating IBC less and less ideal if they have to maintain a fork, a full fork of IBC with the small team or resources that they have. There's also other open research work to implement fraud-provable IBC. I can imagine a world where we can generate fraud proofs for IBC, the execution of IBC transport logic, by compiling IBC Go to MIPS, the MIPS instruction set, and pairing it with a fraud proving system such as Canon by Optimism, which supports MIPS. So how do we take ownership of IBC expansion? We currently have a lack of coordination and focus, which is limiting IBC expansion. It's difficult for new contributors to determine what to work on, gain sufficient context to execute, and get the funding and support that they need for their efforts. There's also a lack of ownership over important initiatives, a flourishing ecosystem of open source projects, insufficient coordination across the community and across teams, and it's unclear how to financially support both open source, general open source development and also specific initiatives. So how do we solve the coordination problem in order to expand IBC? This brings me to my final announcement of today. We're excited to announce OpenIBC as the solution. It's an organization with a mandate to expand IBC across all networks. It values an independent action and loose consensus. It prioritizes the highest impact problems limiting IBC adoption. It also organizes events and rallies communities around the world towards a common goal of establishing IBC as a universal interoperability standard. It also supports and maintains official open source projects in the IBC ecosystem. So I'm calling on you in the audience and future viewers of this presentation to join us in building the future of IBC. Thank you. After the talk, oh, sorry. After the talk, we have a demo coming up in the workshop room by our DevRel, Thomas, of our protocol in action, of IBC SDK in action, and an IBC packet going from a Cosmos chain to Ethereum. Thank you.
Thank you, but we actually have one question for you. So
Okay, yeah.
It just showed up here. If I'm going to read something wrong, I'm sorry. But there's a question from Anonymous, and they're asking, reliers are an integral part of the usage of IBC across chains. However, currently there are no initiatives for running a relier. How can we insensitivize them?
Yes, so relayer incentivization is a big problem. There's a specification that's been finalized for incentivizing packets. So there's two jobs that a relayer needs to do. One is relaying packets from chain to chain. And the second thing that a relayer needs to do is also submit client updates. It needs to make the chains, or the counterparty chains in an IBC connection, aware of each other's state. Those client updates are very cheap within the Cosmos. So my understanding is a lot of relayers will get funding or some sort of grant. Sometimes they run at cost. When you want to connect to a chain like Ethereum, that connection becomes much more expensive to maintain. So we need to encode proper relay incentives for not just packets, but also client incentives as well. I have a spec proposal in the ICS repo for introducing client update incentivization to the existing relayer fee incentivization for packets. So with client update incentivization and packet incentivization and dynamic relayers, we'll have a flourishing ecosystem, or a dynamic ecosystem, a dynamic marketplace for relayer fees, and relayers, validators, and infrastructure operators will finally be able to run this infrastructure at profit.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Thanks. All right, so next up, we have a talk called Privacy on the New IBC Blockchain and NIM Mixnet. Please give a warm welcome to CEO of NIM Project, Nixer of a Packet, and Master of Concealment, Harry Halpin.
Okay. Good to see everyone here in relatively sunny Prague. And so I'm doing what everyone here at Cosmos really, I assume, is thrilled about, which is we at NIM have been secretly running a blockchain for a very long time called Nix, and we're going to depermission it so all the wonderful validators here can start. But first I want to describe, does everyone here know what NIM is? Sorry, I'm not sure if this is, are you seeing the slides? Okay. Just wait a second. I don't see my slides. Sorry, where are they? do you see the slides? Nope. How do we get them up? Okay, these are not my slides. This is someone else. Help! I sent the slides in last night. It's called Halpin. Could you put the correct slides in? Because otherwise it's hard to explain. I could just talk or use a whiteboard or blackboard. But it might be easier with slides. I think I might have to go back there and show them the right ones. Give me 1 second.
Don't worry, they're working on it. Just be a little bit patient. We are really sorry, guys.
That's okay.
It should be there any minute now. Yes.
Okay, there we
All
go. Okay, so let's just make this full screen or whatever. Full screen, come on. People know this is not magic. It's not rocket science. Okay, so I'm sorry, but it's technical glitches. It must be the NSA. And okay, I think they figured out how to hit the full screen button. Maybe, maybe not. Could you,
just a minute. Okay. They were still working on it. Really sorry about that.
Usually a menu that says view and then it goes like full screen or
yes.
slide.
It's going to be like that. Just give it a couple of seconds and we're going to go into it.
Well, while we're waiting for the tech team, so how many people here have heard of NIM? Just wondering. Okay, some. Let's say 1/3. How many people have heard of Mixnet? Okay, I think it's the same people. How many people here have used the VPN? Okay, more. How many people here have used Tor? Okay, how many people here have used zero-knowledge proofs on any chain whatsoever, Zcash, whatever? Okay, cool. How many people here have used, anyone here used Zcash over Tor? Come on, Monero over NIM? It's possible.
Teach us.
No, anyways, if you're interested in any of those topics, we'll be holding a workshop tomorrow at noon where we'll show you how to set up a mixed node and how to basically run not only mixed node, but how to run Tor, VPNs, the differences between them, and how to integrate them against things like Monero, Cosmos, and any WebAssembly or Rust app. So we do have this all working, which is quite wonderful. And the workshop will be run by myself and our head of integrations, Nadim Kobezi. And it should be a really good workshop. So do come if you want to actually get your kind of hands dirty on the infrastructure. Okay, let's see if they figured out how to hit full screen yet. No, they don't know how to hit full screen. I wonder if I should go back there and do something. I could also give the talk without slides. Does anyone here want to see a talk without slides? I can
try my best. Okay, only 3. Okay, so it sounds like the majority of people want slides. Let me see what the problem is. What's the problem?
We don't have any information there.
Could you walk to them and be look? You hit full screen on it. It can't be that hard.
Hey.
Thank you. Although I have to admit, this is the worst tech support I've ever had in a conference. So anyways, so what we're doing, well, now I'm not even in control of my slides anymore. Could whoever is moving my slides back them up? Back them up, back them up, back them up. Let me control them. Really, people, it's not that complicated. Okay. Well, I'll try my best. We at NIM are basically trying to build infrastructure which can defend against mass surveillance. Mass surveillance is something that people used to think was fictional, but is actually true. Not only the NSA, but any reasonable-sized government or even company can do essentially surveillance on the literally the packets that go across the internet. So you can imagine that you have a godlike enemy that's watching every packet going in and out of the internet, and that enemy can use the packet transfers, their peer-to-peer packet transfers, in the case using Cosmos or Bitcoin or whatnot, to basically track who sent what packet to who, who's talking to who. That's the metadata. And this is the case even when people believe they are being private. So with end-to-end encryption, including Signal, the enemy just has to watch the Signal server, see who's using Signal when and where. They can't read your messages, but they can know who you're talking to. It's also the case with any blockchain, even if you're using Zcash or I don't know what in Cosmos, because I think none of the privacy chains really work yet on Cosmos. These enemies could observe who's doing what. And effectively, even if you use a VPN, the enemy can observe what you're doing, because a VPN only offers like kind of one-hop protection, including decentralized VPNs. And Tor obfuscate your IP address, but only against very weak adversaries. So the internet technologies that we have for privacy are pretty broken, and they have been so for 20 years. And this is increasingly a problem, and various people, such as Fred Wilson, have thought that the large opportunities in terms of the next kind of 10 or 20 years of the internet will be based on privacy, because surveillance is becoming normalized. And there is a historical precedent for this, insofar as that people, how many people here remember the internet before TLS? Remember the little lock, right? So everything was in plain text. You would log into your email, and I could just sit there in a cafe and run Wireshark and steal your email password or your banking passwords. This was very plausible up until 2004 or 5. And then after Snowden revelations, TLS usage skyrocketed, and the fact that you could spend money on the internet without losing your bank info to random criminals is what led to eBay and PayPal and the whole kind of original Web 1 boom. So we think that privacy, particularly in the age of AI, is going to become more and more important, and it's going to lead to the next boom. And we have a number of people that agree with us, including the wonderful Interchain Foundation and a lot of other wonderful validators, some of who I'm sure are here, Supreme Node, Valterium, Swisscom, Swiss Staking. And we believe that there is actually demand for privacy. So a lot of people think that people don't care about privacy, but the fact of the matter is 1 in 8 people has used the VPN. And of the 1 in 8 people, a lot of them are just downloading Netflix, but 1 in 3 of those people said they used it for privacy purposes. However, the problem is that privacy infrastructure happened before blockchain technology. And insofar as it happened before blockchain technology, it was based on a kind of altruistic nonprofit model, and therefore the growth kind of stalled. Right? People weren't being rewarded for running nodes, and so people were like, why am I going to run a node? So Tor's had a kind of stable number of nodes for the last 10 years. But Signal, particularly after things got a little bit hectic in the US and the Trump inauguration, saw its usage kind of skyrocket upwards. So what we've tried to do is we tried to build a holistic full-stack privacy solution called NIM, and it has two main components. I'm going to do one component very quickly because I've talked about it a lot in other forums, the MixNet, and I'm going to talk about a second component which we haven't really talked about before, which is our zero-knowledge enabled Cosmos blockchain. So our solution is a MixNet with a token, an incentivized privacy infrastructure for the network layer, the peer-to-peer broadcast, the VPN level, and an IBC and COSM-WASM enabled blockchain that has zero-knowledge ZK-NIM technology with anonymous credentials built in. And we'll talk about that quite shortly. So what is NIM? So if you want to compare NIM to like a VPN or whatnot, you can see a VPN, the traffic comes in and it comes out. And you can imagine that each of these orange dots is a packet, right? And then you see the pattern, the timing and volume, the size of these packets, and the order they're coming in and out the VPN essentially makes a unique fingerprint for every time you'd use the internet. This fingerprint is, by the way, could be used in your IP with information like your IP address in wonderful things such as MEV extraction, right? So we know this is possible. Tor, which people tend to think of as like a magical privacy box, basically sends traffic forward, it bounces around 3 nodes, and it comes out. But you can still see the fingerprints there because the traffic in Tor comes in, first out. So it's fine, like a VPN, obscures your IP address, but that's kind of it. And Tor has the advantage that changes your circuit every 10 minutes. So every 10 minutes you get a new IP address. So you don't do too many Cosmos transactions within that 10-minute window. NIM is different insofar as what NIM does is the traffic comes in with that unique fingerprint. The packets are all made the same size, and then they're mixed together. So what that means is the packets do not come in, first out. They're shuffled like a deck of cards. And by virtue of being shuffled like a deck of cards, and they get shuffled 3 times, even an adversary with a God's eye view of the internet cannot figure out who's sending packets to who's talking to who. And this is a generic technique which works not just with applications built on Cosmos, but works with any application. Works with your web browser, works with Signal, works with Telegram. In fact, we already have Telegram working with NIM. And so you can see what the NIM MixNet does is similar to Lightning or to Tor. It has multiple hops, but it has 2 main differences. One, if not enough people are using the network, we add in fake traffic, something Tor or VPNs don't do. So we can disguise even when you're using the network. Second, as I just mentioned, we mix the packets up. We obfuscate the timing of the packets, okay, by adding user-centric delays into the packets. You can set the delay, and people are like, well, how slow is it? We have got the MixNet working so fast. It's all built from the ground up in Rust, and we hired friggin' Daniel Bernstein, who invented Curve 25519, to optimize it. So we've got down to 500 milliseconds for mixing. Okay, 500 milliseconds. That's enough to like fit in the Ethereum validator consensus. And we're going to get it even faster. We think we can get it down to like maybe 300. And so it's tunable. If you want to be super private, you can just be a lot slower. It's fine. If you want real speed, you can be a little bit less private. Push those packets through. And so this is the architecture. You have the user, represented by this little weird space alien guy here. They send to your local machine, which is running NIM, some packets. Those packets are bundled up into the Sphinx packet format, the same packet format used by Lightning, sent into the MixNet, and they come out and they go to an app, right? And that app could be something like Cosmos, right? We can send traffic into the MixNet and into Cosmos. And if they don't mind, could you try to show a little video that I sent in yesterday before 11 p.m.? Okay, here we go. Just if you could just, so this is, just so people know NIM is real, so this is us running a CosmWasm Cosmos client. And what we're doing is we're sending a transaction from the client over the NIM mix network. This is happening live. It's a random response string. We're sending it through, and it's going through the NIM mix network over, and then doing that peer-to-peer broadcast after it's been anonymized by sending it to the NIM mixnet. So this all works today. You can literally, if you're like, how do I prevent people from like using my timing information and my IP address from extracting value from my transactions? So I want to use Cosmos in an anonymous way on the network level. We can do that today. You can see we just sent the transaction through. So back to the slides. So, you know, this works. It's not vaporware like most projects. And we have a token. Who doesn't? Who doesn't love tokens? The token does not exist as a, does exist because before Bitcoin itself was even invented, people were trying to add reputation to mixnets. Because the problem is I'm sending traffic through a mixnet. What if the node drops the traffic? Then I like lose my transaction. I have to resend it. It's slower. It's a pain. If your node does that, it should be punished. If your node sends it through correctly, it should be rewarded. So we have a unique proof of mixing reward scheme, which basically samples the network using a VRF, which I think Secret will discuss later, and basically fairly samples using a secret shopper-like packet to see if the network is working right or not. So imagine like the system itself is sending in anonymous packets, and they're looping those packets through the system, and they're using that traffic to judge whether the system is performing enough and if the nodes are operating. And we also allow delegated staking. So if you don't want to run a node, but you have a bunch of NIM token, you have some friends that run a node, you want them to make money and you get a chunk, we have that working with a sort of decentralization. And the general thesis is that the NIM value should be the value of privacy itself. So as the usage of the network increases, which we hope it will, and we're planning to launch a VPN product by end of the year, then essentially the value of the token should increase or decrease. And I'm not going to go into token in detail, but if you're interested, just Google that, reward sharing for mixnets. We even did Nash equilibrium proofs that it's fair and you shouldn't cheat. But what we're interested in talking about today is Cosmos. How does NIM work with the Cosmos ecosystem? So what we have done is, there's a big question. When I use NIM, how do I discover the nodes? How do I know what the first hop into the network is? And this whole time, secretly, for about 3 years now, since 2019, we've been building on Cosmos, and we've built a directory authority system which has the nodes, has the reputation score, keeps track of all the tokens using a number of complex CosmWasm contracts. And we've been running this all on a production level blockchain called Nyx, which for those of you who are Greek mythology fans, is the goddess of the night. And it's a Cosmos blockchain which basically has a few cool tricks. So one of the problems, I want to block Tor in China, I just take down the directory authority system. So I think we've discovered a genuine use case for blockchain-based systems. The genuine use case is that blockchain systems, by virtue of the peer-to-peer broadcast, have some level of censorship resistance, and currently work in China and other places. So we put the IP addresses and the key material into the Nyx blockchain and broadcast that around. So everyone always has the most up-to-date set of mix nodes to run their traffic through. And if you're interested in joining the validator set, I'll be at the validator gathering tomorrow, and our network is currently a permissioned network, but we will depermission it in July. So this means anyone who's running a validator can jump in and help privacy and make some rewards. It's not just, we run CosmWasm, and we have a developer-centric application we'll be launching. So before I go into that, let me just look, this is our current node set, so you may recognize Figment, peer-to-peer, Swiss staking. So please, when we depermission in July, and if you're interested in talking about running a validator, just grab me. We have a booth. Talk to us. We'd be very interested in getting new validators on the network. So these aren't mixed nodes. The mixed nodes are mixing the traffic, and the validators maintain the consensus of all the traffic. And then we'll be launching our blockchain, which currently has the ZK stuff in testnet, a zero-knowledge system. So this should allow developers to easily build applications such as private voting contracts, private payment systems, other zero-knowledge systems. And it's built on a technology called anonymous credential tech, which I'll talk about in 1 second. And we also are building a way to reward developers. And how we're going to reward developers is that 60% of the Nix token, so this is the native token of the Nix blockchain, will be distributed directly, similar to Canto, if people are familiar with Canto, but hopefully not as scammy, to people that do valuable work for the NIM ecosystem and the Nix ecosystem. So if you upload a smart contract and it gets some work, then you will get people use it, you will automatically get some of those rewards, not just as a validator, but as a developer. Because ultimately, the value accrues to blockchains, not just due to validators, not just due to users, but due to developers. And we think developers should have a fair way to get those rewards. And eventually, we would like the blockchain to be democratically controlled by developers based on the amount of work that they've done. So we will transition Nix over to DAO, and we're going to use this git split mechanism to basically automatically partition out smart contract rewards to developers who build privacy-enhanced apps, because people should be rewarded for contributing to global human privacy, which is a common good. And then finally, we have a zero-knowledge technology built on the blockchain, a bit different than others. It's similar to what's called an anonymous credential scheme, based similar on Chaumian and eCash. But effectively, the way you want to think about it is, ZK snarks and Starks allow you to encode arbitrary information in zero-knowledge circuits. But we're very interested in recording arrays of information with specialized proofs into zero-knowledge. So that's simpler for developers to think about, rather than having to I need to use this weird DSL and then encode stuff in a polynomial and maybe it doesn't work out. What we will do with ZK NIMS is it's as simple to use as a JSON array, which I assume every developer here has at some point in their life parsed a JSON array and used it, but that the JSON array can contain different values in zero knowledge, which can be then selectively disclosed to the people that need to read those values, but only those people. And that will allow all sorts of things like privacy-enhanced payments to any token, zero-knowledge KYC, unlinkable pseudonyms. And the cool thing about our system is that it doesn't try to build a global identity system. Because we think, I personally at least think, that I don't want myself or my children living in a world where I have my eyeball scanned by WorldCoin in order to prevent Sybil, to give blockchain Sybil resistance. I think we can do one better. We can build privacy-enhanced systems which do not link to permanent identifiers. I'd rather tear my eyes out than have my eyeballs built into a permanent identifier for myself. And that these identity systems do not need identity. What you want is to show that you have some attributes, that you're Czech, that you're over 18, that you voted, that you didn't vote, that you agreed with the DAO proposal, that you didn't agree with the DAO proposal. And all sorts of really cool things like anonymous DAOs and other technologies can be built on top of zero-knowledge proofs without full-blown identity systems that use zero-knowledge as some sort of, I don't know, kind of hand-wavy trick to try to avoid privacy issues. And lastly, the system, of course, decentralized. What's different about running a Nix validator than a NIM validator is that the Nix validators will enable these zero-knowledge operations, which are not currently enabled in any other Cosmos chains. We will work with Interchain. We're already working with Interchain Foundation to eventually package it all up so it can be a Cosmos module that can then work with any other blockchain. And even if that takes a while, the Nix blockchain is IBC enabled, so you want some privacy, you can always IBC over to us, do your private stuff on Nix, and the IBC back out. So this is our roadmap. We've already launched, and we're launching Nix this year. NIM, you can come to our workshop tomorrow. You can already use it with Monero, Zcash, Aztec. Anyone who's building a zero-knowledge system who has any common sense realizes that you need anonymous networking, not just blockchain, because otherwise the networking stack doxes whatever you're doing on the blockchain. We are currently, I think, the only ones that provide that. And then once we're done releasing the Nix blockchain, we're going to try to release a VPN usage, a kind of VPN-like app that's actually private, that doesn't take your credit card numbers, and that this kind of VPN app, we think, will reach mass market usage and will be one of the few real use cases, we think, of blockchain technology in the future, enabling censorship-resistant, private access to the internet to anyone on planet Earth. And as someone who spends a lot of time in places like the Middle East, it's desperately needed right now, more so than ever. So that's it. I'm happy to answer some questions if there are any questions. But I just want to end. I mean, the reason why we do privacy systems is not because we're deviants, although we love deviants that want to hide everything. It's because we support human freedom. And ultimately, the freedom to be who you want to be, to do what you want to do, to grow in to what you want to become is more important than any particular technology stack. We've built what we think is the best stack to enable human freedom, and we do hope you can join us. And if you have something better, we'd love to know about it. Please stop by tomorrow. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So we do have one question here from Slido. It's anonymous again, asking, could the Nix validator censor packets? How do you protect against that?
So how you protect against the Nix validator censoring packets is the way that you defend against any validator censoring packets, which is you probably should send your packets to more than one validator. And if you send your packets over the NIM network, you can send them in an encrypted manner and obscure your IP address. So then the Nix validator would have to censor everyone's packets. They can't just censor your packet. So again, I think we can solve some of the MEV problems by really leaning hard on privacy. And like I just said, ZK-NIM gives you shielded transactions on-chain. The MixNet gives you network-level privacy. So in order to basically drop your packets, they'd have to drop everyone's packets, which sort of defeats the purpose of censoring. Does that make sense? OK, cool.
All right.
OK, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And sorry about the technical problems in the beginning. Thank you. Great. Just a quick reminder, there will be also a workshop. It starts at 4:15. So if you want to know a little bit more about IBC, there's going to be workshop IBC Beyond Cosmos. It's in the developer area in the tower room. So next is talk that has a little different title than that you might have in your programs. It's called The Case for Intents, and it's by CEO and co-founder of Mechatech, Sean Braithwaite.
Hello. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much.
OK. Where do I stand? I don't have. OK, perfect. So I don't know how many people saw the panel, but most of it was sort of like leaked. So of course I got front run by Sunny again, but that's fine. Now I'll have a little bit of time to go into more detail. So yeah, as it was mentioned, I'm the CEO of Mechatech. We work on the MEV supply chain typically. We've released a couple products, including Zenith and the Builder module. Both help different parts of the supply chain capture and govern their MEV. And we're sort of like looking at where the next place we could add value, and I think there's been a lot of dialogue around this in the research community. There's been a lot of talk about intents, and I think it's been talked about very technically with a lot of sophisticated language. And what I want to do today is talk about it much more simply, and sort of make the case for why you might want to do the research to sort of build in the space and ideally use it. So this is my talk: the case for intents, defining new core, building new user-centric supply chain. Next. Oh, I can look there. OK. OK, so you want to be a bad kid. So I saw maybe a couple of weeks ago that like someone in the Ethereum community who's like very famous called Hasu actually has a personal profile picture from an NFT collection launched in Cosmos. I don't think it's like rare that other ecosystems adopt our technology. I think the technology stack in Cosmos is really amazing, but it was really great to see like this adoption of something sort of at the creator level. And I think like Bad Kids, by and far, has been like my favorite NFT collection that I've actually don't use. If you look at my profile on Twitter, I don't have a Bad Kid, but I would like one. But it turns out that it's like damn near impossible to actually buy one in practical terms. Like as a simple user going to Stargaze and wanting to buy an NFT, there's like a couple steps that you would have to take. The first step that you would have to take is like understand that this is like some crypto-backed product, and that you would actually have to have some funny money called stars. And the next step is like figure out that stars are not something that you have, and it's something that you need to get. And you need to get them from a particular place called Osmosis that is connected to Stargaze over IBC. So somewhere between sort of like the desire, let's say, of seeing this NFT collection and buying it requires the complete understanding of a very complex technical stack that is everything that we've built in Cosmos and are proud of, right? So I think that this is a problem, and I think that we need to look at where this problem comes from. So in blockchains, like the core sort of like abstraction for action that we've used is like the transaction. It wasn't meant to rhyme, but it does. On a blockchain, it's a state machine, and to move that state machine forward, a user needs to say exactly what it wants to move forward. So it needs to know that there is some state, and that state is going to be modified, and it needs to commit to modify that state with like a cryptographic signature. Like this is very intense, very few people do it, and this is so one of the things that's like holding back blockchain in general, and in particular when we start talking about the complex world that we've created in Cosmos. So in Cosmos, we're not talking about like just one asset, one chain, one protocol, but instead a composition of chains, protocols, and assets that all get in the way of the user doing what it wants to do, which in my case is just buy a Bad Kid, right? And so I claim that the problem stems from like the granular way that we have defined change in our space, and how that abstraction has sort of bubbled up all the way to the user, preventing them from getting what they want. So what do we do about it? So in the research space, as I mentioned, we've been talking a lot about intents as sort of like a new paradigm. In the intents paradigm, it's not the user is solely concerned with getting what they want for a fee and completely abstracted away from the way that it is done, right? So they just specify, so I have an example here that the action is like get, like I want something, and what I have is atoms for whatever reason, and then I just want my Bad Kid. Actually, I don't even specify which Bad Kid I want. The idea of intents is that it could be like as general or as specific as the application developer defines and the user commits to. So you could have an intent, for instance, that is like, I want a specific Bad Kid, and I have a specific asset to get it back. Or I could define a range of Bad Kids that I'd be interested in, maybe those that have like certain properties that are more edgy, that look like me, I don't know. And the amount that I specify is essentially the bounty that I am willing to put up for whoever gives it to me. The way that they get it, that's not my concern, nor should it be. It could be, some centralized service run by Stargaze. It could be a huge network of sort of solvers that are sort of like economically incentivized to use the best information that they have on any number of off-chain sources to make sure that giving me my Bad Kid is actually worth it to them. It actually doesn't matter for this like paradigm shift that we're looking at in intents, but it does sort of like hint that if we go this direction, we need to create like not just a single service, but really a new supply chain that is oriented around this new paradigm. Oh no, new lines. Okay, so in this intent-driven world, right, we need not just one thing, but a new set of things, which altogether are called like the intent, or I'm going to call the intent supply chain. And this supply chain, like most supply chains should be, is going to be modular. That means that there's not going to be like a single solution to everyone's problem, but a set of competing solutions at every different layer. Some of those solutions exist now, and some of them are set to be built, and some of them should be built rather quickly. So at the far right, yes, you have origination, right, which is usually where the user sort of expresses what they want. This could be a wallet, like you could imagine a world of which this is integrated into Kepler. Or it could be specialized applications that are particular at designing special kinds of intents for special kinds of users. Then you have some kind of like matching layer, which is like where intents are gossiped and found with people that actually want to do it. This could be on-chain, this could be off-chain, this could be an auction. There's any number of formats and sort of competing solutions to sort of provide this sort of matching function. And then you have like execution, which is kind of similar to a lot of the stuff that happens now in sort of the MEV space. So you have like people who, like in CowSwap, for instance, which is an intent-oriented DEX, you have like this system where users like commit to doing some trade, but then they auction off the right to solve it. And that solver is like essentially competing to provide the best execution for the users based on their commitments. But you're seeing this in, for instance, Suave and in Anoma as well. And at the end, you have this new thing, or something that doesn't really exist in a typical sense, which is this settlement layer specifically geared towards intentions. And the job of this thing is to figure out how do I confirm that like this abstract definition of what a user wants was actually fulfilled and getting the person who did it paid. So this requires two things. It requires like verification. So you have to have some kind of like Oracle system that actually looks at where the bad kid, like looks at the user's wallet, says that they actually got the bad kid, represents that on-chain, and then actually processes the payments. So altogether, this defines like a new supply chain for getting users what they want. Some of it's built, but some of it is yet to come. So in general, it's important to note that intents, as they're talked about, seem like they will solve every problem that we've ever had, but they don't. Intents in particular, like just because a user expresses a preference does not mean that it will be fulfilled. If I go on an intent system and ask for a $1 Bitcoin, it doesn't mean that I'm going to get a $1 Bitcoin, right? So like there's a set of problems that intents fundamentally don't solve. And in general, if you were to, the broad set of things that we care about, for instance, price discovery, MEV, and liquidity. Like those are sort of topics that we've already covered today in different panels and talks. Just having an intent system alone doesn't make any of those problems go away. So we're still going to have this challenge that we have to figure out how to inform the user what to expect and ensure that like what is executed matches those expectations. And intents alone, like philosophically, don't solve that problem. But instead, the supply chain of different applications are going to be sort of like entrusted to this task. So I say this to kind of like help you navigate this world of buzz and hype where a lot of people are expecting intents to be like a solution. They're not. Intents are a new paradigm, and what that paradigm opens is like a new solution space, and that's going to be filled by a new supply chain. So the case for intents, like why you would spend so much time being nerd sniped into like going to New York and seeing research day or following up on videos afterwards, is that intents are a new paradigm that are going to open up this solution space for better user experience. It means a lot of things are going to go away, like the need to understand the full stack of technology that we've built in Cosmos. As much as we love it as builders, I don't think the next generation of users are going to care much about it, and ensure that they have like this position where they could express preferences and those preferences will be fulfilled. In order for it to, for this technology to become a reality, I think we need to adopt sort of like a user-centric worldview and then create a user-centric supply chain. And that will give us the ability for value to accrue not to validators, not to searchers, but instead to the user. So that was my case. You could find me at Braps on pretty much every single platform that is. And There's also a QR code if you want to send me a bad kid. Thank you very much. Do we have questions?
No, we don't have any questions.
That's perfectly
right. But we have to have a little break because we don't have another speaker.
Yeah.
So if you have any question right now, I think right now it's a perfect opportunity to just ask. If anyone wants to know a little bit more. Yes.
I love this question. I love talking about ANOMA. Okay, now I could take off like UX hat and put on researcher hat. So ANOMA is providing like a full stack, like a whole new world for like a third generation blockchain, right? And they are very much providing like the primitives, but they're not really concerned with like, for instance, the market structure for, or like what is the particular market structure that's going to incentivize the fulfillment of every intent. They give like the core protocols that allow formation of market structures, but we have to figure out what that's going to look like, as in where does the $1 Bitcoin comes from? Like that question has to be solved by ANOMA. But yeah. We're working with ANOMA to sort of like take a lot of the ideas of the research and apply them, and then give back sort of like it with usage. I think we're going to build with some other tools, but not like ANOMA as it exists requires like going into the execution environment. I guess that would be on ANOMA. I don't think we're going to be in the ANOMA execution environment. No. It's too far away.
All right, someone else wants to ask about anything? I mean, regarding your talk, that would be great. All right, so once again, round of applause, please. We'll take this. Thank you very much. Great. So before we move on, we might have a slight break. We will see. But let me give you some roundup. Again, classic stuff. So we have that developer area, which is across this room, so you just need to follow the signs. There are 2 workshops. The workshops are actually starting right now, one at 4 and another one at 4:15, so you can check them. Also, there is Hackers Lounge. We talked about like there is like plenty other lounges that you can visit and you can just chill. We have Media Lounge, so if you need some space for interview or like some nice background for, I don't know, TikToks, you can definitely do that there. And I think for now, that is what's going to happen at 5 p.m. Don't forget, there's going to be a party. You need to register to that. So check the website, click on register. The party is going to take place right next to Cubex. It's right next to the entrance. All right, so we have 10-minute break, so see you here in 10 minutes. So thank you very much for waiting. I know it was a bit unfortunate that we finished unexpectedly early, but here we are. We're going to have our next talk, the last for today. It's going to be about boosting Cosmos adoption, and the speaker is CEO of Chain4Energy, the energy conductor, Dominik Skrobacz. But before I invite him to the stage, let's watch a movie. All right, Dominik.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you. This is the last keynote, but at least you have seen the first and the best movie on the screen. So why we show this movie? It's the main cause is the subject of the whole event. It's like, let's bring a real world to the cosmos. So this is a real world. This is a real use case that is working in Minsk Mazowiecki, one of the Polish city. A solution that we have done under auspices of BMW Foundation for, we Uberize the EV charging. We are addressing a thing that is a kind of obstacle of evolution, the transport and energy transformation. So that's why we are talking about boosting Cosmos adaptation through addressing energy market. I will say a few words about myself. Like I have 20 years experience in software development. I'm holding the role of the CEO for 10 years in different companies. And honestly speaking, I have an experience working with enterprise from telco, energy sector, and banks all around the world, with Europe, especially, and Middle East. And from 5 years, I'm very focused on blockchain projects. So, why energy? Energy is something what is on the bottom of the Maslow hierarchy. It's like wealth, settler, food. Currently, to have a warm water, you have to have access to the energy. This is a crucial thing. And we are facing right now the huge transformation. The huge transformation that could be defined in 3Ds, like 3 dimensions. It's 3 mega trends that we have in the energy sector. It is decarbonization, decentralization, and digitalization. Decarbonization is like we have this very big programs like Green Deal, also from the perspective of Europe Union and United States. Europe Union is like 1.8 trillion euros. This is the budget. So to give you a feeling, what kind of part of the industry are we tackling with? And we have decentralization. That's basically the changing the whole paradigm of the energy network architecture. That energy is not produced centrally in the power plant, that is basically fulfilled by coal, but we are based on the renewable energy sources that are decentralized. It's completely different and change of the architecture. That's why we have a digitalization. We need to create a software, and a new software, because existing are not supporting it, that allows to fulfill these two other things. And it's like similar, you know, you have this Lord of the Ring to bind them all. So digitalization is to bind them all. So that's why we are focusing on the building this kind of software. This software, of course, when you're building a software, you shouldn't use some kind of old technologies. You have to use the top-notch technologies, because when you finish your product and you get to the mature phase, if you use something old and not wisely, it will not expect user experience in the future. So that's why we are using AI, ML, IoT integration, blockchain. This is why we are talking about today about blockchain, and of course connection and specific kind of data storage. Okay, so why blockchain? Why blockchain and energy? Where we can use it? I'm trying to describe it on different levels. This is like a very simplification of the architecture of the energy sector. So on the bottom, we are, via IoT integration or integration with the metrics of the grid, we are gathering data, putting in specific time granularity into the blockchain. Thanks to it, we are storing a data that giving a value from perspective of ESG rating of pieces. On the next level, this is the automatization for contract management and billing for new type of architecture. This is creation of energy communities. This is something what is a big thing. I will tell more about it in the afterwards, but from the energy communities, it's something what you can do peer-to-peer trading of energy. I can sell the energy to my neighbor, and for this purpose, I can tokenize energy, and I can sell it on the local marketplace. This makes sense, especially because this kind of energy communities is not like a retail only. There's also small businesses, small manufacturers that are highly depending from the price of the energy. So if we can create the construction that this price are defined and without volatility and even save the costs, this is a pure margin for this kind of businesses. And the third one is addressing EV charging. Currently, we are facing something what is sector coupling. And it's not on the energy sector. It's also a transport sector, and also heating sector. And we here are addressing the transport sector. Okay, this is let's talk about money. Let's talk about how much money do we have in blockchain. This is information from CoinGecko. This 700 billion is a market cap that includes stable coins. So if we remove the stable coins, the budget, the market cap will be much more lower. But let's assume that this is included. And this is the energy evaluation based on the International Energy Agency. As you see, there is like 15 or 20 times bigger. And this is prediction. Of course, this is a wishing prediction based of analysis. So we will see, we know that the volatility on the blockchain market is hardly predictable. But still, if we look how we grow with the money, there are in energy sector, it is only one sector of the industry. This is very important. It's still the amount of money in the whole blockchain ecosystem, whatever we take into account, is smaller. Why does it matter? Why does it matter? Because this is users. I came here to talk about blockchain adaptation. I strongly believe that in this phase of the market, we have to take into account how to bring users from other industry to the blockchain, because it's not only fintech. people are using cars, using energy, using hot water, using renting apartment, buying apartment. These are the much more bigger market. And this market, basically after, based on the last publication for the World Bank, also should be addressed by the blockchain. So this is only numbers addressing how they increase amount of the subscribers in the next 7 years into the citizens' energy network. I'm talking here about local energy communities. And this is what we have in Cosmos. And we have to do everything to put all these users, these new users that basically are new type of customers, onboard them on Cosmos project, put them into the ecosystem, create the wallets. That's why we are building a solution. That's why we are building a solution that addressing addressing immutability and logic decentralization via the apps, but on top of it, we have a SaaS layer that we can offer end product for energy ecosystem. Energy ecosystem, it's not developers, it's the users. So they are expecting a customized solution for their purposes. And this is what we want to offer. This is how we want to adopt energy users and bring them to the Cosmos ecosystem, to give them a wallet and put some tokens on top of it and tell them that they have a value there, to address the necessity of education, to go deeper, to go to move this token, to sell them, to buy them, etc. The other thing is decentralization, the security of the token. Because if we look on the blockchain level layer as a very nice tech for new solutions, it addresses immutability. And I want to point here that the decentralization and security is like very important thing for us. That's why from the beginning of the project, we start to work with Rockaway and of course, our wonderful validators, to be top one decentralized network in the Cosmos ecosystem. This is our score, and there is no bigger one. So we have great 75 validators. I want to thank everyone that is attending in the project, that is following and giving feedback and working how to make our product the best. We are split in 14 countries, and we are not only in Hetzner, okay? So maybe we will be more stable than Solana, for example. Okay, but I want to tell a few things about blockchain. You have seen the movie at the beginning about the car, that the lady is going with all the history. This is the real-world use case when we giving a possibility to the owner of restaurant when she came to connect his charger. We have a partnership with the charger manufacturer. His charger will be integrated with our decentralized billing system. So the restaurant owner provides this service to his customer, to this lady who basically came to the restaurant to eat a lunch. She spent there like 1 hour, half hour, doesn't matter, but he can refill the amount of energy in the car. And this is easy to use, easy integrated. Our goal is also to deliver SDK and white label mobile app. We have a mobile app for this purpose, but it could be white labeled through other part of all the EV infrastructure, industry sector. We have decentralized documents fingerprint. This is a decentralized solution that allows to addressing possibility to do the offering, to do the negotiation with no need of signing the document, very costful, but we are able to track the versions, and partially we are addressing this privacy requirement that is very, very natural on the enterprise market. And energy tokenization. we are able to tokenize the energy that address the specific trading deal. So our token is able to burn itself according to trading that is happening between supplier and consumer. These are MVPs and POC. I intentionally put this information here, but it's not final products yet. To finalize it, we have to solve this issue. We have to solve the issue how to separate user from the fairness related to the blockchain. As you look, as we came here, it's very techy conference. But if you go into like wider conferences, we have two kinds of people. We have tech people who are very good from the development, especially in the very interesting aspects of encryption, algorithmics, etc. And they are very happy to create a new product. And on the other side, we have members of the market that basically want to buy shitcoin, sell shitcoin, and earn 100x, right? And it won't fly longer. We need something in the middle. We need a solution that delivers real value for the market, that delivers a value for the real users. And to do it, we have to wrap up our solution. We can go to old lady and give her a ledger and tell, just remember your seat, okay? It won't fly. So we have to wrap up and deliver appropriate degrees of security level that address a specific customer. We also have to do this, we have to do, of course, key management mechanisms from the perspective of recovery, storage, rekeying, different type of transaction. We have manual transaction for the wise guys. We have automatic transaction for the old lady, or for the integration between SaaS and the blockchain. And of course, privacy. Privacy is the key. So these are the things that we are focusing the project right now to make this one accessible for everyone. This is the next application, DApps that we are also gonna work. It's energy tracking, because we are integrated with the metric grid, so we are able to track the energy based on the specific time granulation. And it creates immutable and trustable data stored on the blockchain that can be used from the perspective of ESG rating offices. And also the Greenhouse DAO. This is a DAO that addressing energy communities. Energy communities are institutions that are highly democratized. They are managed by the democratized governance. And the DAO concept fulfill partially to their need. But this DAO have to be specific. We have to create something what is called divided and not into division. That one division is responsible for managing one local energy community. In this case, we have to address privacy between, of course, divisions, and we have to address the specific way how to evaluate existing energy community, because this kind of energy community have to buy new photovoltaics or add additional consumers to the energy community. So this is the game. Okay. So that was the DApps that we have done on the blockchain level. Right now, on top, we are giving these products of the SaaS and that can be used by different type of customers. So we have the billing solution. This is addressing energy supplier. This is the customer. This billing solution provides the possibility to manage the life cycle of the customers from the acquisition through billing, invoicing, and through ending up the agreement, right? And also addressing all these cases for energy tracking, ESG rating, but this is an interface. This is the access. This is this wrap-up that I was talking about. This is the biggest think what we think is on the energy market. This is energy community. This is addressing local supply and local demand. This have a huge success in Germany, especially, but this revolution is happening all around Europe and highly intensified by the European Union, because the demand is growing, but we cannot grow supply based on coal. So we have to do a local supply and local demand, because if it's not local, it destroys the grid. And this requires a new software. This requires a new software that addressing dynamic tariffs that could be zero during the middle of the day, but during the night it's higher. To incentivize people to use energy when there's a lot of energy locally, and this does not destroy the network and force everyone to put the energy into the ground. This is customers for this purpose is local government, businesses, and retail. These customers can create, join, or destroy existing energy based on the decision, right? And this is the last product. This is this e-charging related to the biggest obstacles, lack of the e-chargers all around the world. This is the big issue. In Europe, we have 2035 limit that we can buy regular cars, regular engine. Afterwards, only EVs. So currently, we have 13 EVs, even if this EVs is small amount comparing to the rest of the cars, for one public charger. This is, it's too small amount. It has to be changed. And this is what we are proposing. We are working with GreenCell, the manufacturer of the charger. We have done this, as I mentioned, pilot in Minsk Mazowiecki under auspices of BMW Foundation. And it shows that Uberization of the charger is the answer to this question. You don't have to go through very complicated certification to mount like the wall box installation. This is a mobile charger. You can plug in to every socket, to regular one of these three phases socket, and provide this service to your customer. Just imagine that you are looking for the apartment via Airbnb, and what are you checking? Me, personally, I'm always checking, do I have a Wi-Fi, especially when I'm going overboard. So this is something new, something what you're going to check in the next 2 or 3 years. Does this guy have an EV charger? Can I charge my car because I have to go back to my home, and I don't want to stop in the middle of the highway to charge it, because there is, actually, in the 300 kilometers diameter. So we are providing a mobile app. We provide a possibility, but this is temporary, to pay for this kind of charging via our token. In the future, it will be possibility to pay via fiat. And we are having a charger finder. So you can find this kind of charging points where you can charge your car. And basically, it's all my slides. But I want to say one more thing. We are before the beer market. I strongly believe in it. I hope that everyone believes in it. And in the beer market, there will be a new game. New game, who's gonna win it? Because we have different ecosystems. I don't like competition, because partially it's competition, but everyone wants to be the most famous. Everyone wants to have the most user, the biggest amount of user into his ecosystem. And in my opinion, I bet on Cosmos, because it's great technology, and Cosmos SDK have a super offer. But to win this game, we have to acquire users. This is the main goal. And that's why we are focused on this in C4E. This is our main goal. Thank you very much.
Hello, Dominic. I'm gonna keep you here.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Not yet.
Okay.
Don't go. Because I have one question for you.
Of course.
From Slido. It's from Anar from Rockaway. And they're asking, what are the legal obstacles of energy sharing communities in the key markets like US, EU, or Asia?
From the perspective of EU, is highly intensified, and this is defined by the directive. Basically, the local law, okay, every country has a local law from the perspective of energy, but it has to be compliant with the directive. So everywhere, in every European Union country, it is allowed. From the perspective of the USA, I think that the energy communities are built there from the Roosevelt times. But they were constructed in different way because they didn't have a photovoltaic or wind turbine. It was built just from the central power plant. So 100% sure, at least from these big regions, this is possible. Asia, please, sorry, I don't know, but I can check and answer afterwards.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Big applause. All right, and also thank you all here for being with us, and also big thanks to our diamond partners. I'm gonna quickly read them. It's Rockaway, Agoric, Celestia, Security Partner, Halborn, and Neutron. Of course, also big thanks to our gold and silver partners. So, I mean, at this point, let's see you tomorrow. We will have more talks, more panels, and also in the evening there will be pitch and demo competition. So if you're interested in that, stay here and enjoy your evening. Have a nice day. Bye.